Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there! Morning. I'm sorry, I'm just putting some hand cream on. Oh, it's so nice. Hands are really dry. Welcome to Sewing Street on Thursday morning, all day. We have got it's Thursday all day, Benson. Already making me laugh. We have got some great things for you today. So I've stepped in last minute because I know Stuart was supposed to be in today, but I'm doing his show for him. So just a bit confused all the different things we've got, but anyway, we're sorted now. We have got a fantastic day because look at this behind me. Can you see? Look, this is called Brand New Liberty. Brand new. So we are launching, well, Suzie and I are launching, you'll see it in a minute, the brand new collection of fabrics from Liberty. It's gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. It comes in 3 different colourways. We've got mega bundles, we've got smaller bundles, we've got it by the ½ metre, and it is brand new today. So that's just one thing, but I had to mention this. This is just stunning, isn't it? Absolutely stunning, and that's just one of the collections. And we've also got dressmaking. So we've got a bit of everything. In fact, we've got, so this is, do you remember my dress that Adele made for me from one of the Sussex Seamstress patterns? We have got Sussex Seamstress patterns on today, so I thought I'd wear my dress. Still lovely, I even ironed it and everything, but it's beautiful, isn't it? That's one of the perks of working here, is you get a dress made for you. Not often, but worth wearing. Anyway, before we carry on, let's get on with the early bird. Fab early bird today. 3 of them, but they all come together in a pack. So the early bird today is 3 pairs of scissors, so your scissor bundle. Now, in the bundle, it is normally £19.99. you get 3 pairs of scissors. You get needlework scissors, craft scissors and dressmaking scissors. So this is a fantastic pack of scissors. If you find your scissors have got a bit blunt, you want to update them, or you want to give them away as a gift, save a £5, £14.99. So you've got the little, they all come in these packages as well, and I keep these because if you're travelling with them, or you've got them in a bag, or you're going off to a workshop or something, because they don't come right to the end, they're really nice and protective, so worth keeping. Now there's only a little tab which will just flap back in, so they're a really good carrying case, so do keep these. So these are the little needlework scissors, look. Aren't they gorgeous? Just tiny little things. I've got a little scrap of fabric just to show you how well they work. They just, look at that, snips, tiny pieces. And this is like a quilting weight fabric. They cut absolutely beautifully. But I mean, obviously these are ideal for putting by your machine, using for your embroidery, snipping off threads, but they cut fabric just as well. So that's your little needlework scissors. Then we've got craft scissors. Now these are called craft scissors mainly because of the length of the blades, but perfect for sewing as well. They've got really nice ergonomic handles, so the inside of them are quite rubbery and beautifully sharp. So again, just as good as the needlework scissors. Look at that, snip. Really, really easy, tiny pieces. I mean, obviously, if you can use these for general craft, for paper, you could use them on the kitchens as well. They're brilliant. And then finally, we've got the dressmaking scissors. So these obviously a lot longer. Let's see what the size blade on that one is. 9-inch blade. Again, you've got the ergonomic handles. So they're shears because they've got one big handle as well. And also, they're flat ones. So when you're cutting out your fabric, you can keep the scissors flat on the desk for cutting out, which makes it a lot easier. So when you're cutting out patterns, you don't need to lift, you can keep your hand on your dressmaking pattern, you can cut them out like that. So £14.99, save a £5 with the early bird. That is a brilliant offer, isn't it? For 3 pairs, beautifully sharp scissors, and they all come in their own little carry case. Now that's saving a £5, so the P&P, if you haven't shopped with us before, is £3.95 for the day, for the whole day, irrespective of whether you buy the pack of 3 scissors or whether you buy 5 sewing machines. It will still only cost you £3.95, and because you're saving a £5 on these scissors, that's your P&P covered. Because the way it works is your basket will close at midnight, so anything that you buy you can check out 125 times, however many times you want. Your basket will be closed at midnight, then your P&P will be applied. So you're saving more than your £3.95 on that. So if you need a new pair of scissors, then 3 pairs, £14.99, absolute bargain. So that's the early bird. Keep on checking out with you. Loads and loads of you have got that in baskets. Obviously, if we sell out, then it's gone. If not, the price will go back up again at midnight to £19.99. So do check out. But oh, we've got a message before we do the menu. There's a message from Ben to Maureen Raymond. Are you watching? There's a special message for you from Ben, and he says, Maureen, have a look on pre-order. Click on watch live, pre-order. No idea what he's on about. But Maureen, if you're watching, I hope you do look on pre-order. Okay, he says he's looking after you. Messages, if you're watching, do message me in so we can find out what he's on about. Right, anyway, let's go through the menu now after we've done our special message. Right, so we've got now, as I said earlier, the Liberty Fabric launch. Now, Suzie is with us in the studio, who is going to be talking us through the whole of the collection, what the inspiration is, what the point behind it is, and what you can do with it, including details of a free pattern. We love a free pattern. So we've got all different sorts of bundles, half meters, everything for you for the brand new Liberty Fabric launch. And Suzie is here with us and she's going to explain it all. 9 o'clock, Rebecca Harrison is in the house. Now we have got the dressmaking book, brand new today, the dressmaking book. It's fantastic. It's like a Bible for beginners, for intermediates, for experts, with patterns, 13 patterns. She's going to be demonstrating how to make the shirt dress from it. It's gorgeous. She bought it in this morning. It's hung up on the model over there. It looks amazing. It's like something you'd have bought, but better. Beautiful. And we've got fabric bundles of absolutely gorgeous fabric to make the shirt dress from. So that's going to be great. If you want to learn more about dressmaking or just starting off in dressmaking, this is a perfect hour for you. Suzie will be back with us at 10 o'clock with her brand new design, the Strips and Stripes quilt. We've got that available in different kits. We've got the instructions on their own. It's her brand new design and she will be demonstrating that for us at 10. 11 o'clock, Rebecca's back with the Sussex Seamstress pattern. So we have got a whole plethora of patterns. Rebecca's going to be demonstrating one of the skirts. I've put my dress on especially. So if you love Sussex Seamstress, we'll be going back through some of the patterns that we've shown before and demonstrating parts of them as well. So any questions you've got about that, do message in. Rebecca is an expert at dressmaking, so any questions you have, do ask. 12 o'clock, Suzie will be back with us to do a Creative Grids Masterclass, which will be fab, because we talk about creative grids all the time. We're always showing you different ones. Sometimes we don't have time to go through them in detail or show you what they do, but this is all about the Masterclass. So what a brilliant day. We've got two experts. We've got our patchwork and quilting expert, we've got our dressmaking expert, and we've got a brand new fabric launch. So don't go anywhere. Why would you? It's going to be a great day. Anyway, Liberty.
Good morning,
Suzie.
Good morning.
How excited are you about the new Liberty collection?
Very, very excited. I love this collection.
I imagine it's taken some time to get this from inspiration to print.
Yes, they've had a real rummage through the archives for this one.
Okay. How far back do these archives extend?
A lot of, donkey's years.
Donkey's years.
It's the easiest way to, well, since Liberty began, really.
Wow.
And what's lovely about this is there's a lot of prints and designs and drawings that we've not seen, certainly within quilting cotton before.
Okay.
And in fact, a lot of them haven't been released into the air since,
even in lawn either.
Since the 30s.
Wow.
So it's a really exciting collection. It's a real delve into history, not just of Liberty, but of our stately homes, of all those curiosities and collectors.
So it's called the
pieces.
Collectors
It
Collection.
is, yes. So the concept behind it is really, it drew inspiration from visiting stately homes, museums,
right,
looking in all those nooks and crannies of those and the little cabinets rather than the wider picture, and then drawing inspiration from those. And then they looked into the archives and saw what prints were in those that reflected what they'd seen.
Okay.
And they've redrawn, reconfigured those to these collections.
Wow. And then
they're
it's
just stunning.
And it's in 3 different palettes.
3 very distinct palettes as well.
So looking at the quilts, that's quite probably the best way to showcase that, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
So this quilt that's behind me.
So this is Pavilion Neutrals colourway.
Right.
So this is the greys, the muted pinks, really subtle tones.
Really soft,
Really
pretty,
soft,
quite,
yeah.
well, I was going to say quite feminine, but you have got the darker prints in there.
Yeah, you have. I mean, the some of them really stand out as
But it is a real sort of
tones.
classic
It is,
Liberty,
yeah.
isn't it?
It is,
I mean, and
yeah.
this is quite a simple quilt. There's nothing really
The
fancy
design
about
is,
it.
yeah, it's not an onerous quilt.
But it is beautiful, isn't it?
It looks stunning. I think because you've got that eclectic mix of the greys with the odd pop of blue coming through, that beautiful soft pink.
And it almost works like there hasn't been a plan as to which fabric to put where, because it doesn't matter. The whole
really
collection
doesn't.
goes together.
And that's the beauty of Liberty. When they do a collection, you can mix and match, and you don't have to think about placement unless you have a definitive
but it
pattern. It works.
And I guess the scale of print does that as well.
Exactly, yes. And these are specifically designed for quilting in mind, which is why the scale of them lends itself to even the smallest half square triangles or border pieces,
which
binding
just makes
even.
our quilting life easier, doesn't it?
It does, and interesting, because binding looks so much prettier. It looks like an extra border when it's got some sketch detail in it
there's
as
a point
well.
to it, and even you know, this border works beautifully.
It does,
just as a border, doesn't it?
And although a lot of this collection is directional, it doesn't matter because where you never put a quilt on the right way up,
No,
do you? I mean, let's be honest. When you sit on a chair, if you're cold, you just grab it and cover.
Yeah.
You don't care which is the top, which is the bottom. So I never get hung up about direction when I'm quilting. Yes, when I'm dressmaking, because I don't want upside down pots and pans.
But
and things.
with quilting,
But with quilting, it doesn't matter because a quilt can go any way round,
That's
unless
true.
it's a wall hanging quilt,
and
then you have to
that's
think
true.
about it. But the beauty of these designs is, even when they're on the side, so the fact that we've got tulips and daisies on their side here doesn't matter because it adds to the whole design overall.
So for this collection then, we've got several different bundles for you. So we'll start off, because we're going to go through them one by one. That's a little brief taster of one of the palettes. So the mega bundle. Now, the mega bundle has got 47 half meters. Now, in this brand new Collector's Liberty collection, Collector's Home Liberty collection, there are 45 prints. Now, we were going to put them into, we've put some into groups, but we thought actually there are a lot of you who would like the whole lot. What we've done as well is we've popped in 2 of the Liberty Wiltshire Shadows prints as well, 2 of the pastel ones. Because these are the ones that Liberty have selected themselves that go with the whole collection. So we've popped those 2 in as well. And then we've taken 3 half meters off the price. So you are getting 47 half meters. 47. 3 of those half meters will be free. So the full price for the whole of a half metre of every, because we didn't want to limit it, we didn't want to go, we've only got 10 of them, or we've only got 20 of them. We've got all of them, all 45, plus 2 of their Wiltshire Shadows, which are their blender collection. And you're getting £1.5 meters for free for £329.56. Oh, we've got a message. Rebecca and Suzie, I've just ordered the mega bundle. I love Liberty fabric and can't wait to add this to my collection, from Kim. Oh, well done, Kim. Congratulations.
Yeah.
That is fantastic, isn't it? So you know what it's like when a new collection comes out, you think, well, I want that one and that one, and then they start selling out, and you want to have the whole collection, because with 47 half meters, you can make a lot. You can create the quilt behind me.
Absolutely.
You can create other quilts. Now, that is available on split pay as well. So that's 4 equal payments of £82.39. So the way it works, it's interest free. We're not going to charge anything for that. It's just a way of you spreading the cost if you want to. When you get to the point of checkout, you can choose whether it's split pay. So if you do choose that, it's £82.39. You'll get sent your 47 half meters, metre and a half for free, straight away. And then the other 3 payments will come out at 3 monthly intervals, but you will have it all. Or you just pay for it all up front. It's totally up to you. But you are getting £1.5 meters for free. So £329.56, and you are going to have 47 half meters of beautiful Liberty. And by Christmas, it'll all be paid for. So that's the mega bundle. So let's get those all out of the way, and then we can talk about the fabric. The next bundle is for the, what's this one called?
Pavilion Neutrals.
Neutrals collection. So what's the, have we got the code for that one? Yes. But it's the Pavilion Neutrals. Have we got that one? No, that's Jewel.
Nature's Jewel.
Oh, we're in a different order.
Oh, okay.
We'll do Jewel then. We'll do Jewel first. So, Jewel
It's this one.
is the collection. There's 15 half meters in that. Suzie and I will be going through them one by one and showing you what they actually look like. There's a small image of them. I just don't want you to miss out. On pre-order, before we even came on air, these have started to sell. So I don't want you to miss out, but we will be going through them individually. Now, this is 15 half meters. £112.35. That's available on split pay, 2 equal payments of £56.17, working exactly the same way as before. It's interest free. But if you just want the dual fabrics, that's all of them, all 15 of them. And they're in the quilt that's behind Suzie, and we'll show you them all one by one, but I don't want you to miss out. The next collection, because they are split into 3, this whole brand new Liberty collection is split into 3 colourways. The neutrals, and they feature in the quilt behind me. We got them. Right, there's the neutrals. Again, you are getting 15 half metres. So that's the collection that's down the centre. There's a picture of all of them. £112.35. So that's just the neutrals. 2 equal payments of £56.17, which is amazing, isn't it? So you are getting 15 half metres of just that colour palette. Remember, all of these colour palettes are in the big 47 mega bundle, but if you want them split by colourway, then this is the best way to do it. Finally, the Brights. The Brights. Now, the Brights collection is featured in the pinwheel quilt, which is next to Suzie, and that's actually a free pattern. We'll talk about that in a minute if you want the free pattern to make the Brights pinwheel quilt, and we've got all the fabric for it. So the price for that one, again, £112.35. There are 15 half metres in this pack. Remember, you can get that on split pay, 2 equal payments of £56.17. So those are all the Brights. So you need to choose between all of them, all 45, but you get a metre and a half free. And remember, there are 2 of the Wiltshire Shadows in that as well. Or you choose between the 15 Brights, the 15 neutrals, or the 15 jewels. Now, if you've got any questions at all, just message us in either on Facebook or on sewingstreet.com, and then we'll be able to answer you and explain how it all works. The fabrics are also available by the half metre. Now, if you go on to sewing, best way to buy these, go on to sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live. Now, if you scroll down from there, all of the items, so that it's split into 2. Today's show deals and pre-order. Today's show deals are those that we've already played, and the pre-order are the ones that we haven't. But you can, anything that's on pre-order you can buy. So all of the fabrics are also listed there by the half metre. So there's just 2 that you like, but you want 4 metres of one of them because they will be cut to order. Whereas the bundles are not cut to order; they're all half metre of each. So if you want more than a half metre one, then that's the way to buy them. Now, we are on very limited stock on the mega bundle. It was selling before we even came on air. Don't want you to miss out, but we are very limited on that now. But if you want, as we're going through the fabrics, if there are any specifically that you want just that one and you want more than a half metre, then go on to pre-order and you will see them all on there. Right, let's go through the fabrics. Which one should we start with?
Don't mind.
Let's start with
the neutrals.
The neutrals.
So that's your middle pile. Your middle pile.
Okay. So you've got them all there.
I have. I've got my set.
Right, let's go through the neutrals first, and then we'll be able to see, won't we, what's in everything. So, I think I've got mine in the same order as you. So the first one.
Botanist Bloom.
Botanist Bloom. Beautiful.
Yeah. It is absolutely stunning, this one. I mean, it is an iconic
floral
print.
RSYV58. So all of these are in the neutral collection, and obviously they're all in the mega bundle as well. So tell me about Botanist Bloom.
So you've got hand-drawn flower elements from this. This actually comes from the 1937s, this collection.
Wow.
This particular print. It's been redrawn for this one. You've got broken outlines. Do you want me to? Yeah.
I'll put my big one there.
Yeah, okay. You've got broken outlines to the flowers, so it gives it a lot of dimension and texture already, which I really love. I think it makes it less blocky.
Yes, yes,
so
what you mean.
So it looks as if there's a breeze running through, which I really love. Really subtle sagey greens, and this really dark tealy green background is beautiful, and the denim-y blue,
gorgeous,
in there. So you've got those elements through it. It's multi-directional as well, but for fussy cutting, these flowers would be amazing, wouldn't they? Especially for EPP.
Right, the next one.
This is Botanist Blossom. So the same.
BTYV38.
Oh no, this isn't. This is Campion. Isn't it? Campion Meadow.
Yes, it is Campion Meadow.
You confused me there. Campion Meadow. So this one is directional, unless you don't mind the flowers everywhere.
Very pretty.
But you've got, it is stunningly, really lovely as little girls' dresses. Mm. It's, I think, also a good, almost blender, because it's got the peachy tone, the pink, the blues. You can marry it in with the other colourways that you're using as well, which is absolutely stunning.
Right, next one.
So this one is Botanist Blossom. So it's exactly the same. If we,
have you got that one? That's Q.
Yeah.
XYV57.
So this is again the same print as we
just
saw
a different
originally,
colourway.
but this is small scale. So if you want to do smaller scale projects, you've got, obviously the repeat is going to be less, so you can achieve more detail in a smaller space.
Beautiful, lovely faded print as well, isn't it?
And as you can see, the complete contrast. So you've got it in the darks, in the bloom, and the pale in the blossom.
Now these are all in the Neutrals collection in the mega bundle. Canopy.
I mean, this is just glorious.
MPYV56.
This was actually originally a furnishing fabric from the 1990s, believe it or not. So what they're trying to envisage with this is you looking at the floor of a tropical forest.
Right.
You know, when you go into these stately homes, you often see this leaf detail in the friezes and the architraving, and this is where this is come from. Hence, it was a furnishing fabric. But I think again, because of the shading detail, it's
beautiful, isn't it?
Fabric.
Right.
Again,
the next one. This is again from the pastels, the Neutrals collection. It's pastel because it's very pastel.
So this one.
EYYV41.
Is one of your Daisy Swirls. Now, Daisy Swirl features in a number of different colourways throughout the collection, but I love the fact that it's almost like a polka dot with this central area.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
And it's amazing how different it looks in the different colourways. But grey is a tone that normally people think of as quite dull and cold.
It's a pretty
but
grey.
This isn't. It's a warm grey, and with that pink blushy colour in the middle, it really pops out. But you've got again the floral and the foliage element coming through with a trail. Great as a blender as well.
It is a very pretty fabric, isn't it?
Really good binder.
Now this is probably one of the brightest ones from the Neutrals collection, isn't it?
Actually.
So this one is
sets it out. This
VJYV37.
So this is Flora and Fauna.
Oh, because it has got Flora and Fauna.
I absolutely adore this print. It's got these beautiful hanging kaleidoscope colour of flowers, and then every so often this little bird appears.
I did notice the bird to start with.
Yeah. But again, if you're an EPP or you want to fussy cut for a bag or a pocket even.
Yes, it's beautiful,
would
isn't
look
it?
amazing. Just if you wanted to add detail to a jacket, this would be a fantastic print to use.
My granddaughter is 7 years old and getting excited as she's just got Liberty glasses and she recognised the fabric on her case.
Oh, that's so cool.
Fantastic.
That's so cool.
It is lovely though, isn't it? It's really lovely.
It's really joyous. I mean, a pencil case in this school would stand you out
and you're
in a
getting
crowd.
all of these in the Neutrals collection, or if you've bought the mega bundle. Very limited. Now this is Flora and Fauna again.
It is.
But in another colourway.
It is. Now I tell you why, because you've got them muddled.
Oh.
Because that one is actually from
the yes, you're right. I'm saying that was a bit bright.
Yeah. So this is the one.
Yes.
That we want for this one. But I really love this. This for me is the morning. You know that this morning, particularly when I drove in, there was that sort of orangey hue across the sky. And you've got that pale blue and this beautiful peach pinky tone running through it as well.
It's very clean, isn't it?
It is.
And actually, when you look at it with the grey,
it looks amazing.
Beautiful
really
together, aren't they?
But I would love a shirt in this.
Yeah.
I really love this one. Can you tell?
Can you tell? Yeah, I love that one. Now this is this darker one that's in the Neutrals collection that really stands out on the quilt but works really well. So this is JPYV40.
Also known as Garden Silhouette.
Yes. Better known as Garden Silhouette in charcoal.
So this is the one that we've used as the binding and the border in the
big quilt that's behind me.
And why this works so well for those purposes is because of the detail element. There is so much in such a small space. It's hand drawn. You've got variation in the ink lay down as well. So you get some elements of darker, heavier areas of inking.
So what era is this one from?
So this one actually, believe it or not, started life in the 1880s.
Wow.
In their silk book. So this came from the Liberty Silk Book Archive originally. They have redrawn it for this, just to change it slightly. But yeah, 1880, can you imagine?
But there's such intensity of pattern and print. But like you say, if you're going to use a plain, don't use a plain. Use this one.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a phenomenal
And grey
blender.
goes with everything.
Yeah, and you can see how it works in the quilt behind us to give that real pop of colour every so often.
Because it is warm, isn't it? I mean, and it goes...
with everything.
Well, it goes with all of these, but those two greys together look really stunning, don't they?
I think a man's shirt in that would look amazing.
Yes, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It would.
You need this.
Now, this is the same one, but in pink.
I know. It's totally different again, isn't it?
I need to have a look at those two
but the
together.
two together look
WFY-V08.
Yeah.
Look at the two of them together.
But when it's got that lighter background, you really see the floral detail coming through, don't you?
And isn't it lovely that they've used that in grey?
Absolutely.
So it's the same.
What I think you could do with this as well is if you put a piece of it in a hoop, hooped it, then you could embroider over the top, add beads as well, and make it as a showpiece.
Yes, no, because it is really
stunning.
It is just shouts liberty, doesn't it?
Or if you have a neutral dining room colour scheme, you could do table mats.
Oh gosh, you could,
in the two as contrast, and you can make them reversible. So on some days when it's possibly sunny, you have the grey side. When it's dull outside, you have the brighter side.
Yeah, that is beautiful, isn't it?
Thought,
Or even apron for best.
Absolutely, yes.
After you finish cooking.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Or work and play.
That's true. So the next one.
So this one is your Rococo.
This is HIYV28.
This is Lincoln Fields, this one.
Lincoln Fields.
Now this definitely is directional.
Okay, it's urns.
It's urns and flowers. So again, the typical stately home, architrave, wallpapers from the long gone eras, but it's so much detail again. You can cut the smallest square and see loads.
Yeah, so like this area here.
Stunning. Yeah, would be amazing.
And when is this one from?
So this one is across the whole collection, eras really, because you tell me which stately home you haven't been in.
Well, yes, that's true.
So it's not a specific era.
But this is where they have taken.
This is where they've sort of brought together everything they've seen within those areas and within the collectives, and brought it together in this design. I mean, to me, this even looks like the wallpaper.
Oh, it does look like wallpaper.
I mean, I've just had the privilege of going to Highclere Castle. There's obviously lots of others. I'm going to others soon. But I definitely have seen wallpaper like this running through some of their rooms.
Beautiful, isn't it? And I love that, again, you've got the pinks and the greys that are running throughout this collection.
I mean, with canopy alongside...
that's gorgeous,
really
isn't it?
Amazing.
I mean, imagine making a tote bag.
Yeah.
A really simple, two rectangles and a handle.
Absolutely, yeah.
One as the lining.
But when you've got fabric that tells this sort of story and detail, you wouldn't want to mess around and cut it up.
You don't need to. I mean, yes,
but
it looks beautiful in the quilt.
For those projects.
But, if you make a quilt from it, keep the other bits. And what a beautiful bag.
Yeah, no, it's stunning.
But butterflies next.
Kaleidoscope Sky. Now this, is just amazing.
Kaleidoscope Sky. So again, this is MCYB73. Remember, this is one of the fabrics that's in the neutrals bundle, but it's also one of the 47 fabrics in the whole mega bundle. Please do check out on that because it is very, very limited.
So Kaleidoscope Sky is really a nod to the plethora of butterfly species, because there are just hundreds of them, aren't there? I'm not a lepidopterist, so I can't tell you how many there are, but the fact that there is just so much movement in this fabric with the designs and the layouts.
It is, isn't it?
It's totally multi-directional, absolutely fantastic for fussy cutting, covering buttons. Can you imagine having a white shirt or blouse?
Beautiful, with the tiny...
And then having a different butterfly on each button.
Gorgeous.
That would look
And that's what you can use
good.
your scraps for as well.
Exactly what I do.
Perfect.
Yeah, and adding details just to a jacket, just revamp it, put a different button on it, or put a nod of this. But the detail in each butterfly is amazing. I mean, you've got pairs of eyes appearing at you. It's just
and big ones and small. And again, it's that colour palette. You're picking up the blues, the greys, the pinks, and the rest of it.
Yes.
Right, the next one.
Now, this is a slightly different
Mi-fleur
idea.
stripe. So
This
that
is-
is WHYV54.
Yeah, so what Liberty have cleverly done with this is combined a geometric stripe in the colour palette, so the grey and pink, and then put on top this very simple floral design in all different directions, which makes it fantastic to use as a blender,
Yeah.
for your bindings, because again, when you start going small scale, you can see how much detail you
Yeah,
get.
just
That way a bit. Where are we?
There we go.
Oh, that way.
So if you were putting that as a binding,
yeah,
you're just getting that tiny detail, but with the stripe with it.
it'd be perfect, wouldn't it? Be
Gorgeous.
So good.
And you're
as
getting all of
borders.
that in the mega
Yeah.
bundle or in the neutrals bundle. All of this.
This
So
would
we're still
be
going. We still
good
haven't
as a
even finished.
lining as well.
Right, we're going to have to speed up.
Are we? Right.
This one is ZSYV07.
Manor Park, but again, all that huge flower detail for fussy cutting, but you've got the colourways going through. So this one's more of your peach and pale yellow tone in this one.
Okay. The next
your
one, oh,
pinks.
this is very pretty, isn't
This
it?
is absolutely stunning.
NJYV39, again in the mega bundle, but also in the neutrals bundle. Just
Oshibana.
pretty
Yeah.
flowers.
So this is a nod to the technique of Oshibana, which I knew about but didn't know it had this name. And it's, you know, when you press flowers,
Yes.
and then you use those pressed flower petals and elements to create pictures and other collections of
okay.
things. So this is a nod to that because they've been carefully positioned
Yeah, like pressed
within
flowers.
the design as if they were pressed flowers. So you've got roses, tulips, daisies
turn it the
coming
right
in
way,
here.
'cause it is
But
directional.
in those
go.
beautiful soft blues and greys and pinks and peaches.
So pretty, isn't it?
Very pretty.
Now remember, all of this, I don't know whether we said, this is all quilting weight cotton.
Yes.
It's all your 44-inch width, 112 centimetres, but it is beautiful quality.
It is fantastic.
So obviously
quality.
perfect for patchwork and quilting, but also dressmaking.
Yeah, I mean, I've made a lot of kimonos, blouses, dresses, skirts,
Pyjamas.
I mean, this in a pair of pyjamas, my daughter would absolutely
Beautiful.
die for. Yeah.
Plain t-shirt,
Yeah.
pyjama bottoms, but also homewares as well.
Oh,
so
no, you have your t-shirt in one of the other fabrics.
Well, that's true. Yes, true.
with half a metre.
Gorgeous.
Why
And then
not?
the final one that's in this neutrals
So
collection,
this is Rococo Swirl.
Rococo Swirl.
Sounds posh, doesn't it?
It does sound very
Does
posh.
sound very liberty. So this is from the 1900s. And again, this is a very typical design that
Yeah,
you see
it is.
in all of those historic collective areas where you've got those big flourish foliage details. But when you home in, you've got little harebells, bluebells, and those big iconic
So you've got so much
flowers.
detail in here. So
It's
all of
huge.
these fabrics
Sorry.
in these pinks and blues with the odd little pop of, there's a little bit of yellow and peach in there, that is all the neutrals collection. So again, you can buy, it's all available individually
you're
by the
right.
half metre, and that's where you will be pre-cut to order. It's also available in the bundle. Can we put the code on for the neutrals bundle? So all of those, that's 15 half metres. So all the fabrics that I've just shown you, half of the stock of this is gone. £112.35, or you can split it equally into 2 equal payments of £56.17, and that's interest free. Right, if everyone in the baskets who's got this in their baskets checks out, then we've sold out. There are more people that have got it in baskets than we've got in stock. So Ben is smelling disappointment in the air. What does that smell like? It smells like sadness. Just sadness.
Will be. I would be devastated if I missed out on this. I have to say.
But also, remember, it is available in the mega bundle of all 47. Right, let's move on to the Brights collection.
Yes, so this is nature's.
So again, in the Brights collection, you have got
Brights.
15 half metres. And we've got 20 minutes, so we'll do this one quickly. So
Okay.
this is flora and fauna.
It is, yes. So this is your birds and those kaleidoscope flowers, which we actually saw because it was in the wrong print.
That's that beautiful
It is
one that we saw in
garden
grey.
silhouette. Yeah. So
I love
again,
that colour.
yeah, I love this.
So can we
teal
just
colour.
show the quilt that's
this one
this
here.
quilt
Yeah.
that's behind this one here. Now this is featuring the fabrics from the Brights No, the jewel.
Yes,
This
nature. No. This is Curiosity Bright.
Oh, this is Bright.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is the one we're looking
So
at.
this, it features the fabrics. If you want to see what it looks like when it's made, that's what the fabrics look like as a quilt. So this is the. Have we got the? No, we haven't got the code. Brights.
Yeah, Curiosity Brights. And then,
Okay.
so look, the butterfly one with that beautiful pink background, and then the greys have been switched to this rich fuchsia pink, and the blues toned into a sort of turquoisey tone. So how well do they marry those three together?
Absolutely beautiful.
See, there's your tote bag.
It is.
Three-layered tote bag.
Absolutely
Your lining
gorgeous.
can be your stripe. We're sorted. You see, we've done your project planning for you.
Gorgeous. Remember, they are also, if you have a look on the website, they are also all available by the half metre, or if you want to buy them, this is the Brights collection.
It is.
Lovely. Oh, that's the urns.
This is Lincoln Fields, yeah. So actually this as a lining would be really good.
I love this
because I always
colourway.
think a darker lining means that you find stuff
Yeah,
in a
that's
tote bag.
true.
Whereas a light lining in a clutch or small bag means you find stuff.
Right.
Weird, isn't it? But yeah, but I love detail in a lining. Also,
Oh
you
yeah,
can
no,
make-
it's
why
nice.
not make a bag
There's just
reversible?
but
so
it's
you're not
really
bored of
pleasure,
it?
isn't it, when you open a bag and
Oh,
it's got
yeah.
a pretty lining.
Absolutely.
It's lovely. And this one is beautiful as well. Look at the colour on that way.
I love Manor Park, but in this colourway, it's so pretty. Again, for me, it is the button covering detail.
Yeah. Oh yes.
But also, what the other thing I love is whatever size square you cut from this, you're going to get.
You will get some.
decent
Now, you've
piece
also got the same fabric as in that, but in this colourway, in the same bundle.
You have, and what they've cleverly done is keep the flowers in the same tones as the background on both of them.
Right, so it really
but
blends.
kept the ditzy flowers.
Okay,
the
so these two,
pinks.
you can see
So
this
they
whole
really
collection's
marry
going beautifully.
Beautifully, don't they?
And then we've got this gorgeous stripe, the one that has the little flowers
the
on it.
fleur stripe. God, why can't we say that at this time of the morning?
It's too early.
I think I forgot to put my teeth in. I'm really struggling
It's too early
today.
to say such things. Then we've got the gorgeous,
Oshibana stripe.
the flowers, like the pressed flowers.
It is beautiful. But the yellow tulips, I mean, for a Mother's Day project or a
Yes, good,
spring
yeah.
project.
It's just a little wash bag, isn't it?
gift bag, yeah, wash bag, gift
beautiful.
bag.
Yes, even just a
Yeah.
small drawstring gift bag.
Would be beautiful.
Instead of wrapping paper.
Yeah,
But if you've bought
absolutely.
the bundle, either this bundle or the mega bundle, you're going to have the odd one left that you could do things like that with.
Exactly, yes. And I mean, I keep the tiniest of scraps.
Yeah. Well,
anyway.
I would keep this for EPP, definitely, because the
definitely.
size of those
Yeah.
is a hexie.
Oh, you could do the most amazing hexagon.
And then we've got
round.
this lovely, this is the Rococo one. And now you can see these two colours have been picked
Exactly.
up.
And there is a really rich tone, so it does enhance the whole collection and makes all the pinks really pop. Really lovely. So this is one we haven't yet seen. So this is Spring Buds. We should have seen it
Yeah,
because that's from
that's
your
this one.
neutrals. So let's have a look at it in the Curiosity Brights. So you've got these tiny little daffodils, forget-me-nots, tulips, all the spring flowers are there, but in an ordered,
Yeah,
but multi-directional, if that makes any sense whatsoever.
No, they are in
But they're in
rows.
definitive lines, but they're all going in different directions.
Yeah.
So again, it doesn't matter which way you use
Which
them.
makes life a lot easier.
Exactly, and you've got the detail there when you need it. And this is the Campion Meadow that we saw in the first collection. So you've got.
So
your-
all of these prints are repeated throughout the,
They are
in the
yeah,
different
there's
colourways,
a
which is
couple
lovely,
that
isn't
are
it?
Not in one, but in another,
Oh,
and there's a
okay.
couple that have got several colour versions,
Right.
such as the Manor Park appears as the pinks and the
Oh,
greens
okay.
in this one. Campion Meadow we saw with the bluer background in the previous collection, and instead of a turquoise flower, it was that denim blue.
Yeah, yeah.
So
you can mix and match. You can
Absolutely.
take some fabrics
Yep.
from one collection, you know, from one colourway,
But
and just
this,
get for the.
can you imagine this as bridesmaids' dresses?
Yes,
Because I so can.
Yeah, it's so gorgeous,
It's so
isn't it?
pretty. It's crying
And then
out
I
for it.
love the leaves in grey.
I love the leaves in grey as well. Really good. Now you'd think the grey would have gone in the neutrals, but actually adding it to this collection makes the stripe really pop.
It does, yes, that's true. And the
but
grey that's in the
actually
background
works-
of here as well.
Exactly, and it works really well with the Rococo swirl.
Yeah, it's been very carefully collated, hasn't it?
Really beautiful.
And then we get a gorgeous pink in this one.
You do, in the daisy trail. I love that.
Which again is being picked up in other fabrics, like this.
Yeah.
This one is being picked up
But
in the
look how it
butterflies
works
there.
so well against the rococo and the stripe.
Gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it. Skirting that for me. I've moved on from home furnishing, so I'm done with home furnishing.
This is the Brights, isn't it?
This is
Yeah.
Nature's, Curiosity
Okay.
Brights, yeah. So this is the Botanist's Blossom. So this is the smaller scale
Right.
version. But even that doesn't look particularly small scale, but a tea dress in this would look amazing. But really great for your half square triangles, because however you cut it, you're going to get so much colour and detail.
Right.
So it would marry really well with any blender. And then you've got Botanist's
Yeah, no, this
Bloom.
is the Jewel collection.
Yes,
Right, sorry, I thought we were on Brights. I've got myself confused.
yes.
Just in case I've confused anyone. This is the Jewel collection. I'm going to do Brights in a
Yeah,
minute.
this is
I know they're
Nature's
all
Jewel.
because Jewel and Brights
Yeah.
could be
They're
you,
similar.
but they
yeah.
are completely different colourways. This is the Jewel collection. Sorry,
Rich.
sorry.
If
I think we'd put Brights up on the
Oh, right,
screen, but this
okay.
is definitely the Jewel
Jewels.
collection. We will do
This is
Brights in just a minute. Beautiful. I love that
Yes.
colourway where you've got that teal.
I love the teal.
Right, so
And
that's
I love
Jewel.
these two together, look.
Oh, I know. The thing is, it's
You
very
could match
difficult
them all. And these two
by
look-
having all of them. So if you buy the whole collection of the Jewel collection, you will get all of them. You get 15 half meters, and as Susie says, so many of them go together. I mean, they all
Yeah.
go together. But if you wanted to pick them in pairs as well, they just blend beautifully, and it actually doesn't matter which ones you put together.
No, it doesn't, which means that if you're only getting half a metre, obviously you're not going to be able to do much in the way of dressmaking unless they're very small people. But because they blend together, what's stopping you have like your bodice in one,
Yeah, beautiful.
back in another, your sleeves in different ones, front
Exactly.
panels, and patchwork your skirts. Yeah,
Yeah,
go
then you
for it.
could do. Or remember, they are all available by the half metre as well.
Yeah.
Right, now
So
we're going to move on to
now
the
we're
Brights
Brights.
collection.
So
this is the Brights.
the one. This is the quilt that's next to me.
So
the
tell me about the
pinwheel.
pattern for this quilt
So
then.
what Liberty have done with this, they have a craft club, Liberty Craft Club. So anything you make, please put on social media so that we can all see what you're making with
Okay.
it for a start. And if you put the hashtag Liberty Craft Club,
Right, just to put that in Google.
just put that in there, then it'll flag it up to Liberty as well, and it can be shared within the Liberty Craft
So
Club.
how do they find...
So this free pattern will be available on the Liberty website, not for a couple of weeks because it's going when they launch it in the store.
Okay, so we're getting this before they launch it in the
You've got
store.
it before the store, actually.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but the pattern will be available for download as a PDF if you would like to make it. And I mean, it is a stunning project. Obviously, you don't have to make it as big as it is. It's a very big lap quilt.
It is a very big, yeah, it is a very big lap quilt.
You could, a couple could cosy under this, but bear in mind,
It's a
you know,
sofa quilt.
once you've made it, this is free heating.
Yeah, free.
So we should all be making quilts.
Indeed, yes, so that's
at
what you
the
do.
moment.
Don't put the heating on, get under your
Just
quilt.
get under a quilt.
So that's a free pattern.
Yeah.
Anyway, these are all the fabrics that are
They
in the
are.
collection. I'm going to put them in the order that you've got them there because I think it works really well.
Yeah.
So here's number one. Now remember, we're not going to go through all the codes. We haven't got the time. I haven't got time to do it. I would just want to show you them all. If you go on to sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down, and they will all be on there if you want them. Or they are all available in the 15 half metre bundle.
Botanist Bloom. So this
Beautiful.
is the big print version.
Yes, yeah, your big print.
But I mean, this as a dress. Would
Oh, it
look
is gorgeous.
so- and you could coordinate.
And it's
so
summer
many
or
pairs
winter,
of shoes.
isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Or
yeah.
it's a beautiful
Tea
little
dress.
A-line skirt.
Or for a wedding. That would look
Yeah.
amazing as a dress for a wedding.
Nobody else would be wearing that, would they?
No.
That is, yeah, actually, if you want to make a very special dress,
Yeah.
gorgeous.
So this is Campion Meadow, and I think that is absolutely stunning because these little bluebells really stand out against the campions and the primroses. It's just
Now look at this
beautiful.
one, I love
Yeah, I love
Daisy
that
Trail
red.
in
Yeah.
red What
It
a
is
stunning red.
absolutely gorgeous. I love red tones, but this as a blouse would look amazing. But the clever sage green centres of the flowers is very...
Yeah, it works really well, doesn't it? But
very
yeah, as a little
stunning.
blouse.
Yeah, it'd look...
Black jeans.
Yeah. All white.
Yeah, but yeah,
Or
true.
navy.
Or any.
Any,
Yeah.
to be
And
fair.
that's-
You
yeah, so
need
that's-
this.
So that's good,
You
yes, that will
need.
go with everything
Yes.
that you own. And then you've got this beautiful little print, but they've picked up the brights in it.
Yeah, the spring buds, and it really, but the roses stand out for
They
me
do,
on this
yes.
one. Really pretty. Really love this one. Again, as a blender, as a ditzy print, wash bag, as you said earlier, would look good.
Now, Flora and Fauna is gorgeous
I just
in this
love
colourway,
it in the
isn't
brights.
it?
To be fair, I
Just
love
gonna move you over a bit.
It's just my favourite. I know I shouldn't
It's
have favourites.
such bright, it's almost primary colours,
It makes you
isn't
smile,
It does.
doesn't it? Instantly. And I think seeing the hummingbirds and I presume they look like hummingbirds to me, but it's the fact that the flowers are so kaleidoscope colours and eclectic and all the ways. It just
Yeah,
is
there's
fun.
just so much detail in it for you to see,
can
isn't
do a
there?
lot. Definitely want a bag.
Now, this to
in
me is your like classic Liberty print. This is when you think of, you know, the classic things like the Betsy. It's very
It is.
reminiscent of
yeah,
that,
those,
isn't
those
it?
sort of ditzy backgrounds to them.
And the colours for that as well, with the cream background.
Yeah, and I love the sage green. It's not a harsh green, it's a
No,
really soft
it's a
green.
Liberty green,
It is
isn't
a
it?
Liberty green. So this is the small scale version
Oh,
of Botanist
gosh.
Bloom. So you can start to see
Yes,
where the detail
yes.
has come out. But what they've done with the bloom, where they've opened up the design, is given you a bigger background, which makes the flower detail pop even more. Whereas this one, you've got more foliage coming into the background. So you've got greater detail, which means when you start cutting smaller, you'll see more detail.
Right.
So great for edging on collars and cuffs.
Now, this beautiful, the one that we loved in the grey, and then we loved it in the blue, and now we've got it in this
Garden
mustard.
silhouette,
mustard.
which I think stunning.
It is
isn't
really,
it?
and I like the fact it's yellow, but it's not bright yellow.
No, it's a vintage
And when
goldy
you put
mustard.
Put
yeah.
it with the red.
I know. How good.
Love those two together.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Beautiful, isn't it? So, I mean, I think it's tricky to choose the
this is
print. So I think you do need to get the whole, if you're not getting the whole mega bundle with all 47, then if you're getting the brights,
Yeah.
to get the whole bundle
Exactly.
of the 15, because they all blend together so well.
Which means you're then inspired to make
Yes.
lots of different projects with them, not just dressmaking, not just quilting. It'd be home decor, gift bags. I mean, to buy someone even just a pair of earrings and make them a little
Yeah.
drawstring bag
From that, yes.
with one of these
With the Liberty.
would just
Yeah. Beautiful. And they'll
be
keep it forever.
amazing. Well, they would if they're Suzie.
Well, they would. If you make a little I've made so many
Yeah.
little drawstring gift bags. Everyone keeps them, fills them with all different
I
things.
think it's so much nicer to do that, and it's almost like a double gift.
It
then
is.
as
No,
well,
I quite
isn't
often
it?
will buy a tube
Yeah.
of hand cream and then just make a little drawstring bag. And in a
Absolutely.
Liberty, it's a triple present.
It is.
So that's the lovely little floral print. I'm trying to right.
Yeah,
I
and
can't
then
see.
we've got. You've lost the. So we're
I don't know whether
Campion.
those are in an order.
We're on canopy now, so the leaves, and I love
That's
the blue in that.
Lovely in the blue, isn't it?
It
So we
is.
saw it in the grey in the last collection,
Yeah,
and then that one's the blue.
but I love this real rich. It's not a denim; it's a real sort of almost bordering on a French blue,
Yes.
isn't it? It's really stunning.
And
but
then
works really well.
this is a really good choice of
Manor Park.
how
yeah.
they've put this fabric
Yeah.
into the
I mean,
collection.
that is definitely a John Scott shirt.
It is, yes, it is definitely.
Definitely a John Scott skirt.
Really lovely, and it's
beautiful.
it's a summer
Yeah.
print, but it's also winter because you've got that bright in
I
it
tell you
as
what
well.
I love about Manor Park. If I pull it over, can you see the flowers are in rows?
Yes.
If you want them to be. So if you wanted to use this as a ribboned band, just
yes,
to add
yeah.
on a plain cushion, that would look amazing. Or your drawstrings for your drawstring
Oh,
bag.
beautiful, yes, on that yellow.
Yeah. See? We're solving your Christmas gifts for
Yeah,
you.
make them all. Buy the bundle and that's it, you're sorted. Then we've got the
Absolutely.
butterflies again in that really bright. It looks lovely in that,
It does.
doesn't
It looks. This is a real summer's day, isn't it? Of kaleidoscope of colours, and you've walked into that butterfly what do
house.
they call them? Yeah, butterfly house.
A butterfly house.
Gosh, I'd love to be in there. So warm.
And then we've got the stripe again.
So love this.
It's in a pale grey and a blue stripe.
Fleur stripe, yes. So you've still got that beautiful, very, very simple flower print.
And it works really well in that.
But it works superbly.
It's kind of a calmness against the rest of the print, isn't it?
It makes it look less hard.
Now, I love this green. This is my favourite green.
It is a beautiful
It's like
lush green.
1940s green.
Yes.
That's what I think of. Tea dress.
Tea dress, this to me is fresh green grass. You know
This-
that spring
yes.
grass when
Yeah.
you've just had rain as well, which is a rarity at the moment. But this is what it is, and these to me. So this is where Susie's head goes weird. These look a bit like squished fried eggs.
Yeah,
as
they're
well.
definitely fried eggs. Yeah.
But I love the yellow detail in it because it means that if I marry it in with the mustard,
It goes really well.
garden silhouette,
And
looks
it goes
lovely.
really well with the red.
Looks beautiful with that one.
They all go together
They
really well,
just
don't
are
they?
all stunning
the
fabrics.
code that's on the screen at the moment is for the mega bundle, so that's 47 half metres. That's all the fabric. That's the best saving that you will get because you get 1.5 metres for free. So that's all of these from the brights, the jewels and the neutrals. Right, we've got two more to show in the...
So this is Lincoln Fields. So that's
in
the
the
one
brights.
with the urn. So
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the directional print.
So
this
this
is
is-
the definite directional.
That's gorgeous colour, isn't it?
It really is. But doesn't the urn stand out
Yeah,
in this
really,
way?
really stands out,
I think
doesn't
this
it?
one shows the detail more than in the other colourways.
Yeah, that's what's interesting actually, and I think when you're looking at it on
Yeah.
screen as well, sometimes it's nice to see another colourway because you can see the detail that you're going to get.
I mean, the little dots round the edges of the urn,
Yes,
which add the shadowing, really pop on this one. So again, if you're into seed beads, you could seed bead those elements in a
Right,
wall
then
hanging.
finally, the very last one. Now, in the free pattern, this one is used for all of the back.
No, it isn't.
Oh, no,
that's
that's
Wiltshire
Wiltshire Shadows,
That's
gosh.
Wiltshire Shadow Midnight Ink.
But you
that's
could
been
use
used.
this one.
Exactly
Exactly
what
the
I
same.
would do, because
Use that one.
You've used the collection itself, because the details there, you don't have to
Yes,
use
so in that, in the
Wiltshire.
free pattern, yes, they have
Yeah.
used Wiltshire Shadows,
They've
but
used
you
Wiltshire
could
Shadow.
use this one.
They've used this one as your binding,
Oh, of course, yeah. And then
Yeah.
use that blender Wiltshire Shadows.
but it's a brilliant binding because it has this amazing
It's just the little
detail
print.
in it.
So that is everything from the Brights collection. So I'm just going to recap. I'll move on. No, I'll stay here
Yeah.
actually. So just to recap, now the bundle that's on the screen at the moment, £329.56. That is all of the fabrics. That's all 45 fabrics from the brand new collection, plus 2 of the Wiltshire Shadows in the pastel pink and the pastel blue, because they're really good blenders for the whole collection. Now, for that price, these are the 2 extra ones you get. You are getting 1.5 metres free, so you get 3 of those prints free. So that's an amazing saving. £329.56, but you can split pay that. So if you want to go, it's interest free. So if you want to spread the payments over 4 equal payments, then you can do that. It's £82.39. That's your best deal. That's the best way of getting it. And you can be assured you've got all of the fabrics. Remember, Susie said it hasn't even gone into the Liberty shop yet.
No.
We have got it right at the very beginning. It's not even on sale in the shop yet. Right, if you want to then buy them, if you'd rather buy them by colourway, then should we start with the neutrals? So the neutral bundle is the one that's featured in this quilt here.
Which is this set here.
Oh yeah, let's just we hold that up. We don't have to. I forget about overheads. So these are all the fabrics in the neutrals that I showed you right at the beginning. So 15 half metres, pinks, blues and greys with a little spot of yellow and green here and there. So that's all the neutrals. Then the next collection is jewels.
Which is this one.
Same prints, but in jewels, in magentas and teals. Again, £112.35 for 15 half metres in jewels. Pictures of these are all on the website if you want to take a bit of time to choose. The photos like this are all on the website. And the final one is the Brights, which is the one that we just went through.
Which is all your dark.
And again, there are individual photos of all of them on there. And obviously, all the fabrics limited are available by the half metre. Right, so thank you for joining me for the Liberty Hour. It's gone by so fast.
It's ridiculous.
I will see you in an hour
Yes.
to talk through your brand new quilt design. Any questions then you've got about the Liberty in the meantime, just message them in, or you can ask Suzie. I'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with Rebecca, who is going to be demonstrating how to make a beautiful shirt dress from the brand new Dressmaking book. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, my name's Rebecca Harrison. My background is in theatre costume, so I've made costumes for film, TV and theatre. I began to sew when I was at school, in primary school, and I also did a lot of sewing with my mum at home. One of the first things that I ever made was this little mouse, and I hand sewed her at primary school. I think I was 8 or 9 when I did her, and I treasure her. She's I just love her. Her stuffing's gone in her head, so she's a bit wobbly. My favourite things to sew are corsets, probably because of my period background, but I just love them. I've got one here. I love the structure of them, the shape the bones make. I just think they're beautiful, and the fact that through the ages they've changed to make women's shape different, and I find that really fascinating. My claim to fame is because I've obviously doing costumes for film and theatre, I've been lucky enough to meet a lot of famous people. So I've met people like Dame Judi Dench, Kate Winslet, Juliette Binoche, lots and lots of people, lots more than I can probably, I haven't got time to say them all. But yeah, just and all around the building where I used to work in London, you'd see lots of people, Christopher Lee, Sir Richard Attenborough, just lots and lots of people. So it was really lovely. I feel very privileged to do what I do. I love my job, and I'm very lucky that I get to do it every day. And I really enjoy being on Sewing Street and demonstrating how to make things, and hopefully inspire you to get sewing.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about dressmaking, and we have a brand new book, the Dressmaking book. This is, look how thick it is. Really lovely, big, hardback book by Alison Smith, MBE. She was the first person to be awarded MBE for sewing and corsetry. It is a gorgeous book, 1999, and it is brand new to us, brand new. Now, there is so much in this book, so I want to have a quick flick through for you. I'll show you the pages as we get there. So it's filled with techniques. Now, it explains at the beginning, because there are patterns in here, and it explains about downloading them. Now, the great thing about the patterns is that you can download them yourselves, and I've been having a chat with Rebecca, who's done it to create the dress that she's going to demonstrate. It's really, really easy to download, and the great thing is that you can then download them in whatever size you want. So you've got all of these patterns, but you've got all of the sizes as well, and it's very simple. So you haven't got all the big pieces of paper to be dealing with. You just download them, stick them together, and you've got all your patterns. So if you like a pattern, you make it in a size 8 and someone else wants it and you want it in a 16, it's all there. So it explains all about that. But the book is filled to start with lots and lots of different techniques. So good morning,
Hello,
Rebecca.
sorry. Okay.
Morning. I just wanted to ask you about the book. Morning, Rebecca. So
Morning.
what did you have a good look through it?
I did, yes.
What did you think as a dressmaking expert?
I thought it was really good. It's got lots of really helpful tips. There's lots of pictures.
Actually, we should go onto your side and then we can actually have a look through it. We'll move over.
That illustrate, you know.
So you've got tools. And
yeah. So it goes through all of that. Your different threads, obviously scissors and all of those sorts of things. Yeah. Just everything that you could possibly want.
Sewing machine.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a Janome as well.
Yeah, talks you through sewing machines and all the feet, which a lot of people obviously struggle with, don't they?
There's a lot of things
I
like
do as
this.
well, if I'm perfectly honest, because
really?
Well, yeah, because
you don't use all of them.
No, and also I my sort of workhorse is an industrial.
Oh, okay.
So it's got your standard foot, and then I've got zipper feet on it, and that's it.
Well, they've really covered some of the quite niche foots, like this one. I've got one of those, concealed zip foot, and that's something you don't often use, is it?
No, but that is
it's wonderful.
Yes, it is.
I don't have many extra feet, but I have an ultra glide vinyl foot and a concealed zip foot.
Yeah.
It's fab.
Yeah.
For invisible zips.
Yes. Because I find them quite difficult.
So it tells you. Oh, me too. So it tells you all about things like that, and overlockers.
Yeah.
Even pressing.
And then all the the things that you need, like your ham and your that's for your shirts.
Which you don't always know about either, is it?
No.
What's a tailor's ham, what's a seamer?
No.
So we're going through all the basics. So if you're a beginner, but even as an expert, you're still going to learn something from it. But for a beginning, this book is ideal. Then we move into fabrics. Now this is a bit of a minefield as well, isn't it? Knowing what, well, not for you.
Yes.
But what fabric does
no, I mean
what.
it's still, you still have to have a good think about it, even
but it's
when
like
you know.
Crepe.
But
when you think, what is crepe? But it tells you what it's for. It gives you details for each fabric on cutting out, seams, thread, the needle that you need, how to press it, and what you use it for.
Yeah. It's really detailed.
It is really detailed.
Yeah.
Things like Ponte Roma, they used to talk about that on the sewing bee, and what is Ponte Roma? Well, it's all there.
Everything's there, yeah. It covers
chambray, jersey, terry, muslin, satin, it's all in there. Look, pages
and what I like
and
is
pages.
that the properties. So you've got the properties of linen, the properties of silk, and
resist moths, but has a tendency to crease.
Just gives you
and I think
those bits of information.
It means that when you want to start using different dress patterns, you know from here now which one you should be using. So synthetic fabrics, scuba.
Yes, which is all
That's all the rage, isn't it?
Very, very popular.
Eco-friendly fabrics. Then we move on to patterns and cutting out. Now this is brilliant, isn't it? That when you start off, because there's always all this stuff on patterns, and you're not always absolutely certain what it is.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So it's going through telling you how to read the patterns with you've got all the different measurements, which you know, some people you don't know where to even start. I don't think with that sort of thing, because you think you're a standard size whatever.
Yes, yeah.
But that varies from shop to shop, doesn't it?
So this is great. I mean, and it goes through it. I mean, it's very clearly laid out as well. So it lists here what all the pattern markings are and why, which you don't always find out. Multi-size patterns. What do you do with those? This is great, body measuring, because this is where we're all slightly rubbish.
Yeah.
You're probably not, because you have to measure for clients. But when we do it ourselves, we don't well, I know I don't. I think, oh yeah, I think I'm that size. But this is really...
No, it's really good. And the great thing is, because it's a visual, it's showing you exactly where to place your tape measure.
Well, it's like chest. You see, I would have thought chest mealement was bust measurement.
Well, that's your over bust, and that's your full bust.
So, totally, which is a different place.
Yeah. And you've also got under bust, but they haven't got that on here. But it's important to take your over bust measurement as well as your full bust measurement.
Right, to get it exact.
So that it all fits properly.
Altering patterns, which is really, so once you move on to the next stage where you think, well, actually I want it to be a bit longer or a bit shorter.
Yeah.
And it's not a case often when you want something to be shorter, it's just cutting a bit off the bottom.
No, because there are ways. So if you're shortening a waist or something, usually on commercial patterns, there's usually a line for shortening and lengthening, which is really good, because it tells you exactly where to do that. Because it, like you said, it isn't just a case of I'll take a couple of inches off the bottom or I'll add a couple of inches to the bottom, because that isn't necessarily the right way for everything. So no, it's very good.
So we've got, this is all, I mean, this is all about, you know, this is about fitting and how to change patterns. So when you go through it in detail, this is a fantastic book for a beginner, not just for the beginning bits for a beginner, but this is when you're moving on to the next stage where you think, well, actually, I want to make it so it fits me. And even if you think, well, I'm just going to follow one of these things, then it tells you in detail, making a toile, which we should all do, but aren't very good at.
I would recommend that.
Yes,
completely.
I know, but we're just too lazy to, but you really should.
Take all your measurements and make a toile.
And
everything will come from that then.
Yes. Well, we should all be encouraged to do that. And then you don't waste fabric.
No.
Pattern layout, cutting, when you're cutting, whether you're cutting patterns or stripes or ginghams or checks.
Yeah, and because that's a, you know...
That is a skill, isn't it? It is,
most definitely. And if you're trying to pattern match as well and that sort of thing, it's, you know, it's good to have a guide.
General technique, so this is your hand sew, but hand sewing for dressmaking. We've got machine stitches, all the different seams, corners and curves, darts. There's so much in here, gathers. I mean, this covers interfacings and facings. Talks about putting neck facings on, understitching, armhole facings. I mean, it really has got everything,
it has,
hasn't it?
Collars, which is obviously we're going to be covering today.
In a minute. Waistbands, sleeves, pleated sleeves, set-in sleeves, hems, puffs. You know, they're really, when you see, and look, there's photos of everything, and I like the fact they've put photos in, but then have put little arrows, so they've annotated it graphically as well, which is really the best of both worlds when it comes to a book. Well, I think so,
and I think it depends if you. I'm a visual learner,
right?
So I would rather have the pictures and the description, and I think both. A lot of people would, because then you can be reassured that you know yours looks the same as the way in the book.
But also the fact they've got little arrows, because sometimes you read it and you think, well, I don't know what.
Where's that?
That? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So then we come on to pockets, hems, zips, buttons. Okay, this is so much. I mean, for $19.99, it's amazing value for money.
Very good.
Then we come on to the patterns. So these are the garments. So we've got an A-line skirt. Oh, these are variations of...
Yeah, so you'll get the basic. So when you go onto the website, you'll get the basic, and it'll tell you that you can, if you have this pattern, you can make it into these different variations. But if you've got the, you know, you've got the basic.
So you've got skirt pattern one, which is the A-line skirt that you can turn into a button front.
Yeah.
Then you've got the tailored skirt, which you can also have as an evening skirt. And then you've got the flared skirt, or a flared skirt with a yoke.
Yeah.
And then these are all the instructions.
That's it.
So which you don't normally get this level of detail in a pattern, do you?
No.
With
it's
really
good.
clear photos. And then this is the variation, how to make the button
Yeah,
front
so it
one.
talks you through.
And then you
how
move on
to
to the
do that.
tailored skirt. And, you know, normally in a pattern it's just line drawings, but having the photos makes quite a difference, doesn't it? Then your evening skirt. So that's the skirt section. And they're all the same in the detail and exactly how to make it. Then we've got the dresses. So we've got the shift dress, so a long sleeve, a short sleeve, and a sleeveless. Then we've got the classic waisted dress in a short sleeve, sleeveless, and they've made it into a cocktail dress as well.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? Little sweetheart neckline.
Empire line dress with sleeves, without, and long. And then we've got the shirt dress, which is the one that you're going to be making for us today. The classic one and the one with roll tab sleeves.
Yes.
Gorgeous. So again, it shows you in detail. I mean, I'll just whiz through it. I love this one.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
That's really pretty, isn't it?
That's beautiful.
And isn't that lovely? So if you decide, right, well, I want to make that, but I've got a full bust, then you just turn back to the full bust bit and you adjust it.
Yeah, adjust your pattern.
So it's all in there. That's the dresses. And then we've got trousers. So we've got the classic cigarette trousers and the cropped ones, and then we've got palazzo trousers and palazzo shorts. Oh, I love those.
Yeah, they're lovely, aren't they?
Gorgeous. So that's trousers. And then and they are colour coded as well. And we've got tops as well. We've got a shell top, a tie knot top, and a tunic. And then we've got the princess line blouse and the short sleeve blouse. So those Liberty fabrics that we were just talking about with Suzie about when they be nice as a blouse, beautiful.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah,
Liberty
really
short
nice.
sleeve blouse,
Yeah,
nice. And it tells you how much fabric you need as well.
Yeah.
On each one. So for the short sleeve blouse, you need 2 meters of fabric. If you want to make that one in a bit of Liberty, that's so pretty, isn't it?
It is,
and because
really nice.
when you get to the collar
Classic.
section or anything, you can go back.
Yeah, you just keep, and it tells you as well. So each step, it'll say.
Oh, okay. Attach button. See
yeah.
page 133.
Yeah. So it tells you exactly which page. So you're not
That's
flicking through
really
trying to
useful,
find
isn't
it.
So when it says machine 2 rows of E-stitches through the sleeve, see page 114. So all of the techniques are in here. This is more than you'd ever get from a pattern.
Yeah.
And we've got
and then
jackets.
the jackets as well.
A boxy jacket with a collar, a blazer, crop blazer. So if you want to make one of those patchwork jackets that are all the rage, use this pattern and then you can make whatever you want with it. Because everyone's going, oh, where do you get the pattern to make a patchwork jacket? Well, it's all in here. I love that one. With the
I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
Gorgeous,
yeah,
isn't it?
It's really nice.
Classic blazer, crop blazer, and then this is good.
Mending and repairs.
Really important, isn't it? So things like where you've got a tear in fabric under a button, patches, splits in seams. I like that. Sew a flower on it.
Yeah.
Repairing a broken
Repairing a zip, yes.
Gosh, is
How
that
many
your
of
most
us
asked for question?
you know, don't we? So many people, especially jeans. You've got a favourite pair of jeans and the zip goes. It's devastating.
Brilliant. And then customising.
Yeah.
So this is where you want, turning jeans into a skirt. Oh, that's a good idea. Lengthening a skirt with good. Embellishing a dress with sequins. Adding a bow and gathers to a shirt. Adding a ribbon trim to cardigan. Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Right, a few people have asked what size these patterns all go up to.
They go up, so I think it must be all of them. They go up to a 24.
Right,
The shirt dress goes up to a 24, but so I would imagine they all do.
It does say at the beginning how to use the book.
Yes, it's on.
Where was the down?
It's on page. Here we go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it goes up to a 24.
Yeah.
So it goes from a 6 to a 24. So that's a 32-inch bust all the way up to a 46-inch bust.
Yeah.
And really clear instructions of exactly how to download it.
It's really easy, and I struggle with technology. I'm not but it is. It's just so easy. You know exactly where to go. So yes.
Right, so that's 6 to a 24. Now that's the book. I'm just going to move back here to show you the fabric, and then we're going to go and do the demonstration. So what we've done is we've put together some bundles to make the shirt dress. First of all, let me show you the shirt dress. Come over to me. It's my friend. So this is one that Rebecca made earlier. Isn't this gorgeous? Now all of these fabric bundles are all beautiful quality cotton poplin. So this shirt dress has lovely collar, buttoned through all the way down, gorgeous full length sleeves. Let me turn around. Beautiful, you've got like a little pleat here, you've got darts in the back, but doesn't it fit very well? It's lovely and it works really well in this cotton poplin. What we've done is put together bundles of fabric that will make up to the size 24. So there's 7 meters in each of the bundles. So that'll make all of the sizes in this beautiful dress. I mean, this is an absolutely classic dress. Obviously, you'll need the book to get the pattern. Now you've got 7 meters in each of the bundles, so you can use that for many of the patterns in the book if you don't want to make the shirt dress, or you can just buy the bundle. So the one that we've got here, this is the bundle for this one. Do you want the code for that one, Ben? It is DSLJ16. So you've got 7 meters in this bundle, which obviously is enough to make the shirt dress or many other things, or you know, if you just want beautiful fabric to use for other dressmaking, this is all cotton poplin. Beautiful, isn't it? So this is floral silver. This is a lovely bluey grey shade with white flowers, like a monochrome print on it. $54.99, and you're getting 7 meters. Yeah. Yeah, go on, do it, Ben. So Ben's decided to drop the price. $49.99. Fantastic. So under £50 for 7 meters of fabric. And this is cotton poplin. This is beautiful. The next one, I'm going to choose on my favourite. I love this colour. Look at this blue. That's such a beautiful, like a cornflower blue. And then it's got white flowers with gorgeous yellowy orange centres. That is so pretty. It's like a summer sky. Down to it's Ben's special offer, $49.99. 7 meters cotton poplin, beautiful for this shirt dress, or you know, other dresses, lovely for blouses. 7 meters. This is a special offer today only, $49.99 for 7 meters of cotton poplin. And then this one is so lovely. You've got a really dark midnight black background, but look at the flowers on it. They're like jewels, reds and yellows and blues. It's so pretty. So again, you know where this one's going. But this is lovely, isn't it? Really good for summer dresses, but also for winter as well. Can we get close into this one? See, isn't that gorgeous? Remember, this is cotton poplin fabric, perfect for dresses and blouses and skirts. 7 meters, which is enough to make from size 8 to 24 in the shirt dress that Rebecca will be demonstrating. But or if you just want to buy it for your own dressmaking makes, it's not the easiest to find the right dressmaking fabrics. This is the fabric that Rebecca will be demonstrating in. This is gorgeous. I think this is Ben. This is a bit of Ben, this one. That's beautiful. And it's lovely, isn't it? Because it looks furry, but it isn't. It is a cotton poplin, but just the way that you've got the print that's done, it looks like it's got a texture to it, but it is just a cotton poplin. I've never seen a fabric like this before in a cotton. 7 meters. 7 meters cotton poplin. Right, I've got 2 more. If you fancy a bit of red, lovely red with white flowers. Now this, I hadn't realised, this is all Rose and Hubble fabric. Well, all Rose and Hubble. Just noticed. Beautiful. So you know this is going to be fantastic quality. You probably shouldn't have crashed the price on this, Ben. Well, I have only just read the selvage. But hey, it's a Thursday, isn't it? It's a Thursday. Thursday's a day when you should have a little treat. $49.99. You're getting 7 meters. Yeah, it's a Thursday treat. 7 meters. And remember, it's cotton poplin. I tell you what, this would be really nice for a tablecloth. I mean, not a heavy duty one, your special one, because it's poplin, but that's gorgeous, isn't it? And then finally, exactly the same fabric, but in a charcoal grey. And this is perfect for dressmaking. 7 metres, $49.99, absolute bargain. Right, so those are all the fabrics. Let's get on with the dressmaking. So once you've printed your pattern out.
Yeah, so once you've printed your pattern out. Now the thing to say with
next to you,
the thing to say with this is when you're cutting out your skirt patterns, don't fold your fabric in half. Lay it flat and do each skirt pattern separately, so that on the pattern it tells you to put the centre back to fold, but lay them flat and add your 1.5 centimetres. Remember to add that on to the extra and have a seam down the
so just cut the back into
centre
two
back.
pieces.
So just cut the back into 2 pieces, but make sure you do, and then you'll fit it across the width of the fabric. It makes no difference. It won't change the shape. It won't alter the way it looks or anything. It'll be absolutely fine.
You just have the back in 2 pieces.
Yeah, so just have the back in 2 pieces, but and then everything else will fit on. It'll be fine.
Marvellous.
So so let's start with, if I can move that one over there, please. Thank you very much. So you've got your back piece and your 2 fronts that have got darts in. Both have got darts in. So the back also has a little pleat in the centre back, which is all marked. And then you're going to add your yoke, because that's what you have on a shirt. You have a yoke that's on the back. So it's basically you're sandwiching your back piece between 2 yoke pieces. So I'm just going to mark my centre. And you can do this together. It's up to you if you want to do one and then do the other. I do them both together. It's personal taste, really. You do it however you want to. It's done in one foul swoop then if you do them both together. But if you're worried, if you've not tackled a shirt before and you're a little bit worried, do one and then do the other if you're worried about it moving. So it's 1.5 seam allowance, it's 5/8 of an inch. It's a lovely weight, this fabric.
It's really nice. It's very crisp, isn't it?
Yes, it's just absolutely perfect for this pattern.
Because it's 100% cotton.
Yeah.
But it's not. It doesn't feel as thick as like a quilting weight cotton.
No.
And it's still very crisp.
Yes. No. It's lovely to work with, because it just stays where you put it.
Yeah, and that's really helpful as well, particularly when starting off. And it doesn't seem to fray as much as normal cotton.
No.
I don't know whether it's a tighter weave, maybe.
Okay, so what you should end up with is facing on the inside, and you will have the right side of the fabric on the inside. That's fine. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. And all you've done is sandwiched that seam. Yeah, so that's the back. So you've sandwiched that seam. So I'm just going to press that.
Turn it on.
Is it on?
No.
There you go. It's all right. It won't take long, will it? It's quite quick.
No, it's a really quick iron, which is
very
fab.
quick. There we go. I love it when it does that.
I know, it's brilliant, isn't it? I've got one, and I've had mine for over a month, and I still haven't got over the fact it does that.
I know. Every time I come here, I'm like, oh, I love that. And I love the little sound as well. It's like something
you
quite
also know it's on, you just have to
reassuring about it.
And it heats up really quickly.
Yeah, it does.
With my other one, I used to turn the iron on and then go make a cup of tea.
Yeah, and walk away for a bit.
Yeah.
So yeah, just make sure that both of those are pressed upwards.
It's nice having that facing that way round on the inside.
Well, yeah, it is. I think it's quite nice. Nobody else knows it's in there, but you do. And I think that's quite nice. And that's exactly, if you look at any shirt, that's what
true,
you'll
yeah,
that's
like
what
with the
you'll
man
get.
shirts,
Yeah,
they
that's what
always
you'll
do
get
that.
in the
Yeah,
inside.
true.
So then we're going to attach the fronts. So the facing that will be in the inside of the dress, just put that to one side, leave that under for now, because we're just going to attach on the one yoke with the fronts at the moment. So it comes together very quickly. As you can see, I haven't overlocked all of my seams, because at the centre front and round the neck, you've got the collar coming in. So that's
so you don't need to.
3 layers of fabric, and down the front here you've got 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's 3 as well. 3 layers. So I don't want to overlock and add a little bit more to it. So, and like you say, I mean, you know, that's travelled with me. It's not really frayed.
No, that's which again, you know, well, good for beginners, but also nice to work with.
Yeah. Oh, it is. It's lovely. It's really lovely fabric to work with. The quality of the fabric is as important as the pattern.
And the fabric also we do have available by the half metre, so if you don't want to buy the bundle, if you think you want to buy it for something else or you want a less quantity, if you go onto the website, click on Watch Live and scroll down, you'll see all of the fabrics that I showed you as bundle. It's all there on today's show deals, available by the half metre. It will be cut to order. So if you're thinking, well, actually, I love that leopard print, I just want to make a blouse, but I need 1.5 meters, it will be cut to order for you. Just put the number of units in the basket that you want. Oh, and anyone on Facebook, there were several of you asking on Facebook about the embroidery machine, the Brother embroidery machine. It's on pre-order.
So I'm just going to press that up. Now in the book it says to bring your facing up and turn that seam allowance in and slip stitch it down.
Oh, okay.
But what I do is you have to sort of fiddle your way round. So,
oh, I see. You do it.
You fold it round.
Oh, that's a good idea.
And then give it. Then all you're going to do, you're going to go over the same line of stitching that you've already done. And before you do it, just pull it out and check, and you know that is going to do that when you've finished.
And then that gives it, is that just a neater finish?
Well, yeah, I mean, well, it just saves time as well. But you know, if you'd rather hand slip that down, then obviously that's fine. It's up to you which way you want to do it.
That's a really good tip though, because there is often things like that where there is another way of doing it, and I guess they've explained the simpler way.
Yeah, well that's
or
it.
Taking longer way.
Yeah, if you know, it's different people.
Yeah.
If you don't feel confident to do it, then obviously you can you can slip stitch it down. Yeah.
But as long as you fold everything out of the way.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. As long as everything's, you don't catch anything.
And some people like all the hand sewn finishes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
But I think that's quite a good idea, because you can do that when you make like sleeveless dresses, and you have to sort of turn it all round back on itself.
Yes.
Which gets very confusing.
Yeah, it does do. I think that's why people don't do it. I think. but it's
Now, I made a pinafore once that was done that way, and you almost turned everything back out through the straps.
yes, I know what you mean. Yes.
And I was thinking, I'm sure I'm doing this wrong. This is never going to work.
That's like the ones where you, it's usually jersey dresses, and you roll it up like a sausage, and then do the seam. So it's all encased.
Right.
So it's like a long sort of rolled up sausage, and then you do the seam, and then you just pull it all through.
And it's all.
And then the seam is obviously encased, and it's all, yeah. But when you're doing it, you think this is never going to work. So there we go. So that's all encased now. Let's give it a press. And there we go. And then what I would do is do a nice little top stitch along the back of your yoke, and then across at the shoulder as well.
Okay.
Yeah, just because it just looks nice, really. Right. So if I'm going to put that to one side, and then I'm going to put the skirt together, the side seams of the skirt together. So when you're doing your centre front, just make sure that the straight, so if you pull your fabric, that's not really that's the straight, because obviously on the side seam it's on the slight bias, so that's the bit that's really boingy, so you can see the difference. If that's not really moving, whereas that is really stretching.
Okay.
So yeah, so just don't get that mixed up, because you'll be in all sorts of trouble if you try and attach
just check
the button band on a bias. It'll fight you the whole way.
It won't like it.
No, it really won't like it. It's got a sort of 1950s style to it, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, it's lovely, and it works well in all the different fabrics as well.
So the other variation in the book, you get the pattern piece. The pattern piece prints out as well. There's a little, so if you wanted to fold the cuff up, and then there's a little like a strap that goes up, and you
so you can change the length of it.
Yes, so you can do that as well. And then it's good for, different summer, winter.
That's true. So you can change it.
Yeah, you can change it up, can't you?
Well, that's in the different variations. I'm just having a look at that in the book.
So it's the next page along. So the shirt dress is on 208.
Okay, yes,
and
that's
then,
the classic,
which
is the one you've made.
Yeah.
Oh, and it has a tie as well, if you want a tie.
That's not in the pattern.
Oh, they've just put one on.
They've put one on, but obviously, that's just a straight piece of fabric, so it's not difficult.
I mean, it's amazing for £19.99 what you're getting in here. When you
it's
think
unbelievable.
Like, a pattern is normally what, £10-15?
Yeah.
And there's 13 patterns.
And then all the
not only that, but all of the techniques,
all the tips as well. Yeah. And it's great having a book like that.
You sort of dip in and out.
Well, that's it. You can, there are obviously things that you remember, but if there are things that you don't do every day and you just want a little refresher, it's there in the book.
Well, if you think, actually, I've spent quite a bit on a pattern and fabric, so I really want to make this properly, and there are certain things you haven't done, you can go into that. Or if you want to know quicker ways of doing things, it's all in here.
Yeah, that's it.
And when people talk about different terms, as well, you have no idea what you're talking about. It's like having a brilliant DIY book, isn't it?
Yeah, because some of the patterns you buy, it's like a different language.
Yeah.
And then until you're sort of immersed in that world, you won't really know. So that's down both sides of the skirt. Give those a press. I won't press them now because I want to show the collar and the sleeve if we've got time. So now, before anything else goes in, let's do my side seams on my bodice.
Okay. So you're doing the side seams underneath the arms?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'm just doing that. I'm doing it without pins, but pin. Okay. So now I'm going to attach the skirt to the bodice. So obviously give those seams a good press.
And there's no gathering at all?
There's no gathering.
Nice.
No, it just fits nicely.
Well, it's quite nice because you've got that nice, it's not too fitted.
No.
And you haven't got the gathering, so you're not adding any bulk. So it's a really nice finish.
No, I just think it's a lovely shape.
Well, it's
really
quite flattering.
I was just going to say it's very flattering. Yeah, it is very flattering.
And I guess you could use this as well use it as a blouse.
Yes. Yeah, if you wanted to.
If you lengthen the top of it, you could, couldn't you? And all the details are in the book to do that.
Let's get these side seams matched up.
So this is where I guess it is a good idea to make a toile, isn't it? Because then you can really see whether or not you need to add more to the body.
Well, a toile, I mean, it's a really good thing if it's a pattern, any pattern really that you haven't made up before, because we're all who is a standard size.
Oh, well, I wish I was.
Whatever.
No, never.
I mean, it's hardly ever. I think if you can. Walk into a shop and be a standard size something, you're lucky. So it's the beauty of making your own clothes, because you can have something that fits you.
Well, and I guess also if you use a calico or whatever to make it, then you can make adjustments and write on the fabric without wasting.
Yeah, calico's the best thing. And it's it's inexpensive really.
Otherwise I have done it before. Well, I've found that when I've made a dress, the second one is always better.
Yes. Yeah. Well, when it's a new pattern as well, and you haven't done it before, and it is a good idea to trial it.
Yeah. I'm just so impatient.
Yeah.
That's the problem. I'm trying to make a cover for my sofa at the moment, and silly idea. Have you ever made a sofa cover? Really silly idea.
Have I ever done one? I'm trying to think. Actually, I'm not sure I have. I'd remember, obviously.
Really silly idea.
But you've started now, so you've got to.
Well, there is that. I have
got to
started
finish.
now, but it's the only time I've ever made a toile, and I found loads of old curtain lining, black outlining, all sorts of bits and pieces, and I've made it from that. But it is just a beast. But I've started, so I feel like I've got to finish.
Yes.
But I wish
you hadn't started.
Bank holiday Monday, that's what I did, and I really wish.
Oh no! What a way to spend
I want
your
to make
bank
a denim
holiday.
patchwork sofa cover, you see.
Oh, lovely.
So I need to make a toile before
Yeah.
I buy all the denim and patchwork it all. But I'm just thinking. So then
Yes.
I decided, I can't do this. So I phoned a company and asked how much it was to make, and I thought, oh, maybe I will do it myself then.
Yeah, that's when you realise.
So
isn't
Tuesday
it?
morning, I was getting someone else to do it. Tuesday afternoon, I thought, I'm going to have to start again.
I'm doing it
it's
myself.
Not very easy.
No. Are you? Has it got an already got a throw on it that you can use as a pattern?
No.
Or,
No.
Okay, so you're going in straight
And I've
from.
watched loads of YouTubes, you know, like you do.
Yes. Oh, well.
It's just a bit old and battered, but it's very, very comfortable.
Yeah. Well, no, don't get rid of it then.
And I saw a picture of a denim patchwork sofa, and I thought, oh, I could just make a cover
do
for
that. Yeah.
It's only a case of measuring, it's not. So my
Well,
advice is never do it.
No, but with your fabric that you're using to do your toile with,
My black outlining.
your black outlining, are you sort of fitting it on the sofa and
Pinning it,
Pinning
right
it.
sides together, taking it off, sewing it, nightmare. Never going to do it again.
Gosh. Right, so now
Anyway.
we're getting on to the button stands.
Okay, so you've done the whole bodice.
So
you've
the
done
bodice
back,
is
the
together,
front.
the skirts
Right.
on, the skirts together. So you interface one side and sew the two together. Now, the way that I like to put on a facing, I attach from the back and then bring that piece over the front and turn it under and top stitch.
Okay.
I would rather do it that way. So in the book again, they've done it so
Okay, so
you
why do
attach
you do
right
it this
sides
way then?
together. But just because I know that that's a nice line, and I like top stitching. If you don't want to do top stitching, it's fine, but I quite like the little details of
Right,
top
okay.
stitching. But if you don't want to do that, and the way the book tells you to do it is right sides together, so you will sew that button stand on and then turn it all
Okay.
over. And then you've got a little hem there, and then you'll slip stitch that down so you
Right.
don't see it from the other side. So it's up to you the way that you want to do it.
Yes,
really,
yeah.
it's completely up to you. But that's just the way I like to do it. Where's my other one? Because I've not got the right one. There it is.
Yeah, it just depends, doesn't it? Do you want to do hand stitching or top stitching?
Yes, exactly. So, and I do like a bit of top stitching. So, I think it looks very nice.
Well, it does. It adds a little bit of detail,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
So. Let's get that on. And you've got all these marks on everything, all your notches and everything, and it also, make sure that you line everything up and hit those notches. So there's
Well, that's another thing with
waist one
dressmaking,
there.
isn't it? Is that again you think, oh, cutting, but it does save time.
It does. And with this as well, because you've got a seam around the waist, I don't know if anybody else would, but I would notice if one was slightly lower than the other.
yeah,
So
yeah.
if you match up your notches,
Right, then you can
exactly,
be sure it will
it should
fit.
all
Okay.
be. That's all I did. I marked them
Okay.
on, matched them up,
And then that's when it gave you that perfect finish.
yeah.
But it's the little details that takes your home sewing to that professional
Yeah.
look, isn't it?
Yeah, it does, definitely. So I won't put loads of pins in here, otherwise we'll be here all day.
So what's the best thing you've made this month? Well, not this
Oh,
month, it's September.
crikey.
recently?
Recently? Gosh, that's a very good question.
Is he still in wedding season?
Well, I am. I'm doing, because I make fabric flowers, bouquets. So I'm doing fabric bouquets at the moment.
Nice.
So there's a wedding in December, a few days before Christmas.
Oh, lovely. And they're having a whole fabric bouquet?
Yes, so she's having fabric bouquet, the bridesmaids, little flower girl, and then buttonholes for...
Wow, how nice.
Obviously.
What
and
a
then,
lovely thing.
Yeah,
Is
and
that
then
becoming
cake.
more popular at the moment then?
Well, I think it's again, that's personal taste, I think, isn't it? It's whatever you...
I think it's a great idea.
But I just think it's lovely because it's, you know, you can keep it.
True, and it must look gorgeous.
Can't you? You can, you know, that's yours to treasure,
yes,
isn't it? Yours,
you don't
yours
have to
to
dry
keep.
it or press it. It's just there.
Yeah.
What a lovely thing.
So yeah, so that's nice. So I pick that up. I put it down when I've got other stuff to do, and then I pick it back up again.
Oh, okay.
So I'm sort of I'm lost in flowers at the moment.
Nice, nice.
Yeah, they're sort of all over the place.
Oh,
but I really enjoyed making this.
Have you?
I think it's stunning. I think
it
it's
is.
so beautiful.
I think the fabric is a great choice.
Yeah.
Because it's not just your block plain fabric, it's got a bit of interest in it.
Yes.
But
yeah.
it does look beautiful.
And it's perfect for this pattern because of the weight of the fabric. So it's not, I don't mean it's a weighty fabric.
No, but it needs
and
that
it flows,
crispness,
but
I guess.
Yes, yeah. It's just got a nice weight about it, which lends itself so well to this.
But if it was too thick, it wouldn't drape properly.
No,
would it? So
no.
It is really lovely.
No,
and any of the fabrics that we've got here, in my little pile, they're all the same weight. So they're just different prints. So if you, depends, you know, whether you want red, grey, leopard print. Is that leopard or cheetah, maybe?
Oh, yeah.
Not
could
very
be
good at
cheetah.
animals,
No,
just
could
animals.
be cheetah.
And then we've got the black floor, which is a bit like your canal barge print, and then the grey one that Rebecca's using, and a red version as well. But remember, I'll go through them at the end, but they are also all available by the half metre. So if you like the look of one and think, oh, I only want a metre and a half or something else. Except for the leopard cheetah print is only available in the bundle. We haven't got that. All the others are available by the half metre, but this, the one that Rebecca's sewing with, this one, is only available in the 7 metre bundle. Animal print, that's what it's called. They obviously didn't know either.
They don't want to specify. So what I'll do is I'll just do a little bit on this one, because you need the button stand on in order to do the collar. So if I just do from the waist up, and then we can move on to the collar, because I think that's, you know, that's one of the bits.
I'll go back through the bundles and the book. Oh, we've been asked to show a picture. Who by? Oh, so Hayley, our manager, and Hayley and John are all, and Kate, who's our marketing manager, all in Belfast at the Quilt show, and there they all are. They've gone to visit Yvonne at the Quilt. What's it called? Is it called the Quilt Fair? And there they all are. They're just on a company jolly. I bet they haven't even gone there. They're probably still in the airport. But just to prove where they are, which is great because it means they're not watching. We can do what we like. We can discount fabrics, all sorts. They've obviously got off the plane, but they won't be watching. They'll be too busy going around the Quilt Fair. There they are on holiday.
Right, so just quickly press that over.
Right, so while you do that, I'll go through the bundle. So the book, £19.99 for this fantastic dressmaking book. It really is a Bible. It's got everything about all the techniques, all the tips. Half of the stock of this is already gone. So it's got all of the techniques, tips, materials, all the patterns with different variations for you to download, so you can have it in all different sides. The links are all in there. Now, if you want the fabric to go with the shirt dress, that Rebecca is making. Obviously, you need the book for the pattern. Now, the one that's in the sample that Rebecca's made that's on the stand is this beautiful grey floral print. You've got 7 metres. Now, this has got a special Ben discount on it, $49.99, 7 metres from the Deal Fairy. The silver cotton poplin, this is beautiful fabric. As Rebecca says, it's ideal for this shirt dress. It's a nice weight, but it's not too thick, so it drapes well. And it's got a lovely print on it. That's the grey cotton. Morning, I just watched Hayley and Gang. How do I watch Ben's Takeover? From Carol. Oh, well, that was it. Oh, so if you go onto the Sewing Street Instagram page, it's on the highlights there. It's really funny, especially as we get to see that he's been stalking John. Is the funniest bit at the end. It's called what? BTS. Behind the scenes. I was thinking, what does that stand for? That's how you get to watch Bun. It was really, really funny. So that's the grey one. If you want now that is also available by the half metre. Just go onto the sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. You can see that one by the half metre. Now the animal print one that Rebecca's working with, 7 metres. This is a Rose and Hubble fabric, beautiful quality, 7 metres. Remember, this is a special offer, 7 metres for $49.99. This one you can't get by the half metre. This is only available in the bundle. Special deal from the Deal Fairy. That's what we're going to call Ben. It's called while they're away at the Belfast Quilt Fair, Ben can do what he likes. He'll be fluttering deals all over the place. Love this one, beautiful. This is so summery. It's like I'm not sure we get this in Britain. Maybe a Mediterranean blue sky, sometimes.
Well, we haven't had a bad summer, have we? We can't complain.
I'm not sure you ever get the summer exactly that colour, but it is like sky blue, but very, very sunny sky blue, with white flowers with beautiful orangey yellow centres. Again, $49.99, and that one is available by the half metre cut to order. So if you need like 1.5 metres, just put 3 units in your basket and it'll be sent to you as a whole cut piece. Love the black one. Actually, do think this one's my favourite. It's really stand out. You've got these beautiful coloured flowers, reds, blues and yellows with the green leaves against the black background. It's lovely. It's such a crisp fabric. I mean, I think a little blouse in this would look really lovely. You could wear this kind of any time. And it's the sort of thing that when you make then, no one else will have the same thing. Well, unless they've actually bought the same pattern, the same fabric, which is unlikely. Then we've got this gorgeous red print again. So this is red and you've got the white flower and leaf print all over it. Again, $49.99 for 7 metres of a cotton poplin. I mean, it's similar to quilting weight. It's just a bit crisper and the threads are more closely woven, so it's a tighter weave, but it has got a beautiful drape to it and it's very soft. That's the red one. And then finally, we've got the grey version, like a slate grey, but it does have very, very soft. There we go. So, Rebecca, we've got 2 minutes left.
Right, okay. So I'm just doing the collar now. So you've got obviously your collar piece, and then you've got your collar stand, which is, if I talk about it on here, might be easier. So you've got your collar piece and your collar stand. So all I'm doing now is sandwiching the collar in between the 2 pieces of the collar stand. So that's all I'm doing there. I've just pinned it.
Right.
And then what I will do is turn that through and press it down, and then do a nice bit of top stitching round.
So when you do like a grandad collar, is that like just a collar stand?
That's just that. But probably not as profound. It would be cut down slightly for a grandad collar, so it wouldn't be as much as that.
As wide as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then what you're going to do is so you've put your button stand on. So I've top stitched mine, and then your collar will go over the button stand as well, and then all the way round, and then round to the other button stand on the other side, and then it'll just sit. Now I know some people might think that's a bit a bit scary, but it really isn't, because once you've sandwiched that in, you can see it's a collar piece, and it fits perfectly in that pattern. So
it's all worked out. So if you just follow it step by step, it's quite simple.
And it just fits it. It just fits in. And again, you can either turn it through and hand stitch down, or I did it the other way again and top stitch that bit there.
Well, that's beautiful. Thank you, Rebecca. That's fab. You've given some real
time
inspiration.
For show you the sleeves.
No. Sadly not.
Too much to show.
I know. But it's been brilliant, because you've really shown us, explained how the book works and all the different tips and techniques, but also how the fabric's flowing. It's beautiful fabric, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all in there. It's very easy.
Yeah, so all the instructions, and also
the sleeve
if you're
and
not
the cuff
sure,
is very easy.
You can use the book for extra info as well.
Yeah.
Fab, so we will see you back here in an hour with
indeed.
Sussex Seamstress.
Yes.
Lovely. That'll be exciting.
Can't wait.
Okay, I'll see you back. Well, so I'll be back in a couple of minutes with Suzie, who's got her brand new strips and stripes quilt. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7, when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery, and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, Browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals. And message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hey, welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour we've got Suzie back and she's got a brand new design. Hello Suzie. Oh, she's changed. She's the same person. But she has a new blouse. Lovely, very pink.
Very pink.
So before we run through the kits, tell me about your quilt design. Brand new today.
It is. So this really was inspired by a workroom tidy.
Okay.
Because I found a lot of strip rolls in my workroom that I'd forgotten I'd had. Okay. So I thought, okay, I want something really quick, really easy to put together that will also be useful. So it's not massive, and you do have lots of leftovers
50
from
by
your strip
48
roll.
inches.
Yeah, which is plenty for a lap quilt, great for a play quilt, but there's enough left over in your strip roll that if you wanted to extend it, you can.
Oh, okay.
So I made it this size, so it's doable in a day, easily.
Wow. Oh, well, that's good. So nice for a little workshop.
Absolutely. And if you're a beginner quilter, this is a fabulous introduction into quilting.
Okay.
Because it's not onerous. There's not huge amounts of seam matching. Literally the only seam matching is this bit here.
Right, so it's a good starting point and it's a good way of using a jelly roll, a design roll,
or your stash of leftovers, you know, just because we have a lot of 2.5 inch pieces leftovers.
And also it means you can buy like a design roll, but you can add to it then if you want to make it bigger.
And if you've got binding pieces left over, because I tend to overdo the length of binding I need.
Yes, so
I have a lot of binding lengths left over, which are always 2.5 inches wide. So this is a perfect way to use them up because you can mix and match your fabrics. And the other great thing is you don't have to be ordered about how you do it. You can really go to town and do that eclectic random, throw it in the air and just grab.
And don't even think about it. Okay.
So that's another great reason why it's a good beginner's quilt as well.
So the colour, well, we've got it in 2 different colourways. So the colourway that you've got behind you is the first one that we've got, which is Mary Ann's Gift. So in the kit you get full instructions, Susie's instructions for the strips and stripes quilt. There we go, $54.99. You've got full instructions, tell you exactly how to make it. All the details are in there. You get a whole Moda design roll, so you get 40 2.5 inch strips. Now these are all the fabrics that are behind Suzie. So we've got browns and blues and creams, it's real, and reds and yellows, and it's very traditional. It's your real sort of calm, traditional, will last forever colourway. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Homespun.
Homespun. You also get a metre. Is it a metre or is it half a metre?
It should be a metre, I think.
It's a metre.
Yeah.
In fact, I normally can pick them up and know the weight. It felt. I thought it was a metre.
It's a metre, which is generous.
And this is for use for all of the sashing.
sashing.
Now this is generous. So although the pattern says 50 by 48, which is the one that Susie's made, you can make bigger than that. So you get 1 metre of the brown, you get a whole Moda design roll, and you get the instructions. $54.99. $54.99. Amazing value for money. And you say £7? Yes, just looking at the so because of the cost of the instructions, so with all of that, you're making a saving of £7. So if you bought them all individually, if you bought the design roll, the metre of fabric and the instructions, it would cost you £7 more. So you are making a saving. Now it's also available in another colourway. So if you prefer something bright, zingy, this is the one that Suzie is going to be demonstrating with.
See, you forgot because I changed.
Yeah, I can't remember what her name was because she's such a different person now. Now this is using, now I haven't got that design roll here, but I have got it as a
yeah, it's exactly the
I've
same
got it as
the
a layer cake.
Yeah.
So it's the Tilda Little Beast. Now Susie's going to be demonstrating, so you'll see it. Now you will get a whole design roll. I've only been given the layer cake here because we are selling this separately. It's all rainbows. You've got rainbow blues and purples and turquoises, citrine. I mean, it is a real rainbow quilt, isn't it? So ideal for a children's or a play quilt or a picnic quilt. So you get your whole design roll in the Tilda Little Beast. You'll see what it all looks like while Susie's demonstrating it. And then you get 1 metre of this peacock green. So a whole metre of this. This is used for all the borders and the sashings and the bindings, but it's good to see open. That's the colour of it. So with these really beautiful bright fabrics, that's going to look amazing. And obviously you get the instructions as well to make it all, and you're saving £7. Finally, if you want just the instructions on their own, then we have got those for £9.99 if you want just the instructions because you want to make it yourself using fabrics from your own stash. Then there's the full instructions there. Right, so I have got some other design rolls, but let's get on to the quilt first.
Okay.
Because I want to see what this one looks like while it's being made.
I know, it's just
because it's so bright and colourful. I love this one.
Exactly. I mean, I'm a massive Tula Pink fan for the colours. As you can tell from my attire, I love colours. So your first and probably the worst bit about this pattern is to decide which pieces you're going to use.
Right, okay.
Because you don't use the whole jelly roll. You in fact only use 26 out of the 42 pieces. So you'll have a lot left over, which is great.
So just make it bigger.
Exactly. You can make it bigger or you can make yourself a bag.
True.
Same design.
Keep it in.
Make it a bag. So what you have to do first of all is divide your strips up into 4 groups of 5 because each block uses 5 strips.
Okay.
Then once you've made that horrendous decision, you then want to choose which 2 are going to go vertically and which 3 are going to go horizontally. Then your horizontal ones, you're going to strip piece. So what we mean by strip piecing is basically get the long sides and stitch them together with a 1/4 inch seam with the right sides together. And then I press all those seams open because we're now going to subcut this.
Right.
So you're going to do that with each of the groups of 4.
So why? Because it's always that thing, open or to one side. Why do you press open?
Well, because I'm now going to subcut.
Yeah.
Opening the seams means I've got the flattest surface possible.
So it's more accurate.
Absolutely. So the other thing that I always do with this is best press as I press.
Okay.
So always make it the best press you can. So give yourself the best shot at getting it accurate, because the more accurate you are, the better the quilt will look in the end. And the more you press as you go, the better it will look in the end.
So you've chosen 3 of the pinks from the range for that one.
Yeah, so what I do is group them all. So this is one group left. I'm just going to move this out of the way. And the other thing I would like to acquire off the shelf, which I forgot to take, was have we got the Stripology XL there? Actually, that one will do for now.
We've got that one.
That's okay. That one will do. It's fine.
Yes, I'm just
Any
taking it
of
off.
the Stripologies, as long as it's not the mini. It just makes it a lot easier
There we
with
go.
the stripology. Or the shape cut, any
I
of
have
those.
got there's a shape cut, the big one. Is that better?
Doesn't matter either.
Okay.
This one will do. So what I'm looking for is, I'm just going to use one of my seams as my straight line. Don't use your outer edge, because chances are, especially with a pinking edge, how on earth are you going to decide where your line is? So use one of your seams and get that straight. And we're going to subcut this into 6.5 inches. So I'm lining up my seam, trying to anyway. Making sure I've got fabric, and you want to try and leave as much fabric as you can to cut, so don't waste too much this end.
Okay.
Because we're going to use the other end in a minute. So let's subcut this. So we've got 6.5, 13. Now remember with, oh no, it won't apply to this one. Normally you add an inch and you've got it, but I can't with this one, so we're going to have to move it each time, which isn't great. So the bigger one is a better option, but doesn't matter, we can get round it. So let's cut all these. So you'll get 4 from each.
Oh, from each
you'll
joined
get
strip.
6, sorry, from each strip, which is what you need.
And this is a really nice, quick way of doing it. So like you say, if this is
Absolutely.
your first quilt, or you're thinking I've got to make a quilt quite quickly.
Yeah.
Nice
Yeah.
gift for somebody.
Yeah, I think this would make a really lovely gift as a play quilt for a new baby, a baptism present. Equally, for someone in a retirement home, or just a nice gift, because it's going to get cold soon. In fact, it was jolly chilly this morning. So I've cut my 6 that I need. And I'm saving this, and we'll come on to what that's for in a second.
Keep that bit on the end.
So with your 6, you then, with the other 2 from the set, the group that you've chosen, and as I divide mine up, I label everything so I know which group it's from. And then what you're going to do is cut the other strips into 6.5 inches as well. Now, because of the pinking edge, these aren't quite 6.5 inch squares. So if you want to, you can just trim these to your 6.5, find your midway, which is about there, and trim them down further if you wanted to. But after a while you'll get used to what gap to leave. I'll just do that one for speed.
Just to take those
Just
little pink edges
because
off.
Moda and Free Spirit and Riley Blake all work with these pinked edges for their strips. And it's like, well, do I go from the base? Do I go
I know,
from the
I've seen
top?
so many
And
discussions. Do you go from the inner pink or the outer pink?
And actually, when you measure it, they're all different anyway. So I always just start afresh. So what I'm now going to do is put my verticals on either side.
These fabrics are gorgeous, aren't they? Because you've got stripes.
I know, you've got stripes, you've got spots, you've got detail prints. It was a struggle to decide which to use, I have to be honest. So we're just going to sew one of those for now.
And there's one here with ladybirds all over it, the one on the top.
So this is a 1/4 inch seam I'm doing.
Okay.
And I'll sew one strip to one side and one to the other. And then in the pattern, I give you not a choice, but I suggest that you don't have to necessarily sew the same strip on each side, on the same side of the block. Mix it up if you want to.
Because that's the whole point. The beauty of this design is it's very random.
And the more random it is, I think the better the overall look.
Yeah.
But equally, I think if you organised it, it would look amazing.
Well, I guess with this one you are to an extent, because you're putting all the pink ones together.
Absolutely. So this time I'm going to press my seam out towards the strip I've just added.
Okay.
So I'm going to set my seam first.
So why
and
are you
then
doing
press away.
that way this time?
Because I haven't got any seam matching to do, so it just makes a nice smooth finish to that block there. And it's quick. If I'm truly honest, it's quick.
You say no,
But
there's a really
also,
technical reason.
when you
for
look
this.
at the back, you see you've got all these seams in the middle. If I start pressing this open, or it certainly
Yeah.
doesn't want to press that way, but pressing it out like that
It's happy.
actually lies flat.
Okay.
So look at your fabric, let your fabric talk to you. Now you see, that's really written me off as a complete nutcase, hasn't it? Which we know I am.
No,
anyway.
it is an advert, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Can't remember what is it. Let you something do the talking.
Yeah.
I can't remember what it is.
Oh, I don't
Is
know.
it a bank?
I can't. Now you said that, you see, that's now I can't. I'm going to have to think of that one. I'm just going to put that there for a minute. Sorry. So I've got my. This is pretty much my block, and you're going to repeat that with all the others. So
Okay.
let me grab those.
So that's really simple. So
That is how
you can
difficult
either
the
like,
block
right, I'm
is.
going to make it all in a weekend.
Yeah,
Or you could just make a few blocks at a time.
absolutely you can. Yeah, it's
I
entirely
love
up
that
to you.
that colourway you've got there. It's like a citrine, isn't it?
Yeah. So then the rows are just an eclectic mix of each of the different colour blocks. So
And when you did the traditional colourway
Yeah.
behind you, that's just, you haven't done that in colours, have you? You've just
no,
completely
because
mixed.
it was a complete autumnal mix. So what I made sure I did with that is in each group I had one of each colour. So there was a navy, there was a
okay.
brown, there was
Yes.
a cream, there was a
Yeah.
yellow, or all the hues married in together somehow. But I also made sure I didn't have the same print in a different
Right,
colour. So if I had
right.
if I had a paisley and a gingham, a spot and a
Yes, so it
floral,
really is very-
So it was very mixed
So there's a
within.
way of being random,
Yeah.
but planned.
Yeah,
Okay.
and we like planned random.
No, I do. I can't do
Yes,
random.
I was going to
random.
say Susie doesn't do
No,
random.
I absolutely just. I've tried.
The only way I can do
Planned
random is to grab it all, throw it in the air, shut my eyes and pick.
No, still,
and
still,
then
I'd still put one
not
back.
be really, really good about not moving
Yeah,
anything.
no, I would still put
Yeah.
one back. I'm not
But
very good at that.
I have to grit my teeth and just not look at it. So your blocks, you can organise however you want. They
Okay.
can be in
So you,
set
you
order.
so you could do.
You
yeah.
can do them all
I
in
think I'd-
the
yeah.
same. I'm going to keep, for this quilt, I want them in columns of
Okay,
colour.
right.
I've decided I'm not
Okay.
going to have the eclectic mix.
No.
I'm going to go for columns of colour. But I have reversed my stripes, and because some of the prints are directional, I'm not going to be reversing my blocks.
Oh, okay.
So I am going to be, it's going to look a little bit random, but not completely.
Yeah, this is not a random quilt at all.
This is
now.
not going to be random.
Not in
this
the
one I have.
slightest.
This one I have planned. So your sashing strips you're going to cut up from your plain, and then what you do is you want a sashing strip at the either end and then in between each one.
Okay.
So this is where you can start chain piecing. You can clip these to hold them if you want to. What I tend to do if I'm chain piecing lots is throw a clip on the floor, is put a clip on the side that I'm stitching,
Okay. Just so
because
that you
then
remember.
I know what I'm stitching. So we'll put one on there, then I'll know that's going on there. Actually, if I do it all on their left side, that would make more sense. And then I can just whiz these through each time. So this really is a good quilt. And the other thing I thought was, being the size it is, if you eau-de-coat your backing fabric before you use it,
Yes, or used a PVC.
or use a PVC, then you can make it into a picnic
Yeah.
blanket as well, which is really cool. Or a blanket for the garden, because I like, if you're taking Lego or other toys outside,
Yeah, no,
then
that's
it's
quite nice. But
to
you could
have
put your
that.
so you could brush eau-de-coat on the back, or use a
Yeah,
PVC.
yep. PU, any of those would be really good. But there's enough of your your strip roll left that you could strip piece that and use that as part of your backing.
Oh,
So
of
you
course,
could make
yes.
it two-sided.
Yes, yes. So you could either make it bigger.
Yeah, or do extra blocks to go on the back.
Yeah.
And then just add in plain.
But also, it's quite nice if you are starting out, then you can
Yep.
see about time, can't you? So you think, well, I'm going to make it this size.
Yep.
But, I've got a bit more time, I'll make another row. And you
Yep.
could just keep adding another row until you've run out. Or add some of your own, because it would work really well if you popped a few plains in from your own stash in the similar
Absolutely.
colourway.
Yeah. Or you might want to make cushions to coordinate.
But if you're making like a picnic rug, or if it was going to be
Yep.
for like a gift, you can make it a little tote bag to fold it up and
Yep,
keep it in.
and if you use your Insulbrite or insulated wadding, then you could make the picnic insulated tote to go with it, couldn't you?
Yeah, that's true.
See, we've sorted all your gifts
We
out.
sorted, that's it. Now Christmas
Yeah.
is done.
Yeah, sorted. So I'm just going to stitch these now together. Where are we? Let's get them all in the right order again. So we've got that one to that one.
And
that
all
one
of
to
this
that
is in the
one.
instructions. So if you want the instructions on their
Yeah.
own, they are there £9.99. And all of this that Susie's telling you, you don't need to remember any of it.
No.
All of the measurements and everything is in the instructions too. So it
Yeah.
tells you exactly what you need. And what you need of wadding and backing. So you need 52 by 50 inch fabric for backing and 52 by 50 for the wadding. But there are full colour photos inside of everything you need. So if you want just the instructions on their own, that's £9.99.
And I think it'd be quite fun to use variegated threads to do your quilting.
Yeah.
With
But it's a
as well.
small thing, so you can
Yeah.
quilt this yourself.
You can quilt it yourself, and you don't. If you're new to the whole quilting process, you haven't got to do fancy free motion stitching. If you don't want to, you can just stitch in the ditch, or you can follow the lines and just do straight line quilting. It's entirely,
Yeah.
it's one of those learn or comfort jobs, or make it a really quick piece if you want to.
Well,
So
it's
we're
also a good
almost
one. So
there.
if you wanted to experiment with free motion, it's not too big.
No.
That if you think, I actually don't really like doing this,
Yeah.
you could just do one block, but it's something that you can have a go on.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm terrified of free motion quilting. Well, like you, I'm not good at doing random. So
No.
free motion is like, whoa, hang on a minute.
I have done it, and I was trying to fill an area quite densely with sort of bubbles.
Yeah.
And I did do it, but I think I spent the whole time with my tongue sticking out.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm barely
What
breathing.
happened there? Oh, we ran out of bobbin. That's what happened there. Let's see what's going on here. Oh, normally I've got a spare.
I'll get you a spare. There's bound to be one.
Have you got one? If not, I can just trundle on. There was one in the other machine. Oh, down here. Hang on.
Here
we go.
Have you got one there?
Oh, I have.
Okay.
Indeed. Yeah. We're good.
There's always a machine with the bobbin
I
in.
was going to say, and I'm sure I wound one. You know what I've done? I've probably left it in the green room. There you go. We're back in business. Right, let's do that seam again, because that won't work if you don't have thread.
Yeah, it's handy.
It does help, doesn't it?
What sort of thread do you use?
I tend to use Metla or Orifil. Those are my go-tos.
Yeah, well, I worked out because Orifil, you always think, gosh, well, I'll save that for my special projects.
No.
But actually, by a metre,
Yeah.
it's the same price, if not cheaper.
But also,
Because it's
I
big
have.
spools.
Yeah. It's my machine, my sewing machine. This doesn't respond very well to some
Does
of the
it
cheaper
not?
threads. It's a bit of a snob when it comes to threads. I don't know why.
In what way? It breaks?
It keeps breaking.
Oh, okay.
Or it just doesn't stitch as smoothly.
Yeah, no, that is true. I mean, that's why I do save my Orifil for my special
Yeah.
projects, because, although I don't know why, because if you work it out per metre, because the spools are so big,
exactly.
it isn't expensive. But I think because the spools are so big, I always felt it was, but actually I do find if I use Orifil, I don't get the bubbles.
Yeah, no, and the same with Metla. I love And it's the colour options as well you get
that's
with
true.
those brands. They have amazing colour options. And varieties as well. So when you're doing EPP, you don't want cotton thread, you want polyester, then
that's true.
you know, you've got that option. So then we're going to press. Now this time I'm pressing towards those sashing pieces on this occasion.
Okay.
So I'm just pressing in, which is a bit fiddly because obviously they're not very big. But again, if you wanted to increase the size of this, increase the width of your sashing.
Yeah.
So I've chosen to use very small sashing width for this.
But so
but
if you want to make it bigger,
make it bigger. Yeah. You will have to eat into your strip leftovers for the cornerstones for the sashing, or just don't put the cornerstones in. So that's the other option. If you are totally new to it, instead of doing the cornerstones on the sashing, just do it as strips.
Okay,
strips.
just longer strips.
So there we go, we have done a row.
Wow, that's fantastic. Look at the colours on that.
Looks awesome, doesn't it?
It is awesome.
It's almost like a dress to match. You never know.
I love that. You could make that into a dress.
Yeah, absolutely. Or a jacket. How cool would that be as a jacket?
Amazing.
Would be good, wouldn't it?
I always think, because I really want to make a patchwork jacket. It's either Tilda or it's Tula. One of the two.
Oh, you see, I'm going Cave.
Okay, yeah, true.
And then Liberty.
But we had some lovely Tilda that was all in the teals, and I love their teal colourways, and I was very tempted. But that's beautiful, isn't it?
It is.
And I do like that. What is it called? Peacock.
Yeah, the peacock.
The peacock works really well with it.
It does. Yeah, I have to say I spent a long time with the colour chart.
Okay.
Colour
matching. Because it's dark enough but bright enough.
Well, I wanted something that didn't disappear but didn't take over.
Yeah.
And I think it works
really well. No, it does work really well.
Yeah. So these leftovers at the end of that strip piecing, this is where your cornerstones come from. If you want to. If you don't want to, then it doesn't matter. You can use strip rolls or whatever you've got left over. But what you want to do is cut these down into 1.5 inch squares. So the way I did it, you can do it with a ruler, but as we've got this in front of us, let's use this. So remember that created grids conveniently mark 1.5 inches with their star, so I can go up on that way, and then I can turn it round, line it back up. So yeah, the number of times I line this up on the cutting mat, and because I've concentrated so far on getting this lined, I forget that I've got to put my blade in this end, and I'm sort of, well, that's crazy, isn't it? It's not going to work. So I'm going to do the first one at 1.5, and then I'm going to go in at 2.5 here. 2.5 plus 1.5, I make 4. And then I'm going to go at 4.5, and the next one will be 6. So I've immediately got 3 cornerstones.
Perfect, so you're not wasting those.
This is all I have wasted from that strip piecing.
Marvellous, that's very good.
This would go in my bag.
Yeah,
of
you
stuffing.
sure you could stitch that on the back somewhere?
Oh no, I use that for stuffing things.
Right. So I'm going to send all mine to you.
I don't, because I have a massive sack at the moment. So you're going to get a mixture of those, which is what I wanted. You may not, you may want them all the same, in which case use your strip rolls from it as well. And they're what I stitch onto the longer horizontal sashing pieces.
Yes, okay. So you join those on.
So those you're going to stitch.
Okay, and all the measurements are in the instructions,
Absolutely.
so you don't have to worry about, how do I work that out? It's all in there.
Yeah, I don't leave anything to chance, hopefully. If you do find anything, please let me know, because I will adjust accordingly. Oh, that was lucky. Look at that, straight in. And again, 1/4 inch seam, and you're just going to sew these. Now, when you press these, you're going to press these towards the cornerstone, because then it's the opposite press to this one.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So when you join it up.
Sorry, you're going to press it towards the sashing. Always press towards the sashing, because then they'll nest
Right, okay,
nestle
yes, that
nicely.
makes sense.
Does that make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
it does, because I remember you
Good.
pressing the other one the other way,
Yeah.
so it will all fit
So-
better.
How are we doing? Oh, we've got loads of time.
No,
haven't
you've
we?
got plenty of time.
We're whizzing through.
I
I
know,
told you
well,
it's a quick quilt.
Well, I know, but we ran over a bit the first one, so like,
right,
I've got to
okay,
go
we've made up,
But
haven't
it's
we?
good.
So yes, let's randomly put this together. So I'm just going to, and the other, with the cornerstones, once I've got my pile of all different colours, I randomly put these in so that I didn't get,
Right.
I didn't even look at what I was doing there. I know, that, can you imagine?
What if you'd had two next to each other which were the same?
I tell you what, I had to have a very, very good gin and tonic at the end of this one.
Very stern word with yourself.
Yeah, I did have to go and lie in a darkened room at the end of it. It's funny, isn't it, how you... That's the science head in me.
Well, I think that's it. I'm just not. I'm not very good at that.
No, nor
I
am
need to. Yeah, planned random. Planned them.
Yeah.
That's Ben's word.
One way of sorting it though is find an area, even if it's outside, just put an old sheet down on the grass and make sure your dog, in our case, is in the house. But then you can arrange them
right,
and view them from stand on something safe and view it from above. That's the easiest way to lay out something. If there isn't a set design and you're trying to be random or a set way, then that's a good way of doing it. So I'm trying to get one of each of these in here, but in a random order so that they don't follow necessarily the quilt. And again, you're going to have a cornerstone at either end. So obviously you're going to have 4 of the horizontal sashing. Whoops. They were neatly stacked. How many have I got now? 3.
But you can see how well it goes with all of the different prints. It looks good with the green, it looks good with the pinks.
Exactly, yeah.
You'll have a whole quilt done by 11 o'clock.
Oh, that's brilliant. There you go, that's another Christmas present sorted.
Yeah, another one sorted, yeah. And in the last hour we had the dressmaking book that had the blouse pattern in that you can use with the Liberty fabric that we were talking about. I went, oh, that's perfect.
I know, see, we're on a roll today. We're on it. That one's not big enough. Let me do this one. I'm just going to cut myself from the purple. So I'd cut the purple down but not subcut it. So let's do that. So we can do this quite quickly. Making sure your fingers are out of the way, unless you want to give yourself a manicure at the same time. Don't recommend it. But I mean, I used my, I think it was the shape cut I used actually to cut this. And I'm going to go this end. Look, or am I going to keep it? No, yeah. I use, and you cut the pieces so quickly. And because it's strip pieced, most of it, it is quick because you're just sewing a long edge.
Okay.
Which isn't, you don't have to concentrate too much, do you?
That's true.
Not that I'm saying you shouldn't concentrate when you're sewing, but it
Yeah,
does,
but it's a bit simpler, isn't it, for the cutting if you can just do it that way.
It does make it a lot easier, doesn't it? Let's do that one.
So do you make all your long strips in advance?
Yeah, so I did all the long piecing and everything I could that then needed pressing, I sewed together, stitched together. So all my strip piecing was done.
Okay.
I then pressed all of that. Then I subcut everything. Then I did another load of stitching, and then I pressed all of those, and then I would go and start on this. So there's my horizontal
Perfect.
sashing. So all of this I'm now going to press towards the sashing rather than...
And then it'll be the opposite way.
So it's the opposite way round to the one we did before for the verticals, which just means it nestles nicely. That, or just press everything open. It's your choice. But it's your choice to do whatever you like. There are no quilt police.
Yet.
Don't. Gosh.
You never know.
I would have a massive fine if I was just.
You'd have to become an
inspected.
underground quilter.
I would. Closet
Yeah.
quilter.
Black market
Trouble is,
quilting.
my workroom has got an enormous window at one end, so
Oh.
the entire street watches me every day.
Oh, really? Do
Yeah.
they?
Yeah. And because I usually hang something in the window, so at the moment there's a Liberty tulip panel hanging that I made. I get people walking by taking photos. It's really weird. And I'm stood there.
That's
It's
really
cool.
weird.
So during lockdown, I did a theme each month, and people used to come past on their walks that they were allowed to do to see the theme. It was very good. Kept everybody amused. I told you I am completely balmy.
No.
It's all right. I go in. They do lock me away each night. I'm fine. So when you come to put these in place, you're going to have one at the top, one at either side of each row. So we might as well put this one here. So you'll see what we mean about the nesting seams. Because we've pressed them in opposite direction, they go together really nicely. And this is the only bit that you are going to have to make sure matches. So this is where your clips, pins, whichever you prefer, come in perfectly. So I go along and I make sure all of these nestle.
Because you've pressed the seams.
Because I've pressed my seams. And then I'll move it in between. So that's that one. And then I usually put one just to hold the midpoint here.
So I guess although by doing the cornerstones you've got to match it as you go along, it's
Yeah.
easier than sewing the great long strip on, isn't it? Where you've got to then try and
Absolutely.
get it evenly
Yeah.
spaced.
Yeah.
And it is nice though, I like the little corner. And do you know what, if the seams don't match, well there we are.
It doesn't matter because remember quilts are just tossed about, aren't they?
Well, I always
they're
think
not-
by the time you quilted it and put it in the washing machine and it shrunk a little bit, you don't really notice seams not matching, do you?
No, and you know, you put it on your lap. Do you actually sit there and smooth it
No.
out so everything's perfect?
Not unless
I
it's
don't.
somebody else's. No, I wouldn't anyway.
If I'm cold and want a quilt on me, the quilt goes on my lap quick. I'm just going to change that one because I've pressed that one the wrong way.
You see, maybe if you've got enough quilts, you won't actually have to turn the heating on until maybe November.
Yeah, see, that's a good option, isn't it? See, that's why I think everybody should be quilting.
But then you could, yeah. And I listened to this thing yesterday about how you've got to turn your boiler flow down. I listened to it very carefully. I've got to turn down to number 3.
Okay.
Apparently. But it only works if you've got a combi boiler. Luckily, I do.
Yeah,
But they
I think we have,
explained
actually.
very seriously how to do
Oh, did
it.
they?
Number 3.
Well, I think I view this year's winter as a great opportunity to actually wear all of those hundreds, and I'm not joking, of jumpers that I have in my drawer.
Yes, and all the thick jumpers as well.
Yeah. And
You know, it's going to be it's going to be a
20
warm winter, isn't it?
Just
you know?
do 20 star jumps or
Yeah,
fling your arms
it is-
around for 10
It
minutes
is going to be a
and you'll
warm
be
winter,
warm.
I bet.
Yeah, well, hope so. Although they're now saying that because there's lots of berries and the harvest is early and that means that it's going to be a hard winter. And I'm thinking, does it though?
Does it?
All it means is
So-
I'm making jam at such a ridiculous rate, and we don't even eat much
Really?
jam. We go through about 2 pots a year.
I'm rubbish at making jam,
and I
so I
made
never
11
bother.
pots of jam at the weekend.
Why
and I've
do
got
you
another.
make it?
Because what else do you do with the fruit when your freezer is stuffed full?
Oh, nothing.
There is a limit to how many crumbles I can make. as
Just
well.
nothing.
No, it can't go to waste.
So, well, I hope you get. Where did you give the jam to?
Presents, I give them away.
Okay, well that's
Yeah,
all right then.
They're always presents. There's always someone who wants some jam.
I'll always have jam. I love
all right,
jam.
I'll bring you some
Yeah,
in next
bring me
time.
some. I'm just not very good at making it. I've tried. And it never sets.
Yeah, I made loads of plum jam at the
That's
weekend.
good. I like that because I threw out about 4 jars of jam yesterday. Some of them were 8 years old. So
Why had they gone? Oh, what's going on with this now?
I'd obviously forgotten they were there. I
Oh,
love
have they gone-
this fabric bundle you got because a lot of them have got you've got ladybirds on
Yeah.
it on all different colours as well. I'm just going through
Exactly. And I
the
actually-
layer cake.
I actually think that the Tula bundle is an all-age bundle
Yeah,
as
it
well.
is. Yeah, it's not
It's
children's.
not children's, it's an all-age. It's great for teenagers. So if you've got somebody who's about to head off to uni,
Yeah, true. Oh, that
this
looked
would
lovely
be
on
an
their bed.
amazing gift. You know, bon voyage gift that will keep them warm
I know. Well, when mine went off to uni, I bought them like a fleecy blanket, and they loved that. They'd sit on the end of the bed, or somebody would come in their room when they were in hall in the
and
first
they just
year.
cuddle up to it, don't they?
So a quilt, what a lovely present.
Yeah.
But if you've got loads of fabric in your stash, then you can buy just the instructions. We've also got 2 other Moda design rolls as well. So can we do this one, then? 30s Playtime. So again, if you want just a Moda design, this is a lovely one. This is very bright primaries. You've got reds, blues, yellows, floral. Really, really pretty, this one, if you want another, because obviously, and then for plain fabric, you can choose anything you like with this. You could go for blue or red, or even like a grey would look nice with that, because it would really frame them. So £47.99 if you want just that design roll. And then there's another one, if you're thinking you want a bit, you want it prettier. This one is called Stitched. So we've got really lovely pastel turquoises, coral, buttercup, apple greens, white, and then it goes into a few of the the mochas as well. So that's a really pretty one. Really lovely colours. In fact, if you look at that, you can see what it looks like. So again, I would probably choose for the, I would choose one of these colours for the sashing. Maybe this coral colour would be really nice. But obviously you'll need the instructions as well. But this is why the kit is such good value, because you're getting the design roll. So if we go through the traditional one, the one that Susie's got hung up behind her. So in this one, you get the Mary Ann's Gift design roll. And in here, you've got beautiful, these really sort of classic quilting colours. Browns and creams, reds, blues. There's even a little bit of plum and mustard in here. And you get 1 metre of the brown fabric that's used for all the sashings. Message. I'm loving the Liberty fabrics and this pattern. I made my son a quilt for uni last year out of Tim Holtz fabric. Instant splash of colour in a bare room from Kath in Greater Manchester. What a great idea. Yeah, son Tim Holtz, lovely. And it is, isn't it? And I don't think even when they go off to uni, I don't think they even mind, oh, mum's made me a quilt. I think it's just what a lovely thing, isn't it? And then they keep it there.
And by the November, they'll be going, oh, I'm so glad I've got this quilt.
I love this quilt. I love this quilt.
Cool.
Yeah. And there's so many different, fabrics and colours you can use. So if you want something really simple, if you've not made a quilt before, this is a really good start for you. Oh, and in this bundle as well, obviously you get the instructions. Remember, you say £7. So by buying the design roll, 1 metre fabric and the instructions, if you bought them all individually, they would cost £7 more. So that's that one. But if you want to make the one that Susie's making, this really bright Tula pink one, I haven't got the design roll here, but this is the layer cake version. So you will get a design roll with all of those fabrics in, all of these brights, stripes and spots and ladybirds. You also get 1 metre of this peacock. It's like a jade colour. And you get the instructions, £54.99. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, so you've sewn the long.
So I've sewn
the long
my horizontal
strip.
sash in. Actually, I mean, I say horizontal. You can turn this whichever way you like. It doesn't
horizontal
matter.
for now.
Yeah, horizontal for now. So you'd repeat that between each row.
Yes.
And top and bottom. Then you come on to your border.
Okay.
Now I could have made that a plain border.
You could have.
But why,
no.
if we've got loads of strips? I don't want loads of strips left over all the time, because I'll have to keep designing new ones. So I chose 6 more strips and stitched them long sides together, right sides together. And guess what? I chose a rainbow.
So did you pick those? Did you keep those apart to specifically use? Because there is the spots and the stripes come in every colour of the rainbow.
What I did, I mean, conveniently the strip roll comes in colourways, and I just looked at it and thought rainbow immediately. So I did instantly grab these 6 and then looked at what was left and subdivided it. But this then gives me great border, really bright border. So Again, I've pressed the seams open. I'm just going to press that end again because it's got a bit squished in the car.
What I quite like about that fabric as well, that all the spots are in different colours.
Yes. Yeah, then...
And the same with the stripes, so you've got like blue...
A good eclectic mix, isn't it?
They're not white spots.
No, you've got greens, you've got all the colours that are there for everything else appearing somewhere. So again, choose one seam line to line this up with. Don't try and line every seam line because you'll be there forever. And then this I'm going to subcut. It's already at 12.5, so I'm going to subcut this into 2.5, which is the border width I chose.
Okay.
So I'll just cut a couple.
And then you'll have it all in the same order each time.
Exactly, and with Creator Grids you just follow the black squares. You don't even have to think about the maths.
Black for half.
Yeah, so you can do this. Just watch the seams. Ugh, see, I don't press hard enough. Have I done that all the way along? I have. Let's just double that. It's because I haven't had my breakfast, so I haven't got the strength yet. Had a fab cup of tea, but that's it.
No, it's a bit late for breakfast now. You're on to brunch.
Yeah,
it's kind of donut time now, really. You've missed breakfast.
I tend to just have brunch anyway. It's easier. Okay, so with the border, once you've got all these, all you're then going to do is stitch them short sides together to make your lengths. Now you actually need 4 per side if you want to do it so that it's a continuous pattern, but you're going to remove some and some trim. So if you look at this one, I've started and it repeats, but when you get to the end, obviously it's not a full one.
Okay.
So you take off what you don't need, and then you start the next one at what would have been the next colourway.
Oh, okay, if you wanted to go around.
And it doesn't notice that they're shorter.
Right.
So I just carry on stitching these together in that order. But you can do them however you want, but that's how I put the border together.
And that will look lovely, having the rainbow border around the rest of it, because the rest of it is quite
It's going to be an extremely bright quilt.
It will.
This is definitely going in my workroom, because I do get cold, so even when I've stood up sewing...
You could hang this one in the window.
I could hang this in the window.
Do you hang them right sides out then, so people can see?
I do. Yes.
I think I'd have net curtains, stop them looking in. In fact, because my
I can't have
my
net
window's
curtains.
in the front of the house, and I've got a bay window where I sew. So as soon as it gets slightly dark, I pull the blinds. Otherwise, some of my neighbours go, "Oh, I saw you sewing there yesterday." And I think,
I get comments like that.
I don't want
Or I get, I like the top you were wearing, or what were you
Really?
doing there? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah.
I think you've got.
I have got weird neighbours.
You've got stalkers in your street.
Yeah,
I like the top you're wearing. Did you not say, were you looking a bit closely?
Well, no. I mean, the window's massive.
Yeah. Are you right on the
huge.
street then?
Not right. It's not a very busy street, but it's a thoroughfare for a school run.
Oh, okay.
So you get and dog walkers, because there's a park either end of us.
Okay.
So you get dog walkers walking through it, and most of them I know. So
You
they
said,
wave
like
as they
the
walk
top you were
past.
wearing. You said I wasn't.
Yeah. It's the day they walk past and you're in your pyjamas or something.
You said that was my pyjamas, actually.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I love that.
That
and I think because the
really
spots
cool.
aren't white, it looks like the colour's flowing more as well, doesn't
yeah,
it?
it gives it more definition. So this, if we imagine that I've put all my quilt together, this then would go on here, and what's even better is there's no seam matching.
Fantastic.
So it's, although the border looks really fussy and it's going to be a nightmare, you don't get seam matching to do. So once that's stitched on there, that
I mean,
would
you
really
could
bring
just
it
put
together.
strips round there, couldn't you?
You could, absolutely. You could just put your strips end to end, or subcut your strips if you wanted to. You could use the leftover strips for binding, join them together and use them for binding, so you're carrying on the theme. So you could use your entire strip roll for the quilt in one way or another. whether you extend it.
So how much bigger, if you didn't use it for the bordering,
So
you just
yeah, I was
used
just
it for
trying
knit?
to do the mental maths on that while
How many-
I was stitching. So you use at least 26. You might have to use one more depending on how well you've sewn your strips to get your cornerstones. So that still leaves you with 12 leftovers. Is that right? If I don't know, 16 leftovers. So if you need 5 for a set, that means you could get 3 more sets and have 1 strip left over.
Okay.
3 more sets would mean you could get at least 3 more rows. So you could make it very big.
So you could make it single bed size then, really?
You could. Or
that's quite good, isn't it?
That would give you enough to do at least this section on the back.
Yeah. But if you wanted to do a single bed quilt,
you could.
You might need to add some extra in for the border possibly, but it would be a single bed quilt for $54.99.
Yeah. And with whichever option you go for, to be fair, whichever of the 4 strip rolls you've got on the show that you use, you'll have a plain somewhere that will work with it. Because cream, white, as you said, grey.
Well, yeah, with this one you could use any colour with that one, couldn't you? I mean, and grey is a lovely border colour because it's not
I mean, I've always got a
black.
stash of grey because it's a good all-rounder. So that's, I think, it is a really versatile pattern. What I've written is your basics, but you can extend it, change it to fit your needs.
Yeah, so you can think, well, I'll add more and just work it out.
But for me, what really ticked the box and the one that I set out to tick was it uses a strip roll up.
Yeah, because I have a few.
Do you?
Yes. Well, only 3 actually. Is
only
that less
3?
than you?
Oof, yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah, add a 0
and
on
I
and you're
actually
getting there.
haven't broken into them.
I've got 2 that are still sealed.
Yeah, because I feel until I know what I'm doing with it, I'm not going to touch it.
Well, you see, I know what I'm doing. I also have a book with a list of everything that I have in my workroom now and what I've got to do and what I'm going to make with it.
Oh, okay.
So I now have a project
Oh, no, I have
list.
no idea. It's just that I did break into one once.
Time.
Which is great because I have used it then for buying loads. And once you've broken into it, it's great because you've got it for binding and I've used it for sashing.
Yeah.
But the others, they are cling filmed up, waiting for a project.
But I mean, strip rolls are great for handles on bags.
Well, that's what I've used, the one that
size.
I've broken into, and I've used it for a plique. It was a Cafe one, and all different sorts. But this is your single bed quilt.
Absolutely, yeah.
And if you work it all out, if you need it to be a bit bigger, add a bit other ones because you always have some
just
from your stash.
widen your sashing. There's lots
and then you've got
of
the
ways
instructions.
you can extend, for anything. And as you said, if you do 4 of these twice, you've got a bag front, bag back. So you've got a big tote bag ready to go.
Yes, that's true. To put it in.
Yeah, to put it in, or just to use, whatever. So yeah, it's a really fun way to do it. So,
brilliant.
Cool.
I'll just go through the kits one more time. So I will see you back here in an hour and we're going to do creative grids.
Yeah, I mean that's another whistle stop.
Yes, it is. It's going to be Susie's masterclass on creative grids, which will be fab. So if you've not used them, if you're thinking about buying one, if you're not really sure, or if you just want to save some time with your quilting, come back in an hour and we will talk about those.
Yes.
I'm just going to run through the kits one more time. So if you want to get the kit, the one that's hanging behind Suzie, the more traditional coloured one, in the kit you get saving £7. So this is enough, we've worked out now, to make a single bed size quilt, or you could make this little lap quilt and make other matching things, use some for the back. But the whole fabric is enough to make a single bed. You get the whole design roll of these Moda traditional fabrics. Lovely. $54.99, and that is a £7 saving. You get a metre of the brown fabric that's used for all the sashing and the board and the horizontal and the vertical sashing. My words out. And obviously you get the full instructions too. This is Susie's brand new design. Kit number 2, if you want to make the bright coloured tuna pink one, again you'll get a design roll, but it will be in the, it won't be a layer cake, but I haven't got that here, but it will be in all of these gorgeous bright blues and spots and little prints. I love the stripes actually, they look like these really cool shirts.
Yeah.
But this will be a design roll of it. You get a metre of this peacock, it's called, but it's like a jadey green fabric. And you get the instructions. So that's the Tula Pink Tiny Beasts design roll quilt kit for the strips and stripes quilt. $54.99. If you want just the instructions on their own, $9.99, and then you can use your own stash. So again, if you've got a design roll like I have, don't know what to do with it, or if you've just got loads of fabric, because you don't have to use a design roll, you just need 2.5-inch strips. Because those are then sub-cut, really you don't need full lengths, you can just have the shorter lengths and then you join it all together. If you would like, so if you've got the instructions, you think, oh, I would like a design roll. Here's a gorgeous one, love this Moda one. This is called Stitched. This is really pretty and summery. It's very floral, and it's that lovely palette of turquoises and corals and primrose yellow, apple green, and then you've got some whites and some mochas on the end. So that's really, really pretty. Again, you could use any plain colour for the sashing with. I mean, the mocha colour would be really nice, or this coral, that would quite stand out with it. If you want something much brighter, fun, this is called 30s Playtime, because it really is those 30 colours of that like really buttercup yellow. You've got mauves, greens, pinks, reds, blues, light blue, dark blue. You've got florals. That's gorgeous. $47.99, that's just that one there. Okay, so I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. Now, Rebecca's going to be back. We have got quite a few Sussex Seamstress patterns. We know you love them. We've brought back some of your favourites. Rebecca's going to demonstrate how to make the skirt and talk to some others. So if you've got any of the Sussex Seamstress patterns, Rebecca's made loads of them in the past. You want any help with them? If you've got any questions, do email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. and or on the Facebook page, and you can get into touch with us that way. It will be a great hour because they are all beautiful. Well, you can see I have my Sussex Seamstress dress on. This is the Hove one, love it, because Adele made it for me last time, so I've saved it specially. But if you want to have a go at making some of those, this is great for you, and you'll pick up lots of tips as well, and we've got all of the patterns for sale. So I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this is, again, we've got a dressmaking hour, which is brilliant. We've got Rebecca back with us, and this is all about the Sussex Seamstress patterns. Now, you've made quite a few of these for us.
I love Jane's patterns.
So why do, well, I do. This is my Sussex Seamstress dress. And she gave me one of her patterns last time she was in. They are gorgeous. So why do you love them?
Well, I just think they're well thought out patterns. I love, and the quality of the paper that they're printed on
that's true.
is a really big thing.
Yes.
Because you can use them over and over again.
Yes.
They are really good in that way. And yeah, I just think she's got a good eye for design.
Yeah, I think she's got a good eye for what suits people.
Yeah,
without
definitely.
it being too fussy as well.
Yeah.
Without too many fastenings and fixings, and nobody wants things that are super fitted.
No,
a little bit of give is quite nice.
Yeah,
and the paper is really good.
And they go together so quickly.
Yeah, so from a dressmaking
easily.
point of view, I mean, I love the style of them, but are they easy?
Yeah, they are. And her little booklet that comes with it is detailed. Plus, she's got a tutorial, and obviously the demos that are on here. So you've got
You've got it all, haven't you?
Yeah.
So there's a link on the instructions to her website so that you can watch a video tutorial as well.
Yes.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So you're going to be showing us how to make this skirt.
Yeah, the box
Can
grove.
we see that if we go onto here? The box grove skirt. So
out of the way.
this is a tie skirt?
Yes. So
Let's have a look.
So it's got a popper on the inside, and
Right.
a popper. You can do a button. It's completely up to you.
Okay.
But what I love about this is for a wrap skirt.
Yeah, can you see?
Usually,
Yeah.
when you buy them in the shops, the wrap will stop about here.
Yeah.
Where this is really generous, so you don't have to worry about when
There'll be no
you've
knickers on
sat
show.
down, and because
Yeah,
that's the danger with a wrap skirt. But this is
Well, that's where I think
substantial.
she's thought this through.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not just about fashion, is it? It's about, actually, I do need to wear
practical.
this. Yes, I do
yeah,
need to
yeah,
wear this.
completely. Yes, it's very
So
practical.
you've got either a button or a popper there.
yeah, and
and
another one there.
So because I can't
see
see
it.
it. So the tie bit is decorative, really.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
also stops the popper coming.
Yeah, but it's just nice, isn't it? It's just
I
a nice
love
little
this. Look at this
flash
bit.
on the
I mean,
side.
that could just be a tie, but
yeah,
it's lovely, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. No, it's really nice. And then you've got the pocket, the little pocket on this side.
Oh yes. Oh, hang on. I'm going to do the tie back up. It's got a little pocket.
Yeah,
Can I turn it
yeah.
round? Can you see? Look, it's
With a
got a little
little- with a
flap
little
with a
pleat.
pleat. Get everything in there.
Yeah,
Oh, that's such a good idea, isn't
yeah,
it?
it's lovely. Yeah, so it's
Feeling
just
country
everything.
dog walks.
Yes, yeah.
Get all
Or
your
I'm just
accessories, their
thinking,
phone.
because it's such a lovely wool.
Yes, yeah.
Some in the autumn, winter, nice thick coloured tights.
coloured tights.
With a polo
Beautiful.
or
yes.
whatever. It's
And also, because of this fit, you can then adjust, can't you, where you put, so you can
completely
really get
where
it
you
to
want
fit
it.
nicely.
Yeah, yeah.
And you've got a nice, like you say, a nice overlap.
Yeah, a nice overlap.
Well, that's
on
lovely.
there.
Right, so
Yeah.
if you want to make the skirt, we have the pattern. There we go. Oh, £15.50. But we are today. Is this today only, Ben? Is this just for special offer today? Because we're doing a special Sussex Seamstress hour, we've reduced the price to £10. £10. Wow. That's £5.50 off every one of these patterns. And I have got more than one of them. We're just going to be concentrating on the skirt now because Rebecca's demonstrating that. But that is £10 off. I'll go through the fabrics next because obviously we have other patterns. You can see them. I'll show them you later. We have got them all on the website. But the fabric you need is 1.5 meters. Have you got your pattern book?
I have, yes.
Save me,
so you don't have to open it. Yeah.
Undoing that one then, although I'd have to keep it if I opened it, wouldn't
There
I?
you go.
No, that's cheating. Cheating. So, I just wanted to check the fabric requirements. I can't believe we've done this. Amazing, isn't it? So you need whatever size. So these go from sizes 8 all the way up to size 26. You need 1.5 meters of fabric. So that's what we've bundled. Now the skirt that's I was just showing you that Rebecca has made. This is lovely wool.
It's beautiful.
Gorgeous, isn't it? So you've got 1.5 meters here. It's really nice, thick. Suiting, would you call it that? Or is it thicker than suiting?
Yeah, it's very smart looking, isn't it?
Well, it's a navy blue, and then you've got like an ochre check and a white check going through it.
Yeah.
There we go. What's it called? Navy check. And that's 1.5 meters. So that's enough for the sizes 8 all the way up to the 26. And that's a really nice weight, £16.99. It's a poly wool blend, but it hangs beautifully. Is it nice? What's it like to sew with?
Yeah, it's lovely to sew with.
Okay.
Yeah, really nice.
It's not even lined. It doesn't even need to be lined, does it?
No.
And can you
No.
lengthen it if you want to?
Yes, yeah, very easily. Just do it from lay your patterns flat and just
So if you
follow
wanted
the lines.
it slightly longer.
Yeah.
So that's the navy one. We've also got it in a charcoal, exactly the same. So the 1.5 meters again in charcoal. And then again, you've got this, well, it's like an orangey stripe, I guess. And a white, orangey check and a white check. Again, you see, you could pick that out. You could wear that with grey top, but you could even pick out the orange.
I love that's my favourite.
Is that your favourite?
I love that one. Yeah.
Really
It's
nice
lovely.
wool, isn't it? Beautiful. I mean, obviously, you know, you don't have to buy these to go for the patterns. It's not always easy to find dressmaking fabric, particularly this kind of wool. So if you want to use it for something else, you've got 1.5 meters there. Now, Rebecca's going to be demonstrating with this fab tartan.
That is lovely as well.
This
isn't
is
it?
lovely. This
Yeah.
is really smooth, isn't it?
Yeah. It's very
It's
soft.
a different I mean, it's still that wool effect, but it's much softer, isn't it?
Yes.
Beautiful. So you've got a nice red tartan here. Again, you've got 1.5 meters here. It's a poly wool check, but it is very smooth, and it is your absolute classic traditional tartan with the green and the yellow and black and white checks in it. So that's that one. And then a final check. Oh, I like this. These have probably got names. I wonder what this one's called. Again, this is your poly wool, but it might be somebody's. Is it a tartan, do you think?
That's very nice as well.
That's
isn't it?
lovely, isn't it? Beautiful. So the main colour is a mid denim blue, and then you've got checks in that lovely sort of browny orange and a lime green and white. But it's because it's a woven check, not a printed check. You get the lovely colours going through it. It's not just sat on one side. Do you think these are washable?
Ooh, good question. I would wash. I always wash anyway. Pre-wash
by
your
hand,
fabrics,
maybe to start with.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's a poly wool, it should be.
It should be fine, but I mean, you know, put it in the machine on a low.
Yeah,
30.
for something like this, it's got to be worth it. But because it's got the polyester, I'm sure it is.
Yeah.
Then we have 3 denims as well. If you want to make it because it will work really nicely in denim. We've got dark, medium and light. So the dark one, again, these are 1.5 meter bundles. So you fancy a nice little wrap denim skirt, £25.99 for that one. That's the dark, 1.5 meter of dark. Then we have the same, but in medium. Let me show you the two together, because these are more similar, but there is a difference. So the dark is more indigo, then you've got the medium, £25.99 for your 1.5 meter bundle. And then finally you've got the light. So this is what they look like in order, if you want to be able to choose dark, medium or light. So those are all the fabrics for those. And then I'll just run through the patterns and then we can get on with the demo. So if you want to do your saving today, we'll start with the Petworth dress, because that's on the top of my panel. Have you made this one?
I haven't made that one.
No?
No. Surprisingly.
Actually, we've got some
That's
of them.
lovely,
There's
that is.
We need to bring our... Mike, where's the dresses?
I failed.
He's failed. We've got Mike, our new floor manager today,
To come round
who
here.
is super uber efficient, I have to say. He's made tea, he's done everything. He's
Can I help
even
you?
hung all the dresses up on a movable board.
Oh, hang on. There we go.
It's coming. This is great. It's like moving scenery.
Where should
we'll
I
get
put
there
it?
in a minute.
Here.
Just here.
Yeah.
Fine.
That's like
As long as you can get in there.
moving
Yeah.
scenery. So
As
that's the
if by
Petworth
magic.
dress. Thank you very much, Mike. That's amazing. Look, it is movable scenery. That's the Petworth. Then we have. I'm looking for whether you've got any of these. We've got the Horsham dress,
That
which
one.
is this one. That's that one.
Does it need to be?
And we do
Push
have a
further in.
sample of that one. So that's £10 instead of £15.50. Remember, this one is in size. These are all sizes 8 to 20. So the Horsham dress you've got hung up there in the spots.
This one.
Is that more of an evening dress?
The Horsham. Well,
Or does it depend on your fabric?
It can be, but then again, I think it depends on which fabric you use it. Because I think I made that one. I've also done it in the denim, and I've got one cut out in the denim here as well. So it's a very versatile pattern.
Okay, so you can use it. But
Yeah.
and it's actually, I'm thinking I would make this for the autumn and wear it with a long sleeve blouse.
Yeah, it'd be
Would look
lovely.
nice, wouldn't
Yeah,
it?
very
Bit like
nice.
a pinafore.
Yes.
But without the straps. Okay, so that's the Horsham. Then we have the Rye shirt. Blouse. I like that. It's got a nice collar.
Jacket. See, I made a one in wool. I couldn't find that one, but.
Oh, it is. No, it's a jacket. I was thinking that was a shirt, but it's a jacket. So it's got a nice collar on it.
Yeah,
nice
it's lovely.
chunky
It's really
buttons.
nice. Yeah.
Again, reduced today. Oh, the denim. Well, strangely, it says 2.5. I think, yes, it is. The denim is 2.5. So this is the Rye jacket, £10 instead of £15. It's an amazing saving. And remember, this is only going to be for today. So if you love Sussex Seamstress, if you've got some of their patterns or if you've never used them, you want to add to your bundle, you know how great they are. And then the final one we have got are the Chailey trousers. So these are your sort of 3/4 length, very, very comfortable trousers. Are we missing two? Oh, hang on a minute. They might be under my fabric. Yes, we are missing two. Then we have the Chelsea top.
Oh yeah, that's there. This one.
I can't believe these are all tenner. That's so lovely, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like
it's
the
lovely.
tie gather around the top.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
Reduced to £10 again, only for today. So this is our special offer. And then finally, we've got the Southwick skirt, which is your sort of classic button through, well, I mean, denim. It looks like your denim skirt. You can make it in anything, but it is your...
Yeah, I've made that a couple of times.
It's nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
So, there we go. Southwick skirt. Right. Yes, I think the denim bundles are 2.5 metres. Not 1.5 metres. That's even better value, isn't it? So you can definitely make those longer.
Yeah, definitely.
So where do we start with this beautiful skirt
yes,
then?
with the skirt. So you've got your back panel, which has darts over the back. So let me just twizzle her around. So just so it fits just nicely over the curve there.
Over your bottom.
Yes, yes. And then the two fronts are flat.
Okay.
So that you've got that ease, like you were saying, you can alter it, you know, to fit where you want it to fit, really. So I'm going to start with. So I've already done the dart. So I'm going to start with sewing up the side seam on each. Now I've tried. I shouldn't say this because I'm going to shoot myself in the foot now. I've tried to pattern match.
Very impressed.
Tried to pattern match. I tried to pattern match down here as well.
Ooh. And is that easy with this, with the check?
Pattern matching?
With the check?
No, well, I wouldn't say it was easy.
Or
But
it just it's worth doing to take the time to do it?
So we'll see, because obviously I don't want to waste too much time trying to, that's my excuse.
But I guess you've got to cut it out.
Yes, yeah. So what you have to just keep thinking about where each pattern piece is going on the fabric, and then try and position your next pattern piece so that.
But the dressmaking book we had at 9 o'clock had a whole section on pattern matching. So if you want some advice, if you weren't watching at 9 o'clock, Rebecca was demonstrating from a new book, the dressmaking. The dressmaking book. What was it called? I can't remember. That was it.
The dressmaking book. It was very simple.
It was called the dressmaking
yes.
book. Hang on, let me get it because we went back and again. The dressmaking book. Now, so if you weren't with me at 9, if you're new to dressmaking or you want to increase your skills, you want to learn more, the dressmaking book is absolutely fantastic. There are whole sections on pattern matching, lengthening, shortening. So ideal for this because you've got everything you need, even down to putting buttons and buttonholes and all sorts. So the dressmaking book, £25. Have we got the code for that one? Sorry, Ben was asleep. Ben, wake up. He's having that 11 o'clock nap. He's very tired. Here we are, 1999. 1999, that's good.
That's amazing.
It says 25 on the back of it.
For a book like that.
Yeah, 1999 should be £25. Anyway, the dressmaking book. So if you want some more information, if you are, you're just starting your dressmaking journey, it is written for beginners, but honestly, there's so much in here that isn't just for that you would pick up, that you would grow with this. So if you want a ultimate guide to dressmaking, I would highly recommend that.
Oh, look at that, I'm slightly out.
Oh, let me sit. Oh,
slightly
that's good.
out.
Oh, no,
I'm
that
slightly out.
Pretty good.
But
it means that you've got at least the lines are going round,
yes.
aren't they?
Yes. But
it's weird though, isn't it? Because when you buy something from a shop, the patterns rarely match.
I know, it
but
really annoys me.
when you make something, you feel that they really should.
Yeah.
But when you buy something, you don't go,
I do.
I've got a dress that's got birds on it, and the skirt section, the birds are actually upside down, hanging off the trees. But it's got trees and birds, and you have to look at it quite closely
To know.
That the birds are hanging upside down. That's great, isn't it?
My sister always says when we go shopping, I go, oh, look at that. Gosh, look at that. You could make it for that. I can't believe they've done it like that. And
yeah, but I suppose
that's what
it's
I
just
do.
weird though, isn't it? Because you buy things and you think, oh, well, it doesn't. It's almost acceptable, but really it should pattern match. Depends where you shop.
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Definitely where you shop. Right, so I'm just going to do the other side seam. It goes together so quickly.
So would you say this was good for someone just starting their dressmaking journey?
Yeah, it's a really good one because you've only got those two little darts at the back.
Right.
And I mean the only thing is you just got to make sure you get the waistband is in two pieces, so you just have to make sure that you get the waistband the correct side, otherwise your ties will be out.
And it's pretty good for different ages as well.
Yeah.
It says here a wardrobe staple, makeup in mid lightweight cotton and linen for summer. Team with a cami or strap t-shirt and sandals. For a smarter look on autumn or spring days, makeup in a wool, crepe or tweed with opaque tights and boots.
Yeah,
yes,
lovely.
But depending on the fabric you use, it could suit any age.
Definitely.
It reminds me of when you see the floral print on here. It reminds me of like white stuff and sea salt at the shops are available.
Yes.
Doesn't it?
Yes,
Because I think on here they've got like that floral print with a plain. It does look a bit like that,
it does.
It?
Yeah, no, it does.
Corduroy would be nice as well, like a needle cord.
Yes, that would be very nice. So I'm just going to press my seams open.
So is this above knee length, do you say, or knee length?
It's about knee length.
Okay. So it would be
you
if you wanted to
you can
lengthen it.
Yeah. You can lengthen it. Yeah.
Depends how tall you are. Probably not knee, it's probably mid-calf.
It does. I met up with Jane in Bristol.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I saw your pictures on Instagram.
We both had a Framfield dress on.
Funny. No, I did see your pictures. That was great.
Yeah, it was really nice to meet her at last.
What were you doing in Bristol?
Well, Jane was there for a few days with her children.
Okay.
And
should have given me a ring. I only live in Bath.
Oh, see, Bristol's not that far, really.
Popped over.
And my eldest daughter's at uni there, so she knows her way around. She came with me because I went, I've got no chance. my sense of direction.
I did work in Bristol for quite a while, so I do know it quite well.
It's such a beautiful city.
It's lovely.
It's really lovely. So yeah, it was lovely. It was very nice to finally see her. So
she is lovely.
Yeah, she is. So
nice. No, I remember seeing your photos and then thinking, why are they both in Bristol?
Oh well, we've got things in the pipeline.
Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's exciting. You're thinking that was just a social?
Yeah. Well, it was a social as well because obviously I've done her patterns a lot, so we've.
So you're a big fan.
She's been in touch with me, and So yeah, no, it was just nice to finally meet up with her.
Well,
really.
I'm a big fan. I love my dress. I mean,
Yeah.
what I love about her patterns, there's always something in each of them that's like a little quirk. Like this dress, which unfortunately we don't have the pattern for, Hove. The sleeve is so unusual. It's really big, and then it's lower here and higher here, so you get a really nice fit to it.
It's a lovely sleeve.
It's a lovely sleeve, isn't it?
It is.
And like this skirt, it doesn't just have a tie. So each one is something really unusual.
Yeah. There's always a little something.
And
that
every
you
time I
wouldn't
wear
expect.
this, people go, "Oh,
Yeah.
I love your dress."
Yeah.
Actually, my son goes, "Is it sheep?" I went, "No, it's not sheep."
It does look a little bit like
It's
sheep,
geometric,
doesn't it?
but it's not just the fabric; it's the fit, and it's so comfy.
Yeah, I can see what he means.
Yeah.
Actually, I
But-
can
and
see where
each
he's
of-
coming from.
But each of her patterns have something that makes it slightly quirky, but unique.
Yeah, and the Framfield dress is so easy to wear. Probably like that one as well.
Easy
it's
to
just,
wear, yeah.
it's just nice, and it was like it was a really hot day as well.
Yes.
And it was just lovely to have on, really. So
Well, I think the thing is, I think she designs dresses for people like us.
Yeah.
People like her, people like us, people who actually want to wear it.
yeah,
Whereas sometimes you get these old patterns and you think, nobody would want to wear that.
no, I know
With its
exactly.
7-piece bodice.
Oh dear. Right, the pocket is like a long rectangle.
So this was optional.
Yes, this is optional.
I like the pocket.
So it's got a 4 centimetre hem on the top, so you turn that over and then you just press in. They're in an inch each. Press in your pleat. And then there are marks so that you know where to position.
So I guess you could pattern match this to the skirt or
yes, you can
different
try. Yeah. I mean, that'd be lovely, actually.
Your different fabrics save on the pattern
fabric.
matching.
Yes, that would be very nice. So I'm just going to tuck it in. So I've
But again,
marked
that's another
through.
little feature, isn't it? She's designed a pocket that's actually usable by putting the pleat in rather than a pocket that
because
you get
and
your phone, your keys,
and it's substantial, isn't it? So it's not only does it look nice, but it's actually functional, which is a bonus.
Yeah, no, it's a really, really nice skirt.
So I'm just going to top stitch this in. I'm just turning it under 1 centimetre. So there's a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. I think I'm right in saying that. It's either a 1.5 or I think it is, or 1 centimetre.
I'll just read
Could
my
be at the
instructions
Could
and
be
let
at the
you know.
beginning.
Confident beginner. And it gives you the information here about the online tutorial, and it's on the YouTube. But if you go onto the Sussex Seamstress website, you can get a link to it there, or she gives you the details here, which is lovely. And a lot of people say, sit and watch the whole thing first.
Yes.
What you can do is watch it while your fabric is pre-washing.
That's right, absolutely.
It might encourage you.
That is a really good idea. So either watching that or this, watch it all first before you actually start.
1 centimetre seam
1
allowance, found it now.
centimetre.
Yeah, and I know you don't want to, like toiles and pre-washing, but it is worth it.
It is, because it's a pain having to unpick, isn't it? Let's face it.
Yeah, and
none of us like
pre-washing, there's
unpicking.
nothing worse than it, because it's different with patchwork and quilting fabrics, which doesn't often shrink the same. So most patchwork and quilters don't pre-wash, but once you get to anything dressmaking, you have no idea what's going to happen to it.
No, and that's the worst thing. If you've spent all that time lovingly putting it together.
I think what puts me off is that once you get it from the shop and like you get it from our warehouse, it's all lovely, isn't it? And then you pre-wash it and it starts to frame around the edges.
I know. Well, you could, if you've got an overlocker.
Oh, I guess you could
overlock round the edges.
Because you only got to do the top and bottom, haven't you?
Yeah, overlock round the
good
edges
point.
first, and then do your pre-wash.
True. This red is lovely. I'm thinking black tights, black
It's really
polo
nice,
neck.
isn't it? It reminds me of, I'm pretty sure I had a skirt or something in this when I was little. in red.
Yes, but
tartan.
I did as a teenager. I had one like that. Black tights, black Dr. Martin shoes. That was the business.
I'm sure you were.
Well, you know, probably wasn't. Thought it was. Black polo neck. But yeah, I think little girls often had these as a kilt, didn't they?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I had a little kilt in red tartan.
And it's just jolly, isn't it? On
Yeah,
a
it is. It's
miserable,
lovely.
wet, foggy day.
And I was going to say it's that lovely splash of colour, isn't
Yeah.
it, on a
And this
on a
fabric,
winter's
I'm amazed,
day.
it's so soft as well. Really, really soft. Like a flannel.
Yes.
That's what it's like. Nice pyjamas.
I mean, it'll drape so beautifully.
But that's true. I bet so you make all of these clothes. I bet you think, oh, I'll have that. I'd look lovely in that.
Yeah. Okay, so that's your pocket on.
Okay. Is the pleating easy?
Yes,
looking
you
at that.
just.
It's got measurements.
What I tend to do is if you put the fabric. Where's the pattern piece? Oh no, that's the wrong. Helps if you've
I've got the
actually got the
instructions,
right. Let me get a bit of fabric. So what I tend to do when I'm pressing this. So
you need to. Can you see?
do you need me to come over?
Just a
Yeah. There we go.
There you go.
So what I tend to do is, so I'd put pins in, but not where I'm going to press, and then if you fold the fabric behind, and then because the paper is such good quality,
I would never have thought of that.
You
What
can
a good
press
idea.
over.
Is that a thing, or did you make that up? That's such a good idea.
I don't know. I always do that for anything like this, to make sure that you've got it in exactly the same. I mean, you have to do it a bit more carefully than I'm doing it now.
That's a really good idea. Never thought of that.
And then it should stay where it is. But like I said, because you can't do this with all pattern paper.
But with this, because
pattern
it is
piece,
really
because it's good quality, and then it just
perfect.
You've got it there. It just stays. So
Great.
Yeah.
I think you should go with that if that's your invention.
Okay. Nobody pinch it.
Yeah. So remember, all these patterns are £10 off. Now, for some reason, the Southwick skirt isn't letting us drop it, but don't worry. If you call the call centre, there's a number there, 0800 001 4433. It's a free phone number. They will be able to reduce it for you. For some reason, we can't get it sorted out, but they will be able to do that. But £10, so you are saving £5.50 on all of these patterns. I mean, at £15.50, I think they're great value because you've got wonderful instructions. You've got the access to the video tutorial, and the pattern paper is really good quality too.
Yeah.
So grab these patterns while you can. They're all on the website, sewingstreet.com. Just scroll down if you want to see a picture of all of them. And they are lovely. And when you've made one, you will know how nice they are to work with and just how easy they are to wear. Have a look on the fan page. There's always pictures of people there. Even if you put into Instagram the name of the dress or the pattern, that if you put in Petworth dress, you will see loads of pictures of people wearing them with all different fabrics. So it is worth having a look to see what other people have done and what they say about them. And you always hear rave comments.
Yeah, yeah.
About, I loved wearing that. Oh, it's another. Always.
Yeah. No, it's good.
That's why we constantly buy Jane's patterns, because we know they're popular, we know they work, and we know that you love them. So have a look and see all the other feedback. Instagram is always, that's my favourite. If you just put into the search either Sussex Seamstress or Petworth dress, you'll see that all pictures of all of them come up. But get these while you can, because they're only £10 today.
So I'm just putting the pocket flap on, which goes 2 centimetres above the actual pocket, and it's just a straight stitch across.
So do you sew the pleat, construct it first?
Yes, yeah. So yeah, construct your pocket flap first. That's just a rectangle of
right. Okay, and then I can see that
fabric. That's all.
I think it's a really nice addition because actually, although it's got that big pleat, it doesn't stick out.
No.
Is that because of the fabric or because of the flap?
I think, well, yeah, the flap obviously keeps it down, but yeah, the fabric as well. If you had too thick a fabric, then obviously that it wouldn't stay where it wants to be, really.
Does it have a popper?
And then you could put a popper on. Don't see why not. And then I'm just going to top stitch to make sure that flap stays down. So I'm just going to top stitch that down.
And again, once you've got, you know, this pattern and you want to use some of the features, if you like that pocket and you want to add it to something you've already got, and you've got your cotton pocket pattern.
Definitely. Oh yeah, versatile. You can, you know, swap them over. So there, that's your pocket in. There.
Nice.
Yeah. So now we're going to put on the waistband. So, like I said, the waistband is in 2 parts. Okay. So you've got this, the shorter one. Let me find the pattern pieces. It'll be easier to show. So you've got the shorter one, which goes on the left-hand side. So it's the one that's underneath the one that you can see. So it's just a band that goes from the side seam over to the other side seam, really. And then you've got your other band, which is the one that goes round the back and round the front. Okay, so you have to make sure. So when you're positioning, because now you're going to put your nice little I don't know what you call them, really.
They look like
little
ears.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I guess if you don't want ears, you can keep it straight.
Oh yeah, you can. Yeah, you don't have to, because you're doing it up with a popper or or a button anyway. So yeah, you don't have to have it like that.
I don't know what but they look like ears.
They do look like
ears.
Or a
bow. Maybe it's a bow. Do you think it's the ends of a bow? Probably. Jane's will be watching.
Yes, it could be. Yeah. So what I do, because you've got enough fabric in the bundles, because in Jane's instructions, you only cut 2 of these out, and then overlock them or edge stitch them and then hem them around, which is absolutely fine. You can do that, but because there's enough fabric, I cut 4 out, bagged them out, so that when it's hanging, it doesn't matter which way it goes. You're not going to see that edge.
Yes.
But again, that's that's personal taste, isn't it? That's completely.
But there's enough fabric to do.
There's enough fabric to do that. Yeah. So you've got one of the ties. On the short, in between the short bit of the waistband and the longer bit, and then you've got the other one which goes on the end of the longer bit of the waistband. So I'm just going to stitch those up.
So you will need interfacing for this skirt.
Yes, for your waistband, yeah.
30 centimetres of interfacing. That's all. It's just like whatever weight you're using for your fabric. So for the one that we're using here, medium weight will be fine. And remember, if you want to use a contrast fabric for the waistband and the pocket, then it says if you wanted to do that, you'd need 40 centimetres of the other colour. But you can just use, Rebecca's used just one fabric for our sample here, for the blue one. But if you wanted to put a contrast on, because on the front of the pattern, there you go, you can see there's like a floral fabric. And then this is a cotton one for the summer. But then the waistband and the tie is being done in a contrast. So you could do that as well. It would look quite nice. And you could do the pocket in that colour too, if you wanted to.
So just anchored those in place, the ties, so that they shouldn't move around then. So now, start putting it together. So again, I like to work. Sorry, got a bit of tartan in my mouth there. Yeah, so I like to work from the inside and then wrap it over, and then or did I? Oh no, I didn't actually. No, because I've overlocked that edge. I just laid it flat because it's thicker.
Okay.
So I overlocked the edge and laid it flat. So we'll do it that way. There we go. Right. So if you leave a centimetre at the end there, because you need to obviously enclose that end. So leave a centimetre at the end. And then hopefully, so that you just have to move the tie out of the way, because obviously you don't want to catch that. Put a pin in it if you're worried, you know, that you're going to catch it in your seam.
Yes, I see what you mean. Because otherwise, yeah. You'll always know if your skirt's twizzled round. That always happens when I wear these A-line skirts. I end up with the zip that would have been in the side all the way round. You'll know straight away.
Yeah, you will.
Well, particularly, you know, when you get one that's lined, because I've got a few that I've lined, so they're quite slippy.
Yes.
And then they just move round all day. But
just go round and round.
Your ears would be in the middle.
Your ears would be in the wrong place.
I think it's a bow, actually. In fact, Jane's probably got a name for it before I keep calling it ears. Ties. They're just called ties.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they are ties. I suppose you could use a magnetic one for this, couldn't you? It'd be even easier.
Yes.
I've never used a magnetic class for dressmaking though. Always.
You could. I think I would be worried that when I sat down, it would come open. Yeah. I think I'd want the security of something a bit more. Yeah, like a popper or a button. I think.
Yeah, but it's tied together.
That is true. Yes, you've got that. You have got that.
Mind you, a popper's just as good, isn't it? I think I would do. I mean, you can do buttons, but I think I'd go popper.
The great thing about a popper is, you know, you can't see it from the right side, so it gives the illusion that it's just kind of draped round you.
Yes, that's true.
Right, so attach that on the one's edge. Just as you're coming up to that tie, just make sure that it is out of the way before you carry on.
So you just, I guess with the waistband, you're not going to be pattern matching this. You just sew it on because it won't match up everywhere.
Yeah, well, it's nice to have a go, but give yourself a challenge.
I just don't think it would match up everywhere. It would sort of match up in one place and then not in another.
No, it won't. It won't. Okay, so that's all the way round. And then all we're going to do now is close the ends. So if you...
Oh, you do that at this stage?
Yes, so you just bring them together. Oh, do you know what? Do you know what I've forgotten to do?
What?
That's terrible, isn't it? I've forgotten to finish the fronts of the skirt off down the centre front.
Oh,
Not the centre front, down the side. So all you do is turn those back.
Oh, so they're like a double hem.
And stitch back. Well, because it's wool, I've overlocked and just turned it back.
Oh, okay.
And then top stitched. So imagine I've done that.
And then but it fits by doing it.
Fits,
okay.
Yeah.
So if you were, does it say to do that? I mean, if you were using like a cotton fabric, how would you finish it off?
Yeah, it's you can if it's a cotton, you can turn it over twice.
Oh yeah, no, okay. But you overlocked it and then turned it over.
Yeah, because you don't. Otherwise, you don't want too bulkier.
Yes, true.
At the front, because you want it to sit nicely, so you don't want it to be too bulky at the front. And then this one, you're going to enclose that tie.
I mean, this is a really quick make, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, I know obviously you cut it out in advance and they've done but that was all.
Yeah.
You've done the
no,
darts
it's really.
and cut it out.
I mean, you could, potentially, make it in the morning, wear it in the afternoon.
Nice.
Which is, how brilliant is that?
Yeah, perfect.
That's a perfect
well,
make,
and also
isn't it?
Because you've got $5.50 off the pattern today, and the fabric bundles were a really good price. And with this this like flannel fabric, you've got red, blue, grey, and navy.
Yeah.
And one of each.
You could. Because they all look. I think it looks slightly different, doesn't it, in each of the fabrics? So it looks like you've got a completely different style skirt on. Let's give that a little press up. There we go. And then all you do is just fold that over, and then from the right side I would just stitch either a top stitch along the waistband or just under.
Okay.
So you can, if you want to see it, then obviously.
And because you've overlocked it, it won't fray.
No, it's not going to fray, because you've finished that off, and then it'll just sit nicer, I think, than turning it again.
Yeah.
Having another turning in there, and then it just sits under like that. And then it's just your hem.
And then that's it.
And that's it. And your poppers, or button, depending on the way you want to do it.
So that's almost done, isn't it?
Yeah. Just turning
Was
it
there
up.
another one that you were going to show us?
There's the Horsham,
Okay, which is this.
which is this one
Yeah.
here. Yeah, it's that one there.
That's lovely, isn't it? Let me bring this one over here. So I'm thinking, you know, in the summer, obviously lovely little sleeveless dress, but I would use this. I would wear this like a pinafore. So I would. I mean, this looks lovely in the denim fabrics. So
Yes.
how actually? Maybe this is what the denim is for. Maybe we've got confused. And this
Well,
is,
you could use
because there was more fabric in the denim
for-
bundle. I mean, you
Yeah.
could use either, but there's more
Yeah.
fabric. But I would use this, and I would wear it with a long sleeve, like a thin polar neck. It always look. I think they look really nice with. I've got like a denim pinafore, and I often wear it with a mustard-coloured polar neck.
Yeah, lovely.
But that would look lovely. So I guess that's why probably the denim bundles are bigger. So that's
Yeah.
the Horsham. So
Yeah.
what are the main features on this?
So
then?
the Horsham, I mean, it's so simple. You've got a back and a front, and then you've got your facings.
Right. Remember, that's £10, £5.50 off for the Horsham dress pattern.
So your the fronts are cut on the fold. You've got 2 bust darts to put in, and then you've got your two backs, and you need a zip, obviously, a concealed zip. That is, yeah, that's a concealed one. Yeah, it's a concealed zip, and then you have your facings. So you've got
fairly simple.
yeah,
then.
you've got, that's your front facing, and then you've got your back facing around that way. That's it. That's the neck, and then
Right, so we
that
just
will
put your
attach there.
pattern instructions. And then I'll move.
And then what you do is you leave the shoulders on the dress. You don't stitch the shoulders of the dress up.
Right.
Until you've put this facing on. So you put the facing on around the arms. You leave a little gap up here, so that you can seam the shoulder seam there, and then in the inside you just slip stitch it down.
Oh, nice. So you get a really neat
But
finish.
it just means that around the armhole it's completely encased. And
that's a lovely shift dress,
Yeah.
isn't it? Or even if you just
Yeah.
wanted to put a t-shirt for it, if you didn't want the sleeveless, because I know a lot of people don't like the sleeveless, but it's got a nice A-line finish to it.
Yeah, no,
as
it's
well.
lovely. It's lovely. It's a nice design. You can put pockets on if you wanted to, patch pockets or anything
Lovely.
like that.
Right, well, that's brilliant. I'll just run through the bundles one more time. So the Boxgrove skirt that Rebecca's just been demonstrating, here's the pattern. Now remember, with all of these Sussex Seamstress patterns, it's our special offer day. They are all £10 each. So the Boxgrove pattern, they were $15.50, so you can get yourself a real bargain today, because they are worth the $15.50. Believe me, you're getting your video tutorial, you get all of the instructions, and you get the really nice printed paper. It's good pattern paper. So that's the Boxgrove skirt. Now the fabric bundles for this are the blue one the navy one that's on the model behind Rebecca that she made is this lovely. It's a wool polyester blend. It's like the weight of a flannel fabric. It's really soft. It's got the right drape, but also the right stiffness for this skirt. I mean, it has been chosen specifically to go with this pattern. Now the colour that Rebecca was making, this lovely red, this is really soft. I like this one. So this is the red tartan. Now you can see how easy it is to make. I mean, Rebecca was pretty much almost finished. Now there's only 3 of these left. You've got 1.5 meters in this bundle, £16.99, 1.5 meters. So, and there's enough there so that you can make the tie double-sided as well. We've got that same check in grey, so it's like a slate grey with a very a pale orange and white check. It doesn't really stand out, but it just gives you that little checked effect. That's charcoaly slate grey. And then finally, we've got this lovely blue. It's like an Oxford blue, and then there's only 2 of this bundle left, and then there's like a navy, green and orange check within it. That's really lovely. Now, the Horsham dress, which is this really nice, like sleeveless dress, we've got the pattern for that. Only £10. Only £10, only today, so you need to get it while you can. So there's the Horsham dress. Let's put that there. Now, you need 2.5 metres for this. This is what I've worked out. We went wrong in the beginning. So the fabric for this that we've put together are the denim bundles. So this is £10. You need the 2.5 metres. Now, we've got bundles. Now, obviously, you can use this for the skirt. You'll have more fabric than you need, but you can use these for the skirt. But there's 2.5 metres. They've been cut for the dress. They're £25.99, but they will work well in the skirt, because obviously the skirt can be made in lightweight cottons, all the thicker flannels. So that's the dark denim. Then we have the medium denim, £25.99 for 2.5 metres. And then we have the light denim, again £25.99 for 2.5 metres. Right, and then finally we'll just do all the rest of the patterns. So the ride jacket, again, save yourself £5.50. These price will be going back up. It's only because we've got a special offer today. £10 today, £5.50 off. So that's the ride jacket. Then we've got the Chailey trousers. Now, if you have a look, these have all been demonstrated on Sewing Street. If you want to have a look, just put in that in the search. You'll be able to find them on YouTube. That's the Chailey trousers. Chelsea top has that lovely gathered, like halter neck top finish. £10. We've got the Southwick skirt. This is lovely. This is like, I mean, this in here, it's lovely in the denim. This is £10. We've got problems with reducing the price. We don't know why. If you want to get it, you order it, just call the call centre. They will be able to sort it out. We can't, for some reason, sort that issue out on our screen, but they will be able to sort it out. If you speak to them, they know it's £10. We've talked to them, so they will know. So this is a lovely button through. It's like your traditional denim skirt. Obviously, you can make it whatever you want, but it's got the lovely buttons down the centre. £10. And then finally, the Petworth dress. Features a really nice flattering gathered skirt. It's like a shift-like dress, but it's got a gathered skirt and long sleeves. Again, £10. So thank you, Rebecca, for being with us today. You've done a fab job, as always.
Thank you.
When are you back on with us?
7th of October.
Oh, ages. Got almost all of September.
All of, yeah,
oh,
nearly.
Nice.
Yeah.
You'll be able to get all those flowers finished.
I know. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Oh, well, thank you so much today. It's been great.
It's been lovely to see you. I haven't seen you for ages.
I know. Well, I've learnt loads, as usual. Fab. Okay, I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. Suzie will be back. It's the Creative Grids Masterclass. Now, if you weren't watching at 8 o'clock and you missed our Liberty launch, we're going to be running through that again. Brand new Liberty. We've got it here before even the Liberty shop's got it. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
We have some exciting news. Sewing Street has been nominated in the Best of Craft Awards and the British Sewing Awards for 2022. We're so amazed that 2 years have flown since Sewing Street started, and we couldn't have done it all without our Sewing Street family. Thanks to our presenters and guests for entertaining and inspiring us every day, and for all of our viewers for tuning in for all the fun. We've been lucky enough to be nominated for 2 awards this year, which are the most loved TV shopping channel at the Best of Crafts Awards and the best sewing social media account at the British Sewing Awards. To vote, please head to our website to find out all the details you need to get involved. Thank you for your support and votes.
Hello, my name's Fiona Hesford, also known as Sew Girl. I'm based in Worthing on the south coast of England, and I work in my lovely garden studio, which is where I am right now. So my sewing journey began as a child. My mother used to surround the house with Laura Ashley fabrics and wallpapers, and I used to patch together some of the scraps and make little quilts for myself and dolls' clothes and things like that. So one of my top tips in dressmaking would be to definitely make a toile before you start. Sometimes if you're using expensive fabric, it's a good idea to make the garment in a sheet or a cheap fabric, just so that you're absolutely sure of the fit. An interesting fact about me is that I used to be a knitwear designer back in the 80s, and once I made a jumper for the singer Sade, which was really exciting. I worked in Paris for 6 years, and when I came back, I fell back in love with fabric again, and I started working with magazines and books and writing projects for them, and that led eventually on to me designing my own collection of dressmaking patterns. My philosophy is that I love comfortable clothing, everyday things that are easy to make, easy to wear. I like modelling my clothes myself, and I wear pretty much everything that I design. So I always think that if I feel good in them, then other people will. I've been working for Sewing Street almost since it began, and I love it there. We're like one big family, and I'm on the show about every 2 months, and so I look forward to seeing you on the next show soon. Bye.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So I'm going to go through all the Liberty fabric. Did you know that we are launching the Liberty fabric? The Liberty haven't even sold it yet. So this is a brand new fabric range from Liberty. It's all their quilting weight cottons. There are 45 fabrics and they are brand new. Well, they're brand new as in they've been reintroduced. They are from some are from previous collections, some have been recoloured, some of them they've changed around, but this is a brand new collection of 45 beautiful Liberty fabrics, not even on sale in the Liberty store. How did we manage to get these then, Susie? Susie is my Liberty expert in-house, by the way.
I'm not sure.
How did we manage that?
I'm not sure.
So we've got all of them.
I
think Susie may well have sneaked them in. Now, it was very difficult trying to decide how we were going to sell these. So we compromised. So we have got a bundle of all of them, all 45 plus 2 Liberty Wiltshire Shadows. So these are nice blending fabrics. We put another 2 of those in, so a pastel blue and a pink. Now these are 2 that Liberty themselves have chosen to go with this collection. But what we're going to do for you is we're going to give you 3 half meters for free. So you're going to get 3 half meters. So for the price of 44, you're going to get 47. Now we first launched these 8 o'clock this morning. I know there were loads of you who clearly don't watch for all 5 hours. So I don't want you to miss out. We have only got a few left. We were selling these before we even went on air at 7 o'clock this morning. So for 47 half meters, and I'm going to show you them all in a minute, special price, metre and a half for free, £329.56. Absolutely amazing. There's the picture of what they all the prints together. But that doesn't really do them justice, to be honest. Now, if you want to spread the payment, we can do that on 4 equal payments of £82.39. That won't cost you anything in interest. You pay 1 payment now of £82.39. We send you all 47 half meters, and then you pay the other 3 in monthly instalments after that. Now, it is a beautiful collection, and I know that is a considered purchase, but you have got all of them. This is the collector's edition. It's collector's home, mega bundle, and it is the way of you being absolutely guaranteed to have half a metre, not fat quarter, half a metre of all of them. Now, the way that Liberty have put this together is that they have chosen all of these prints, but they've actually separated them into 3 quite distinct colourways. So the first one is the pastel colourway. Now, if you look at this quilt behind me, this has been made using all 15 fabrics from the pastel colourways, because 45 fabrics, 3 collections. Oh, neutral, sorry. How did I get pastel? Where did that come from?
Well, it is pastel, isn't it?
It's not called that. It's pastel, but it's called neutral.
Pavilion neutrals.
So there are 15 fabrics. Now, we have put together a collection of all half metre of all 15. We had loads of these. We've only got 3 left. So £112.35, and you can have half a metre of all of those fabrics. So I'm just going to show these to you. Now remember, I'm going to show, what I'll do is show you them as individual collections, then you know that in the Mega Bundle you'll get all of them. So this is the Pavilion Neutrals. So I'm going to do this over with Suzie, despite the fact she's cutting things out.
No, I'm done now.
Because she
Just
knows
watch
all
that's
about
on.
them, and I've got a nice proper camera.
But I'm wearing the wrong top.
Now remember, before I go through all of these, the other way we did it, because I said we were covering all bases,
Yeah.
all of these fabrics are available by the half metre. Now what that means is, if you want just half a metre of just this one, that one is available. If you see it and you think, I love that, I want 2.5 metres, you can buy 2.5 metres. It will be cut to order. With the bundles, they're obviously half metre pieces. So if there's one, or if you say, well, I want that bundle, but I want extra of that, they are also available. And if you go onto sewingstreet.com and click on Watch Live, if you scroll down from there, there's a picture of all of them as well. So if you need to scroll all the way down, there they are. They're all the way down there. So if you scroll the way down, there they are, all by the half metre. So that if you want to buy them, buy that, because this is our launch day. Oh, one's already sold out by the half metre. 2. But this is our launch day. I don't want those of you who've watched later to miss out on this. So we've got a lovely grey one.
We have.
Gorgeous.
Yes. Rococo Swirl.
Rococo Swirl. See, Susie's such an expert. She knows the names of them. So this is the Pavilion Neutrals bundle, the one that's on the screen at the moment.
Yeah. Then you've got your spring buds. So you've got your little daffodils in blue.
In blue. It's a nice bluey grey, that.
Really
I think this one's your favourite
blue.
from this one, isn't it?
Yeah, I do like this. This is the Botanist's Bloom. So this is the big scale colourway. So you've got lots of background detail in here as well. But it makes a big feature of these, which is great for your EPP, fussy cutting.
So your little bits left over?
Absolutely, don't go to waste.
No, and it's lovely, this
wasted.
palette. It's all these soft blues and greens and pinks,
that
isn't it?
peachy pink, isn't it? It's a really
Which
warm.
features very nicely in this one.
It does, Campion Meadow.
So again, remember these are all in this Home Pavilion Neutrals bundle, as well as in the Mega Bundle, and you can buy them by the half metre.
And this is lovely for any little projects as well, because you've got a lot of detail, a lot of colouring going on. You've got,
yes,
you know, it's almost watercolour sketchy, but with lots of detail, if that makes
Yes, no, it does.
sense.
And I'm going to put this one in next, because I feel, well, I know this is definitely Susie's favourite, but it's the colours are so similar. You can see
beautiful.
how beautifully
so
they go together.
And fauna, and I love the little bird that pops up.
That you don't notice till you look.
He's camouflaged in there, but there's so much detail in here. There's lots of detail in the hanging flowers, but then you've got flowers, daisy flowers that are upright as well. So it's a multi. Although it seems to be directional, you can get away with using it in any direction. So I love it. Yeah.
That one's lovely. I'm trying to put these in some kind of
Manor
colour
Park. This is absolutely glorious to use for any project, but really great for fussy cutting to do your EPPs, but also your button covering as well.
Yeah, that would be lovely.
Because you've got the direct, you know, the size is perfect for a good button. So if you've got an outfit where that would just lend itself to,
it would, really nice.
For a detail on a purse or a bag, especially for weddings, if you're going to a wedding, to have a little detail on that would be lovely.
And you could just sew those little cardigans as well, couldn't you?
Absolutely, be really fab.
There's only one of this bundle left, just one in the neutrals. Love this one, because I love the grey and the pink together.
I do, and this is the smaller scale version of Botanist's Bloom. This is Botanist's Blossom. So it's exactly the same design, but on smaller scale. And if you notice, you've got, instead of lots of background, you've got more detail in the foliage. You've got extra foliage appearing. You've got more detail in it, more of a sketchy outline. So this one is really good for little girls' dresses as well, and for any of your.
And this is a lovely grey. I mean, so there's one of these left, but remember that all of these fabrics are in that mega bundle of 45 fabrics. So pretty.
It is really pretty.
You can really see the palette building up now, can't you?
You can, yes. Yeah. Sorry, Daisy Trail, that one.
And the lovely grey.
This is Garden
Which
Silhouette.
is when you look at the big quilt behind, behind me, that's the dark bits that you get here and there amongst
the first border and
the first border, and it's the and the binding, and then the odd square and triangle as well.
The detail in this is so extensive. You can use it for binding, you know, because
then this is the same one but in pink.
But that's when you see the detail, when you've
Look
got
at
that
the two
paler
together.
background as well.
So, you know, you're thinking, when you get a collection like this, don't think, oh, I've got to make a quilt for them. You don't have to.
No.
You can keep them all and use them for specific things.
Absolutely.
Put those two together.
Yeah, but even if you just make, say you're making a skirt, if you did the waistband, if your skirt was the pink, your waistband in the grey.
Oh, gorgeous.
Or even just a grey band around the bottom of the skirt would look amazing, because
or
it's
even
the same
something as
design.
simple like if you were making table mats or napkins and you just
reverse them,
made a napkin and put a binding in that.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if you love the fabric, get the bundle. You can decide what to make with it later.
Yeah.
But what happens is we start selling out the bundles, then we'll sell out the half meters, and then we can't make them anymore. And then you have a whole collection bar 2.
And then I get a phone call. Have you by any chance in your workroom got any spare?
No.
Like,
love this one with the urns on. You'll see all of these fabric featuring in the other colourways.
Fields, yeah. The urn, actually, this fabric for me is the one that through the collection colourways changes the most, because you see different detail in each colourway. Whereas the others,
for
you can see.
people who weren't with us at 8, sorry if you were, but for those of you who weren't with us at 8, what was the point in this collection?
So this is really a look at English history and the collection of artefacts, treasures, design within our historical buildings, really.
Okay.
So your country homes, the state homes, and if you look at the decor in those, the wall hangings, the little treasures they have in nooks and crannies, the bits on desks, this is where the inspiration came. And then what they did at Liberty is the design team then looked into the archive of Liberty to then see where those elements that they felt reflected all of that, they could pick up from the archive
some of these,
Liberty.
a lot of these are out of the archives then?
Absolutely. One of them dates from the 1800s.
Which is amazing, isn't it?
It's just phenomenal. We've got furnishing fabrics in there. It's just
I love that one.
Fabulous collection.
So this one, this bundle has now sold out. The only way that you can get these fabrics is in the mega bundle. Okay, so if you want to get these, you can get them in the mega bundle, but you can't get these as an individual collection. But we can go to the other colourway.
Okay.
Shall we do jewel? No.
Which one?
Oh, I don't know. Let's do brights. Let's do it in a different order than last time.
Different order then.
So remember, these are all in your mega bundle, but these are the brights collection. £112.35. You've got 7.5 metres because you've got 15 half metres of each of them. Over half of the stock of this has gone, so you need to be quick. It's probably going to, well, it will sell out. Yeah. Gore, we love that one.
We do love this one.
We do love
and
that one.
And I think this is a good all-round year posh dress.
Oh, it is.
Posh dress.
Yeah.
So this is your tea dress for your summer garden parties. It's your wedding outfit. It's your Christmas outfit.
It is, isn't it? Because it can be winter, it can be summer. It's just gorgeous.
Just beautiful. But it's also a John shirt.
The John shirt. I love this red one. I'm just going to put.
I love the red one.
I love the red. I think that goes really
love a dress
beautifully.
in that. That would look amazing. But I love the fact that it's got this sagey green in there as well, so I can marry it in with other things and pick it out. But yeah, the red and green together look amazing.
Red and green. Look at that. I love
the
that
three
green.
together.
It's really nice, isn't it?
Beautiful tote bag, layered tote bag.
I mean, it's amazing we think these are the same prints.
Absolutely, they look completely different,
They look completely different.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know.
Cherry pick.
I can't even. I was trying to do them in some sort of order. There is no order.
I love Manor Park in this really bright, rich red and mustard, with the brown vine coming through.
It doesn't. You don't. I think brown, but yeah, it works, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It looks really cool.
I'm just going to put them in the order. They're on my pile now because I can't decide.
That's fine. Campion Meadow.
And you see, and then you've got the turquoisey being picked up in the turquoise here.
Absolutely.
So everything goes together, and the red's in there, and the green's in there, and
the whole colour palette works together. You can pick out different pieces, and depending on which fabric you put next to it, different colours pop. So if you put it next to the
that's
green,
true.
the yellows really stand out. Whereas next to Manor Park, which is predominantly that dark blue, the blues really stand out. So you can play around with your fabric matching as well.
And I like this, they've put in here a couple of pale backgrounds but made the flowers bright.
Exactly. And what's really clever about this design is that flowers are, although the stems are all in one direction, the flower heads are nodding in different directions.
There's real movement and animation there.
Yes, and still that sketch detail as well you see within the flowers and foliage.
And I love that.
The spring birds, yeah, that's really pretty. But again, here, the roses stand out
They do,
this
don't
time. With that real red.
It really reminds me of like 80s little florals
Yeah.
prints. Don't know whether that's where it comes from. When you used to have those tiny little prints in that time.
Yes, they did.
Don't know.
Yeah, but it means that you can, if you're fussy cutting, even the tiniest element.
There's so much in there, isn't there?
Covering everything, it works. But yeah, fauna and flora in the brights is just. Let's
move our whole collection over a bit.
It's
Gorgeous.
Just phenomenal.
Gorgeous. And remember, if you get the mega bundle, you're getting all of this.
Can you imagine one of those stripes and stripes quilt in this?
Yes, so the quilt that we did at 10 o'clock with Susie, the instructions are still on available on the website. Strips and stripes quilt would look beautiful in Liberty.
It would look stunning, yeah.
But you'd have to keep that. You couldn't give that away.
Oh, I would.
That'd have to be for a very special person, wouldn't it?
Well, I'd make it for myself.
Yeah. Well, there we are. We've got that lovely furnishing fabric.
Yeah,
it's not a furnishing fabric, it's a print
It was based on a furnishing fabric from the 1990s that Liberty produced. It's
Which
called
is
Canopy.
the 1800s one?
That's the, let me get it right. It is.
I should remember that because you told me.
Yeah, I did, and I should remember it because I've written it down.
Is it Rococo?
No, I don't believe it was. Bear with me a second.
I love this print. This is really lovely. It's bright, faded bright almost.
That one is the bloom one again, but that's the blossom version, so that's the small scale
smaller
print.
version. Then we get this gorgeous mustard, which is the same as that grey one we had in the neutrals. Beautiful. So you've got, you've got your primary colours. You've got your red, your green, and then your yellow. But in lovely hues, you've got bright red, you've got 50s green, you've got mustard yellow. I'm going to put these across this way. I can't remember now. You said that is 1800s.
Yeah.
This is the Rococo.
It's a scarf. It was a silk one from the 1800s.
Yeah,
It'll come to me in a minute.
That?
I can't remember.
This is the urns.
But again, see the difference.
Look at the colour in that.
The urns really stand out.
Beautiful.
In this,
I mean, and these two. So if you've got this whole collection, look how nicely those two go together.
Look fresh
and gorgeous.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Really love that.
Not like you, Ben. You said like me. Fresh and gorgeous. Just like you, Ben.
See those three together.
Beautiful.
Again, that for a summer picnic bag.
Oh yeah, beach bag.
Beach bag instantly.
Yeah. Liberty
and then
beach.
line it with that one.
Yeah,
the
Liberty
mustard.
beach bag. Yeah, lined in mustard. How nice is that?
Just look like you've got sand and sea.
And then finally we've got butterflies.
Kaleidoscope sky, which is just stunning. You see, I would have that as a lining as well. I know it seems a bit indulgent, but that would just make me smile every time I open my bag to find my pen.
Oh, I know,
purse.
and why not? I mean, I made a new little rucksack the other day, and I put some Tula pink inside just to go, wow!
Yeah.
Just makes I'm the only one who sees it.
Yeah, but that's important.
These fabrics. So this is the Brights Collect bundle, £112.35. Now, the quilt behind me.
Yes.
This is a free.
It is a free pattern that's
free.
Going to be released.
You just have to go to what's the web address?
So it'll be Liberty, the Liberty
website. So just Liberty.
You go on to the Liberty sewing section, the craft club, and within there is pattern downloads, and this will be on there. It's not on there yet
because we're so soon.
Yeah, don't go rushing to do it today. Give it a couple of weeks and then have another look for it. And please, please share your projects that you make with any of the collection.
This features all the fabrics from the Brights range.
It does.
I'm just going to go through the next section, the jewels section, and then Susie's going to show us how to make it.
Not the entire quilt.
Not the entire quilt, but do you know what? But it is made from one block.
It is. It's just one block.
It's one block.
It's a windmill
But it's
block.
beautiful, isn't it? So if you want some inspiration, you want a free pattern, always good. Right, so that's those. And then we're going to finally, there's another section called jewels.
There is.
So I've got a whole quilt, but not enough space.
Pinks and
so I'm going to hold it up.
Do you want me to hold one side?
Yeah. So this is what jewels looks like
So
made up. Now this isn't a free pattern.
Your
but
pinks and teals.
You often get a better idea of a collection when it's made.
Well, I think, yeah, it gives you an opportunity to see it in use.
So it's magenta, teal.
A rich fuchsia pink.
It is jewels, isn't it?
Yeah, it is jewelly tones. You've got, salons and emeralds in there, haven't you? But you've also got this bluey grey appearing, which just lifts everything out. And the yellow in this is like a corn yellow as opposed to a mustard yellow.
Yeah, which is different to the other one. So we'll just quickly run through those fabrics. So this is the jewels. Remember, all of these, all 45, plus 2 of their blenders, the shadows, are in the mega bundle.
Yes.
And you get 3.5 meters free. But if you want just the jewels collection, if you love teals, you love magentas, this is for you. So we've got the gorgeous Flora and Fauna.
Which I think, again, I really love it in this.
So pretty. I love this. It's like a pale turquoise minty colour almost, isn't it?
It's very fresh
soft
and clean. Definitely crying out for a dress in that.
Yes. Lovely as this one is lovely almost as a plain fabric, but not plain because it's got the monochrome print on it. It's got movement and texture. It's beautiful. I think this might be the one.
Yeah, I'm just double checking.
I think this is the 1800s one.
Yeah.
We're getting there.
We are getting there.
Vaguely, it's ringing a bell now. Right.
I've lost
pink butterflies. So again, you've got this lovely pale pink background, but it's picking up. You're seeing all of the colours in here.
You are, and what they've cleverly done is, although the butterfly design hasn't changed, the colourway it's done has changed for the collection, which means the butterflies look completely different.
Oh, completely different.
So it is a real nod to the butterfly.
Yeah, I'm just going to pinch that one
as well.
That you've just folded up. Sorry, Mike. I'm messing up Mike's system now. But look, this is butterflies when we're in brights, and that's butterflies in jewels. And then this is butterflies in neutrals. So you got same print.
Summer day, morning.
Yes.
Time, and then this is the evening hues coming
Gorgeous. Right. You can have that one back now. These are the urns. They're not called the urns, but it features urns.
No.
Lovely. This is real jet teal, isn't it?
Also known as Lincoln Fields.
Otherwise known. Okay, Lincoln Fields.
But you've got this beautiful turquoise that we saw in the background of these two has repeated in here. So again, they will work together really well. Love
and
that.
then I'm going to, these two, these need to come out at the same time because these are the same print.
But different colourways.
But they're different colourways.
But they've kept the pink flower the same, which is really clever. And as we said in the earlier show, because of the way they've printed the design and drawn the design, if you wanted to, you could cut this into
as a lovely
ribbon and add that detail. You could applique that on or stitch that in.
Or even, you know, when you do an envelope back cushion.
Yeah.
Just to edge
that
little.
Or on a cuff. If you just went round the edge of a cuff, that would look amazing.
In the dressmaking book we did earlier, they had a section on how to edge a cardigan.
Yeah, there you go.
So you could just edge a little cardigan.
It would look really
and suddenly
and then do your buttons.
And suddenly your £10 cardigan is your £50 cardigan.
Absolutely.
Love that one. Rococo.
Swirl.
I'm getting better at this.
Good.
I've almost got there.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
That one.
Failed.
Mille fleurs stripe. This is the one we both struggled to pronounce.
Yeah, we did.
But love it. So it's the geometric meets the modern, very simple block design flower over the top, but it makes it really interesting and not cold. It makes it fun.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Really useful as a binding, that one.
Lovely.
As well.
And you see in that one,
I love this.
Isn't as you think, oh, is that jewels? But it has got the greens. It has got the magentas.
It's got those
and
rich
it looks
greens,
lovely
but
in
the
there.
pinks are much richer pink, and the yellow is not that mustard. It's a corny yellow, isn't it? That follows through the
And then you see
collection.
that was the little print. I remember seeing those.
These are just beautiful.
Yeah, they are,
crying
aren't they?
out to be, as we said before, little bags. You could do tiny little wedding favours if you've got a wedding next year,
true,
this
'cause
year,
that's very,
whichever.
very pretty,
they
isn't
would
it?
be beautiful as tiny little favour bags.
Then we've got this lovely pink floral.
Which I believe we said definitely a bridesmaid dress.
Definitely.
That would look stunning as a
And
spring
this grey
bridesmaid's
works, I'll just take that one out of the way, because that works so well across all of the range, all the fabrics. It picks up the grey in here, it blends with these.
I love it with the Lincoln Fields.
Oh,
I think that
yes.
looks amazing because you've got that foliage detail running through both. But the grey really makes the jadey teals pop in.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
In Lincoln
But then this
Fields.
pink looks lovely with the grey. So another one. So we're keeping going. There's 15, remember, in this jewels section. They're lovely together.
Yeah, and
But
totally
that's
different.
looking like a makeup bag, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Base, top.
Yes,
Zip.
Yep, absolutely. And then you can line it with this.
Yes. And then this is your large, beautiful feature print.
Actually, no, line it with that.
Line it with that.
Yeah.
And finally,
lovely.
number 15. Number 15.
So
I've run out of space. We have to just put them like this now.
so this is Botanist Bloom. This is Botanist Blossom.
So they're the same print.
Same design. This is smaller scale.
So if you put them together.
But if you're doing a doll's house,
oh yes,
what opportunity you'd have to do some glorious home furnishings with those.
Can you imagine though that as
dolls.
a pillowcase? If you made that as your pillowcase,
I mean, you'd never put your head on it.
No, you wouldn't. It's beautiful.
Certainly wouldn't allow my dog to put his head on it.
No, mine does
That's
actually.
his latest trick.
Yeah.
Gets into bed before me and just lies with his head on my pillow. Excuse me? I think not.
So for this collection, Jules, £112. I can't remember now because it's come off the screen. So for the whole collection, of all of them, all 45 fabrics, plus 2 of the Wiltshire Shadows, which are Liberty, obviously, and they're your the blenders that Liberty themselves have chosen to go with it. All of them, so all of those 45 fabrics I've shown you, half a metre of each, you'll get 3 free. So you get a metre and a half for free. £329.56. We are launching this before Liberty itself. We're already starting to sell out of the half metre, so once this mega bundle is gone, we won't be able to recreate it. And you are getting 47 half metres. You're saving a metre and a half. £22.47 is yours because you've saved that. But we won't be able to recreate that. It was selling before we went on air, and we have a handful left. Or actually less than a handful. If you want the jewels one that I've just shown you, the jewels collection, we'll just pop that one in. It's coming. There we go. £112.35. That is 15 half metres. Those are all your beautiful, the ones here, all the magentas and the jades. Remember, if you want, you can do this on split pay. 2 equal payments of £56.17. That's interest free. You pay £56.17 now. We send you it, and then you pay the other £56.17 afterwards. Won't cost you anything. It's just a way of you spreading your payments. Anyway, those are all the fabrics.
They are.
So, this amazing quilt design.
Yes. So it's
which looks quite complex, and it changes colour in the top. It's dark.
So what they've used is all the fabrics from the Brights collection, and they've very cleverly ombre'd it through the quilt.
Right.
So you get that transition of colour throughout the quilt. So although
Which
it
is
looks
quite clever,
random,
isn't it?
there is an organisation to it.
I'm glad they've put the red and the green and the yellow together.
Yes. Yeah, it does work.
But the dark in that corner,
that
fab.
draws your eye as well. But it means whichever way up, it has a different look to it.
That's true.
As well. I love the fact that they've used the Botanist Bloom as the border as well, because it brings all the colours in the quilt together.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
actually,
very clever.
So how do we?
I'm going to acquire this back again.
You're going to show us how to make a block.
I am. So they've used what we've used is Wiltshire Shadow. I'm just going to give these a quick press. So I've best pressed these squares. They're 5-inch squares. And I've used the Wiltshire Shadow Midnight Ink, which is one of the colourways that's recommended by Liberty for this collection, particularly for the Brights colourway. With the mega bundle, for those of you who are lucky enough to get that, the recommendation colours of opal and ballet slippers, which are these two. This is the one that was recommended against the Pavilion Neutrals.
Okay.
But actually, it works for all of the colourways.
And actually, you could use the blue Rococo that's in the Brights bundle.
You could use the Rococo, works really well as a blender, as does Garden Silhouette, which is in fact the 1800s silk design.
Hooray!
So we got there in the end.
We found it.
We
God,
got
I
it
can't
in the
believe
end.
it's been a long time since 8 o'clock, Susie, hasn't it? We've done a lot since then.
It's been a long time since 4:30 this morning, to be fair.
Half 3, yeah.
So, right, what I do need out of my bag of tricks is my friction pen, which I totally forgot to get out. Where's it gone? There it is. Right, so what we're going to use is one of the creative grids. So we finally get to a creative grids ruler as well.
Oh,
so
wow.
Remember, you can use your creative grids.
Can we put those on?
6.5
I love these. Do you love these?
These? Oh, absolutely.
I love them.
Yeah. So I use my Creative Grid 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler to cut my square on this occasion.
Okay, these are all on the website. They're all on sewingstreet.com. Watch live.
So where I use these seam guides.
Not that one.
You want the small one? I've got the small one. I have the small one as well. I can use either.
These are called
seam guides.
I can't remember what they're called.
Seam guides.
Yeah, the 15 and the 9.
Yeah.
Yeah, those.
Have we got them? We're good?
Yeah,
so
he's found them.
These, you've got 2 different sizes, so obviously depending on which size block you're going to use, you'll want to use different sizes, so you do need them both. Don't question it. They, like all the creative grids, they've got this non-slip rough side, and that will stop it moving on your fabric.
So this is all strange because this really is used for marking half square triangles, really.
I use it for that.
Or I guess flying geese.
Flying geese, anything where you need a 1/4 inch away from a point. Okay. You've got that.
So it's niche but invaluable.
But I use it for my FPP as well.
Oh, of course.
If you can't, when I can't find my other 1/4, which is quite frequent, this lives on my desk because it's so thin. I'm going to lose it if I put it in my ruler bag. So this actually lives on my desk. So I've always got this to hand. But I also use it in my paper crafting as well.
Okay. So you can draw basically because I always draw that centre line. And then I sometimes draw the lines either side as well for sewing along.
Oh, absolutely. I'm all for...
Oh, okay. So it's not just me.
Oh, no. I will draw. If it means I'm following a line and haven't got to concentrate, especially when you're chain piecing.
Yes, there's my problem.
And with fabrics that are busy, your eye wanders. You get distracted.
Yeah. And then I find they start flickering.
Yeah.
Or maybe I'm going out of focus or something.
Yeah.
So with these...
Do
you have both sizes? Do you have a 9 and a 15?
I do. These are mine.
Oh. So yeah,
I've got
depends
everything.
which size you're doing.
Absolutely, because I've done blocks, where I've got an 8-inch square starting point. So you need the bigger one to get across there. But it's just handy to have. What I am going to do is just unlock my rotating
So this one
mat.
that's on the screen that says Creative Grids at 9 is Creative Grids 9-inch seam guide.
Right, I'm rotating. We're good.
So that's the short one.
Yes, this is the shorter one. So they both work the same way. So you've got a central line and you've got gaps. So if you want to mark your centre, you can put your pen in the middle and mark it. But I want to mark a 1/4 inch either side of my diagonal for this. So what I'm going to do is line up that centre across my diagonal, and then with my pen I'm just going to run it down, and then because I'm on a rotating mat, haven't got to move anything, and I can run it down the other side.
Lovely.
So I've then got my 1/4 inch markings. Now we need to do that to 2 pieces, so let's repeat that process. I'll do it with the bigger one just because I can.
So the 15 one, I guess, is better in that it will cope with bigger things, but the 9 inches is just more usable on smaller ones.
It is, and if you're doing, sitting watching the television and you're doing this on a lap, you may not have the spread to do the bigger ones, so the little one's handy. It's also handy to carry in your bag if you're going to and from workshops.
So you draw those, but then you draw down the middle for the
if you want to draw
the cutting.
If you want to, yeah. I never do. I always use this as I'll show you how I use it to cut the centre. So then you're going to line that up with right sides together with your plain, or in this case, my Wiltshire shadow. But as you rightly said, Rococo swirl will be amazing in this.
I tell you what these would be good for as well, as I thought this the other day, is when you're doing a post box pocket.
Yeah.
And you have to draw 3 parallel lines, 1/4 of an inch apart.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect for that. Tell you where else I use when you do a concealed zip. And you're marking your concealed zip. I used it then. Don't know why I did the at the bottom zip, but yeah. But I used it for that as well. Okay. Now I do tend to pop pins either side so nothing slips as I sew, because it does have a tendency to do that. And then we're going to swap our foot. Well, I'm going to swap my foot.
Have we got the 15-inch seam guides?
Let's find my other foot.
Look at that.
Have we found it?
Yeah, it's weird, these symbols. That one says Creative Grids, and that's copyright. The other one said question mark. So if you want the 15-inch, that's $15.99.
Okay, so we don't want a 1/4 inch zip on here, 1/4 inch foot on here. We want a normal foot, and we're going to stitch normal stitch length following the lines, and you can chain piece if you want to. It's not compulsory. And you don't have to speed sew.
Oh no, you do. Speed sewing's fantastic when it doesn't matter so much.
It is until so my machine at home that I've been using at the moment is a bigger machine. Oh, what's going on here? No, it's not liking this. Hang on, we've got to redo that.
Have you run out of bobbin thread again?
No, the bobbin's all done.
Oh.
But let's just check what's going on. It's not liking it. Yeah, I was speed sewing the other day, literally at breakneck speed, and the whole table was shaking. It was like there was an earthquake hitting.
Well, normally you have to go I go fast enough or slow enough, but I was sewing something the other day where it didn't really matter if it was perfect, just need to be sewn together. Yeah. It was like being on the motorway with no speed limit. I wonder how fast I can go.
Oh, that
was great.
I did enjoy my trips on the Autobahn when that was the case.
Oh yeah, do they still do that in Germany?
I think Germany that may do, but France they've stopped it, haven't they?
No, not have they still got an Autobahn. I mean, do they? Is it still unlimited speed limit?
Go. Right, perhaps I overdid the.
I wonder though if it's unlimited, whether people really do, how fast people do go.
Unlimited. I know what top speed I got up to, but. That was scary enough, but there was literally nobody on the road because it was silly o'clock in the morning, so I felt okay doing it. But yeah, it's scary when you.
What on the Autobahns?
Yeah,
Charlie's googled it. It's 120 kilometres per hour. That's not very much actually in miles, is it?
Not kilometres per hour, no.
No, what's that in miles then?
90. Yeah, it's not much. It's not much more than ours, is it?
Times by 8 and divide by 5. 70?
No.
In many sections, yeah, but is it unlimited anywhere?
Still better than the States where it's...
Some sections.
Maybe.
This is a very important discussion.
It is.
When using creative grid seam guides.
Because we are in fact whizzing our way through it, aren't we? Okay, so where I could use this now...
Right, okay.
Is I can place this along the diagonal and then cut between the two, because I can line up my stitching in that gap.
Oh, of course, in the hole.
So then I get my perfect half square triangles.
Yeah, see, I tend to cut mine with scissors because I can't bother to go over to them out after I've pressed them, and then they're never quite straight.
I don't.
too
couldn't
lazy.
even tell you where my scissors are half the time. I very rarely use my scissors.
Well, I go over to the ironing board, press them, and I can't
Yeah.
always be bothered to go back to the mat, so I just cut them with scissors. Because obviously it's 2 steps
yeah,
too
that's
far.
quite a lot.
2 steps too far.
Okay, so we're going to
lazy.
press these to the dark side.
Go into the dark
Dark side.
Always go to the dark side.
And it is a press, it's not an iron. Okay, we press. But then we've got these beautiful squares.
They go together really well.
I like these two.
Oh, they are in there. I was thinking that
I
they
think
are in
it's
there.
nice to see stripes in Liberty, because it just adds a little bit of.
But it is very it's men's shirt, isn't it?
It
Men's
is.
shirt, very narrow men's
Yeah.
shirt stripe.
It is, but clean as well, I think. So now we want to cut these to a 4.5 inch. So I'm actually, you could again go to your square ruler.
Oh, but these, oh yeah.
But
Can we
why don't we go for this?
Can we put this one in, Ben? I think this is
Genius.
This is
Genius.
the
This is the Stripology squared ruler. Now you can use the mini Stripology as well for this.
yeah.
or
You
the
see, because
Stripology
I
XL.
don't own one of these. I know that's like swearing, and I do a lot.
Have you survived?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. How I manage it. I chain cut them as well, so I cut all the right hand side of all of them, and then I turn my board and do
all the others.
But
yeah. No,
I do lots of half square triangles. You see, so
this is genius.
Yeah.
And the June Taylor half square triangle ruler is even more genius.
Is it?
Yes. Oh, you haven't got that yet.
Have we not?
Yeah. Notice
Oh.
the yet. But any of your quilting rulers will have your markings on here, and you can use them to square off your blocks, and it always seems a bit of a laborious step, especially for something like this where you've got this number of blocks to square. But that's what you do while you watch the boring television programs that are on at the moment.
Yeah, or
Well,
I
say
just
at the moment
listen
all
to
the
the
time.
radio drama.
Yeah, I just build these up,
So
and
don't
then
do
I
this
sit
while
in
you're
an
watching
evening.
Sewing Streaks. It's far too interesting.
Yeah, no, I don't.
Listen to the
always-
it's a radio. It's your Archer's Omnibus.
No, I get very het up with that.
Mike's
Can't do that.
glaring at me now.
So my other tip, if you're using one of the Stripology rulers or any ruler where you've got a number of different sizes marked, my big tip is get a sticky note.
Oh,
which
like
I
a
haven't
post-it
got.
note.
Post-it note. Have you got any on your desk, Mike?
Post-it notes.
Are there any?
No.
No. Well, what I would normally do is stick post-it note, or those, you know, the sticky
notes,
index markers.
Yeah.
So I put a little one of those on the area where I'm cutting, so I've got an eye for where I am.
Yeah, okay.
So what you do is you line up your 45-degree diagonals with your seam.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then and then you move it all because you're silly. And then you realign it like that. There we go. And then you just find the size you want. So I want 4.5 inches. So I'm going in at this point here and cutting up. Now you might not be taking much off other than the dog ear. Don't panic, that's fine. Just turn it round.
Or turn your board round.
Well, no, you still got to turn your piece round because you need to cut the other sides because the ruler will only cut in one direction.
Oh, of course.
So you
Otherwise
have
the
got
whole thing would fall apart.
It would, yes.
Why had I not thought about that? Yes.
Because you haven't got one.
Because I haven't got one, that's why.
Yeah,
I really
that's
need
right.
one of these.
You do need one
I
of
do, I
these.
do.
I don't know how you've managed without it.
No, I don't know, but just think
It's
how much
the
my life will change
time-saving.
when I get one.
Time saving. So let's do that again with this one because we've got to do all of them.
And I
so
have
might as
done
well.
them before where I've cut like over 100.
Oh, I had a few weeks ago. I had over 300 I had to cut. So this saved me.
No.
Yeah. It was. Yeah. I have to say, at the end of that week, I wasn't the greatest fan of half square triangles.
No, that'd have put me off for life.
Yeah. Let's move it onto the board though. That's the other thing I'm good at, lining it up and not being on a cutting mat. one thing I will say is don't layer these to cut them, because however good you are at A, sewing and B, layering,
I have tried that.
it won't
Didn't
work.
work.
No. And you want to make sure you get in the grooves and your fingers are out the way.
I think it's very important to have tried that to know that it doesn't
That
work.
it doesn't work. But the reason I best press as well, we glanced over that, is because when you're doing this, obviously we've now got everything on a bias because we've got it diagonally.
I'm a best presser as well.
Yeah, you just get.
I like the smell. No, but that's not why. But I do like it.
I am addicted to the smell. But
I have the lavender one.
It's the fact that it gives you such a crisp.
No, it's much
press.
better, and it's also the only way you can get a crease out of a folded fabric without washing
Successfully,
it.
yeah.
Successfully, it's
Yeah.
just brilliant, and I
The
love it.
steam doesn't
And my
work.
whole ironing board, because I use it all the time,
Yes.
always smells of lavender.
Yeah.
I
can't remember what
sprayed my
flavour
son's
I've got at the
jeans the other
moment.
day with it when I ironed them.
Yeah.
You went, thank you, Mum. I went,
Yeah.
you are going to smell glorious.
Absolutely. It's good for doing cuffs on jackets as well, and collars on shirts.
Right, so we have got like 5 minutes
Right,
left. So can we?
We're almost there.
Now you've trimmed them.
We're almost there, because this is the major process done.
We
but
need to
this
talk about
will
your
not.
block keeper, Susie.
Oh, do we? Right,
We
okay.
do.
Right, let me just quickly show you what you do with these.
Yes, because then when you bought your mega bundle or you've bought the brights, well, any of them, you can use any of the brights. Well, you can't use the pastel because we haven't got that one left. But if you bought the jewels or the brights bundle or the mega bundle, you will be able to make this quilt using this amazing, easy peasy method.
Let's get it right. So that's all you do. You
Look
put
at that.
them into that shape, and you'd stitch that one to that one, that one to that one,
Easy.
cross there, and then you open them out, press them, and then you join those together. And because we've pressed to the dark side, when you do this, they will nest nicely, so your machine won't
Lovely.
go.
Well, that's been fab, thank you.
Okay,
But
right.
that pattern is free on the Liberty website
It
in a
is.
couple of weeks. So
Block keeper.
all of the different bundles are still on the website if you have a look, except for the neutrals. Neutrals, because we sold that one out. But if you want the neutrals, they are in the mega bundle of the Liberty. Right. Tell me about your block keeper,
So the
Susie.
block keeper, the idea of the block keeper is to keep your orphan blocks, your spare blocks when you're travelling. If you want to keep blocks when you're in a project and you've got several projects on the go. It's literally a project book in that you open it up and it's got lots of wadding pages to keep everything in place. And because it's wadding, it holds your fabric. So when I pick
Perfect.
this up, it doesn't drop out.
It doesn't fall out.
Which is perfect. So these are blocks that I did with the big
Oh, that's nice.
creative grids.
Well,
this
that's
is the log cabin
I
trim
know
tool.
these. So that's a little bit of neutrals.
It is.
With some brights.
It is.
I know this
Yeah,
this
in
collection
a
really
traditional log cabin.
Beautiful.
It looks amazing,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
doesn't it?
Really looks great.
Well, what I like is it's so light and so dark, it really works.
It
I'd love to
does.
see the whole quilt.
And what
If we could finish it, that'd be great.
What, this afternoon?
Yeah, but it would work really well. But
It would. And what I
subtly.
deliberately did was use the same design, but the colourway opposing. So you've got canopy,
Beautiful.
flora and fauna opposite, kaleidoscope skies.
Oh, yes.
You've got your daisy trail.
Have we
Manor
got any mega
Park.
bundles left, Ben?
So that was that one.
A few.
And
a
then
few.
I did a half
Oh,
log
in the
cabin in the
jewels.
jewels. And I did one side pink and one side teal because the jewels collection definitely divides
It definitely
into
does.
teals and pinks.
Beautiful.
So that was using the Creative Grids Log Cabin Trim Tool 2.
Oh, okay. Trim tool 2.
Which is exactly the same as your log cabin tool.
Yeah.
The same, but this one does a 12-inch or a 6-inch, whereas the other one does your 8-inch. Let's get that out.
Okay, so if you get the log cabin trim tool 2, you can get a
You can do 12 or 6.
Or 6.
Or there's the 8-inch option, which does you blocks this size.
Oh, I like that.
So the other version you can do, so you can do a normal
Yes.
log cabin, or you can do your courthouse steps,
nice.
or you can do your half log cabin.
Perfect.
So that's that one. and then you just keep them in your block keeper.
So the instructions for the block keeper are £9.99.
Yes.
And that's everything you need. It doesn't have any fabric with it, doesn't come with the kit. It just comes with instructions.
And what I've done with the instructions, if I quickly show you, is I've given you, you need 2 blocks to make the block keeper.
One for the front and one for the back.
Yeah, but I've given you 4 options.
Oh, right.
5 options.
So you can choose
that was
what
uber
block
generous.
you put on. That is very generous of you.
So if you're new to quilting and you haven't tried strip piecing, you've got the strip pieced one. If you've never done a flying geese, you've got a flying geese block. If you've never done half square triangles, you can practice on the block keeper. So this, for me, was a really useful tool, because I have, as you can see, I have a lot of these.
Yes, so it's...
And I use them all the time. But they're a really easy, quick make, but useful and a great way of trying out not just your new quilt ideas. It's a really good way of practicing quilting.
Yes, because it is just a block. Well, that's fab. Well, thanks, Susie. You've been brilliant today. We've done the whole Liberty. I almost know the names of all of them, so I must have been concentrating.
That's good.
And for all of this, so are you back on air with us soon?
16th of September.
Oh, not long then. Not long.
No.
Long. You better get soon. Well, thank you so much.
Thank
it's
you.
As always, a joy working with you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining me today. Coming up tomorrow on Sewing Street, it's me. It's me. I am on at 8 o'clock. It's Horn Furniture with Jason. We've got him for 2 hours. I mean, if you are thinking about buying some new furniture for your sewing room, but the right furniture that raises and lowers and does all the right thing, and you can put your sewing machine on. It is furniture designed for crafting. You will love it. Jason, who works for Horn, he will be demonstrating it. If you're thinking about it, please do watch between 8 and 10. 10 o'clock, I've got Louisa Gould on with me. Do you know, I haven't seen her for ages and ages. I don't think I've seen Louisa since Sewing Quarter, so that's going to be great. She's showing us the EPP cushion and the giant HST half square triangle lap quilt. Jill Rep will be selling with us. She won't be live on air, but we've got a video of her doing the June Taylor Quilting Essentials. So she's got that half square triangle ruler. And Louisa will be back at 12 with the FPP Christmas Table Runner. So we've got a great day for you tomorrow, because you've got proper dedicated craft furniture. We've got EPP, we've got quilting. It's going to be a good one. So thank you so much for joining me today. I will see you back here 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.